The Nature of Predators, Book 2, Chapter 76. Memory transcription subject Elias Mayer, former UN Secretary General. Date Standardized Human Time, February 5th, 2161. It hadn't taken long to nominate a proper Secretary General to succeed Kaifa, and I was pleased to learn that the General Asanani would be taking up the mantle. I didn't have any wish to reacquire my former role for a great many reasons. For starters, I was both a science experiment and a security risk thanks to my digitized brain. Without having an old friend to look out for at the top of the UN, and given that immediate crisis had blown over without an exodus from the SC, I had half a mind to retire to a quiet place. It seemed that the Jaslips wanted humanity to keep the Osas on our turf, but a few participants had backed out after learning the carnivores weren't extinct. Would it be inappropriate to consider taking one in? The first priority was to ensure a smooth transition. Our leader's selection process had been expedited by the Federation remnants declaring war on anyone who stood with humanity, after learning that they were behind the attacks on Alpha and Talsk. While I would prefer that this found a peaceful solution, in their particular case, they were too vehemently opposed to our existence to be corrected by anything other than force. Erasing the legacy of the Federation meant disbanding anyone who carried on their name and ideals. The galaxy would never move on, so long as their shadow still hung over us. The United Nations couldn't lock problems away and pretend they didn't exist. "Sir," I greeted Secretary General Asmani, extending an arm for a crisp handshake. I'd left a neat binder of priority items at his desk, and was eager to cede the responsibilities to him. He was a fitting choice for the office, a military man who was even-keel and diplomatic. "Congratulations. Might I add, the UN General Assembly made the choice I would have." Asmani dipped his head. "Thank you, Elias. It's an honor. I was surprised that you didn't make any sort of bid for office after the speech you gave. It would have been your chance to make a sweeping changes. I got the motion to lift Alpha and Tulsk quarantine on the agenda. The rest is up to you. You're exactly what's needed. The new generation cycling in and deciding your own destiny. It's long overdue that us, the ones that came before you, hand over the keys. Now, more than ever, when we'll be around far past our expiration dates. I confess, I do worry about the implications. You came to the station originally to speak of the guardrails that must be put in place with this technology. I'd like to see that through. There is wisdom to be found in our predecessors, nonetheless. If you're willing, I'd like to keep you on as an advisor." I manually blinked to signal surprise, and mulled over his offer for a moment. "If you want me to stay on temporarily, at least until talks are finalized with General Radai, I don't need things half done. I have one condition, though, name it. Call Jones on the carpet to demand an explanation for her behavior, then have her kicked to the curb. The Americans have let their attack dog get too far off leash. Humanity doesn't need to fight dirty with our own allies." Asmani leaned forward. "What did General Jones do? If it was butting heads with you in Gress's interrogation, I won't rattle cages at the Pentagon over a personal vendetta. It's about her meddling with the Bison's first contact. She attempted to blackmail a scientist into being an informant, and it's her general lack of moral boundaries that give me pause. We nip this kind of behavior in the bud, or else humanity will become the next Federation, bending the newest species to our will. That could be damaging to Earth's reputation. It plays right into the Yotel's anti-uplift agenda. Jones and her ways are past their expiration date, and I see fit to leave them in the past. I'll see what I can do to have her, at least, stuck planetside and find out what the heck she was thinking." "Wouldn't we all like to know that?" I grumbled. "All she achieved was alienating a potential ally and pushing them to the Oxal. And now those same Oxal are throwing a wrench in a peace deal that was all but final by attacking the consortium." Asmani settled in his chair, leaning back. "The Krev don't want to surrender their military unconditionally after one of their allies was invaded by the Collective. I heard about that. We need to get Radai to solidify this treaty yesterday. We get any form of agreement, his strict sense of honor will hold him to it. I get the impression that the delay has been Radai's standing with his own government. Taylor Trench's transcript shows that the Rescue General suspected that he'd be assassinated or used as a scapegoat. Well, he controls the Krev Consortium military. I question that he represents the interests of the greater organization. Besides, if Radai wants to broker a peace, why has he not recalled the attack drones?" "You want to hear that from the General's lips," I groaned. "At least they've been routed away from Kulqua. We offered him a connection that he had been able to use, so it's within his power. That's a saving grace, though the fact that they were heading there at all chafes the Corrigan. The Tertian attitude hasn't gone unnoticed. I'm amazed that you kept them here at all, and by extension made the Shield more unsure about joining hostilities. They'd be leery to attack their founding member. Why don't you put Radai on the line, and I'll listen to his reasoning from here. You already have rapport. I hesitated before taking the chair opposite Osmani and swiveling the camera around to face myself. If you call respect for my morality rapport, Radai is remorseful over the lives taken under his orders, but I get the impression he doesn't view synthetic beings favorably. My conversations with the avian had been intriguing. As we understood it, Radai had felt a great deal of sympathy and a duty to protect the Telesh, but seemed to find immense dishonor in Casey hiding from false threat. The unnecessary bloodshed weighed on his conscience, leaving him to sound near suicidal at the disrepute. The Rescat wasn't an unrepentant man, and I didn't want him to take his own life in some cultural display. Other elements in the consortium might lack scruples. We knew much of their leadership were veiled authoritarians, though that wasn't a reason to continue a costly war. Radai needed to stand down the drones to atone for his past sins and avoid creating new ones. Osmani might be better at managing Radai, as a military man himself. Damn it, Chief Hunter Kazheisel has done nothing but complicate delicate situations. I want peace between the Arxor and the rest of the galaxy, but they aren't helping themselves. Given their loathing of the Federation, I knew the Krev Consortium would be thrilled under normal circumstances to help dispatch the remnants. That faction had vowed to eliminate the predators responsible for the attack on Alpha, and had declared war at once after receiving the news. The Yupa had attempted an assault on Liberty's Bastion, one of Earth's most symbolic colonies in Mazic space. While it had been fended off, there were 150 species in the Alliance. They were stretching themselves thin, but it seemed that they had deeper pools of ships than we expected. I wouldn't mind subduing the planets by force, yet the UN could not condone glassing worlds. The second we crossed that line, it would happen again. Good morning, Radai. I hope we haven't woken you, since I believe it is early on Tenet. I ventured with politeness. Just wanted to check in for an update on the search for the rogue fossil. The Rescat turned a large, bleary eye towards me. It is our top priority. The Federation conspiracy was alarming to learn of, and with the sect holding the dispute to kill all predators, they're even worse. We don't want them in our backyard. However, space is vast area to sweep, and we have zero leads. Other than that, it'd have to be in range of the escaping Sivkit. Even if we had information about the farmdom, there is no guarantee his story checks out. But I cannot misallocate resources now. Misallocating resources is exactly what's been troubling me. Can you spell out to me again why you won't recall the drones? I want to ensure that there's been no misinterpretation. I speak plainly, Elias Mayer. We ensured that the Tertian were not harmed, since they were now your allies. However, these species bear the name of the Federation, and would pick up where they left off, which makes them enemies of the Consortium. They sabotaged your defense of Alpha, then had the gall to blame you, and are now attacking you. It is in your interest to let our drones hit two powerful members, the Dresden and the Multi. It'll occupy their ships. Osmani held up a piece of paper where he'd scrawled words in permanent marker. The Arcs are on the attack as well, hitting Grinalka hard. I nodded, deciding to raise the Sec-Gen's point since the Arxor's obstacle to the treaty was important. So you're going to fight a two-front war with the Arxor Collective. You're both fighting the remnants, and I hear the Krev want to retaliate after they aided Jaslip separatists. The Greys still want our help in destroying the Federation remnants, though they're in for a shock if they think the Krev will just accept them backing the Jaslip Independence Brigade. Kaisel crying carnivore oppression will make him sound like a freedom fighters. However, I imagine we both agree that the remnants are a bigger enemy. Then why won't you sign our treaty, stand down your military and help rebuild what you've destroyed? The Consortium has no quarrel with humanity. In fact, the Krev are very partial to you and would be keen on an alliance. However, we cannot stand down our military until the threats we face are fully non-existent. Sivkit's moving a few hours from Avon, fossil extremists in our space, the Jaslips are rebelling, and the Collective and remnants are still out there. The former in open war. They would have to be mad to relinquish their agency now. They, Osmani wrote. Why do you say they? Like you aren't making the decisions. You dictate military plans. You're the top dog, I commented, following the SecGen's lead. Radai snapped his head back. I don't have as much say as you'd like to think. My word is less than useless. And I'm supposed to take orders from mystery figures. They replace the delegates with who knows, aside from myself and HFY. But since I won't come in, the rescue chair is absent, and they won't say who I am answering to. Then why listen? Hierarchy and duty mean something in our culture. The orders aren't immoral. I do care about protecting the consortium, so I'm not about to turn my eye to clear and present danger. Tell him to engage military targets, Osmani penned. What? The SecGen doesn't want Radai to call off the drones. Give me a moment to confer with the UN's response. I have my own hierarchy to answer to. I muted the microphone and switched off the feed for a moment. Sir? The Secretary-General Osmani offered a confident nod. It would benefit Earth to have the consortium lead an attack on the Multi and Dresden forces. We don't want civilians taken out, nor is it of the highest strategic value. Radai can change the programming to focus on ships, manufacturing plants, and military bases. He handles those, and the fleet might be of good use. What will we be doing? Backing the Oxo Collective at Grenolka. The Yupa struck us first, after all we did to smooth their fur. Kaiser will get the backing from humanity he wanted. Our explicit support might thaw relations. Very well, sir. Are we taking sides in the Jaslip and Oxel's feud with the consortium? Osmani snorted. Absolutely not. These factions are all fools to become willing participants in multiple conflicts at once. We can have our say about the Casey's internal affairs after we provide assurances and get their surrender. The United Nations will handle one problem at a time. Understood. I returned the feed with Radai and gave him a serious stare. The drones! Can you change their targets to military assets, taking out the actual fleet and bases of operation? That would be feasible, so long as it's ensured that the Federation are not a threat again. I completely agree. Enough innocent people, enough entire species have suffered and died for no reason. I want as little bloodshed as possible, and I hope that you share my wish. I do. I've told you what the consortium thinks of the independence movement, but I am not sure it's honorable to contest the Jaslip's desire to have their own world again. We have not taken adequate steps to mitigate their suffering, and also owe them a debt for the wrongdoings committed against them. Not one species has offered to help rebuild Esquo, except you. They have noticed. It is said that they want your help. I hope this is not being considered. Is Radai trying to tell me something? He would know that the consortium is surveilling this line. Coded messages are my forte, and I don't know why the Casey military leader would want us to aid the JIB, especially as rescued soldiers under his authority are the ones putting them down. Then again, he said he didn't have as much say as I thought. Maybe that means... What is it you've heard? Osmani wrote in quotation marks before making a go-on gesture to me. We aren't involving ourselves in the conflict, though it would behoove us to know in advance. What rumors are circulating? I questioned as my superior's direction. Radai cast a stern look at the screen. The Jaslips are searching for anyone to back them, even by proxy. They believe the United Nations supports the species, right to self-determination and liberties. I'm not sure what they would offer you for weapons, but the consortium will not be happy if this occurs. I see. Definitely slipping us a message, unless it's in my head. Radai hasn't signaled us so brazenly before. I didn't think Reskets dabbled in subterfuge and subtext, but it appeared to me that Osmani sensed the same thing. We aren't getting involved, though. The United Nations desires a peace treaty with the Krev Consortium, the sooner the better. Rest assured that we will not make any hasty provocations. I understand. It is a relief to me not to be in open war with humanity, and I'd like to keep it that way. I'll do what's in my power to move the peace treaty ahead, but again, I have minimal contact with the delegates. You may wish to secure Tellus and the human babies, in case tensions erupt on our side of space. I wouldn't like to see the UN, an innocent party, caught in the middle of this. That is interesting advice, General Radai. Given the good-naturedness of restoring our species via ectogenesis, we wouldn't expect those children to be weaponized. I find it best in planning to keep any exceptions out of your thinking, Elias Mayer. At any rate, I have too many issues to look at to remain on this call any longer. I'll keep you appraised and I'll search for the rogue fossil. Take care. The rescued disconnected from the call before I could offer a farewell of my own. The final glances that seemed a bit furtive. I was perplexed by his insinuation about the human babies. It renewed my concern over leaving them under Krev custodianship. Didn't the green-scaled mammals see us as the equivalent of puppies? Yet it seemed unlikely that they would allow any harm to befall the infants. All the same, having humans raised by aliens far away from where we could protect them, it opened us up to multiple vulnerabilities. The consortium had a sinister underside that would go to any lengths to preserve their control. Asmani raised his brows. Ripping human babies away from doting Krev isn't an option. Requesting that those guardians move to Pelton space or any other Terran territory. That might help. The first consortium citizens to transfer to Sapien Coalition. Will they want to move far away from their homes and societies? If these subjects were already willing to relocate to Tellus to raise human children, I'm sure many would be eager to live amongst the cute primate society. We can use the cover of civ kits moving back to their homeworld to explain that with ownership changing, they want as few aliens as possible. We add in addition incentives for the adoptive families to relocate, and we take a lot of the consortium's potential toys out of the game. Your plan sounds like it is worth a shot. I don't know how much Radai knows, but I doubt he'd come up with that out of the blue. It's unlike him to think of such a dishonorable notion. Perhaps it was discussed as a method to handle us, if we interfered in the Jasleb war. Asmani pursed his lips. Whilst it's my intention to deal with one problem at a time, we must show strength. At the risk of provoking the Grand Herd, I intend to bring more UN assets to Tellus. We have to be ready to protect human life out there as well. Seeing how the new Secretary General handled that complicated conversation and crafted a well-reasoned plan at a moment's notice, I had full faith that the United Nations had made a wise choice. It was up to us to find a way to handle the Federation remnants and the Krev Consortium, as well as to assess just how much of the Allied General Radai was. One thing was for certain, any Terran meddling in the Jasleb insurrection would invite swift retaliation. We had to choose our next actions with care. End of story. Chapter 77. Memory transcription subject, Kwana, Jasleb soldier. Date standardized human time, February 5th, 2161. There was a brief delay in arranging our meeting with Chief Hunter Kaisel, since the Loon wanted the encounter to be in an open forum. As rotten as the Krev Consortium was, the Oxal's reputation preceded them. They held sapient livestock, glassed dozens of worlds, and raided more, and subsisted on heartless cruelty. The Esquo massacre was a hug festival compared to their crimes. If there was so much of a mention of eating the Krev or the Reskets, I was walking out on the spot. Charisse seemed twitchy as well, keeping her distance from the monsters who'd provided the Federation with the justification for humanity to be exterminated. Moving to Tellus wouldn't have happened without the Oxal and their atrocities. I mean, we had heard the Oxal saved Earth, and I'm not sure how Charisse feels about that. I can't imagine how Terrans felt having to buddy up with those terrors out of necessity, having to earn their favor. Is that what's being asked of the Jasleb Independence Brigade? My human friend blinked several times. What would the Oxal know about mistreatment, Kwana? Zephyrus talking as if they have immoral standards. We do, came a low growl, despite the fact that we were all well away from any grays. Their hearing must be as keen as the Jasleb's ears. Charisse took a step back as the so-called operative stalked over, lashing his stony grey tail. Before our rebellion, there was an ideology called betterment, which believed that to make us stronger, all emotions must be killed. They would execute any defectives. Like me, another Oxal declared in a voice that sounded overly chipper and mischievous. What's your name, human? My friend hesitated, reluctant to share anything. Charisse. Charisse, I'm Heiseran, and I have a joke just for you. Why did the Tillfish expect the Jasleb story to be a lie? We didn't, so... Because they have tall tales. Charisse groaned and wrinkled her nose. Really? I don't get it, Zephyrus and I growled in confusion. It wasn't meant for you, Heiseran raised her elongated snout in a smug gesture, and I found my hackles falling a bit. These two weren't acting like sociopathic monsters. If the defectives had taken control, did that mean that the Oxal did exhibit basic empathy and decency now? It was tough to believe there was any coming back from foreign policy so depraved and accepted. What do you think, Charisse? The human squinted at Heiseran. You learned puns in our language to tell a bad joke that only translates to me. Precisely. I studied human homonyms in an official language of the United Nations, though our ambassador to humanity always refuses to use my material.
She's a killjoy. I realized as soon as I saw you that I had to do it myself.
Hyceran is most intolerable, Zephyrus hissed. Her jokes are proof that Oxor atrocities haven't fully stopped. I pinned my ears back, growling. I have a joke to tell. What do you call 4 consortium delegates blown to bits?
Splatterprint. Hey, how do you even know what that is? Hyceran inquired. Wouldn't that be unserious, meaningless drivel that you despise?
It's simple, easy, not over-the-top sensory nonsense.
Just relaxing. You have to show off your artwork, Zappy. Absolutely not. If it's not social activity. I'll badge you later. Now I doubt the Jastip thought of splatterpaint as her answer. Tell us, what do you call 4 consortium delegates blown to bits?
A good start, I spat. Charisse gave a troubled frown. Sorry, Corner, but splatterpaint was actually funny. I guess if you're not executing anyone who isn't a comic book villain, then maybe you're not those monsters.
They repulse us too, Zephyrus remarked, holding up a paw that looked out of place. I have polydactyli. 1 extra digit. I would have been executed to maintain genetic purity, despite the fact that I am not weak or hindered. Hyceran gestured to my backside. Kwana can relate to polydactyly. She has 2 extra tails. Look.
Lots of jokes about fecking tails. Are you making fun of Jastips for having 3 tail fronds? I snarled, finding the implication to be discriminatory.
Absolutely. Then the human is the opposite. Her tail is missing.
Charisse gasped, vain shock. Really?
Who took it? Maybe Zephyrus ate it. No, Zephyrus, how could you?
That's enough of this. I'm getting Kaisel and we are starting the meeting now, Zephyrus snapped, lashing his tail and storming off. Hyceran looked at Charisse, sealing one eye shut as if trying to imitate a wink.
You could say that he's having a hissy fit.
The human snickered at some meaning I didn't understand. You're crazy. I like it. I found myself a bit jealous at how well my best friend seemed to be hitting it off with this cannibal jester. The 2 of us had sold our souls enough without intertwining tales with a species whose past was as dark as night. The bombing that had torn us up would have been a snowflake in a blizzard to them. Whether the Oxor were engineered toward cruel dispositions or not, everything they'd done that had been permissible and outright encouraged wasn't erased from the ledger. Hyceran and Zephyrus weren't people I'd want watching my back, and Charisse couldn't think so lowly of me to be substituting monsters in my stead. Ulan hasn't shown any reservations, though, so at least the human has voiced some apprehension, I suppose. It'll be curious to see what Kaisel is like. As the leader of the People Eaters, maybe we should ask what his feelings are on eating the Krev. Snarky Zephyrus emerged from the bridge and beckoned the Jastip Independence Brigade in with impatience. Charisse stuck close to Hyceran, all but forgetting me as I hustled after them, trying not to get separated. The primate was much too eager to move on to this new, brighter carnivore in the room. We're all tennis colonists, thus willing to throw their lots in with the Greys, after hearing that the cannibals were behind Earth's survival. I recalled what it was like, standing in the town square as the humans broke into open celebration. Jaslips would have reacted the same if someone could swish their tail and respawn Esquire. It must have been the colonists' whiplash to go from believing that they were the last of their kind to learning the United Nations ruled a bubble that stretched 1,000 light years. The spectators had to crowd into a bridge, with many tailing out into the hall. We were lucky to squeeze inside, thanks to our proximity to Hyceran. A slender Oxor was standing by the viewport, and from the way his chest was puffed out, perhaps Kaisel wanted us to exonerate him from his past misdeeds, or to swear undying fealty to his leadership. It was clear the potential that Olan saw for us. This was a race who would be on our side unequivocally and wouldn't condemn our methods. They also had a fleet that could contest the consortium in orbit, and had shown that they were able to demolish the rescued soldiers. "Thank you for your assistance, Chief Hunter Kaisel," Ulan offered, lowering his chest closer to the ground in a quadruped's bow. "It is a miracle that you were able to get here. How did you get past the consortium's fleet?" The Oxal leader narrowed his eyes. "It was rather peculiar. They asked our intentions, and I told them that we would be liberating the Jastips. They did not challenge us, but just left. It is like you have a mysterious, powerful benefactor who wished for this to come about, though I imagine you would know more about that." "What? With all due respect, you must be mistaken." I yipped in agreement. "The consortium's military are the ones fighting to trample and suppress our freedoms. The rest could condemn us as terrorists from the top down.
If they didn't challenge you, it's because they believed they'd lose, or they'd had a propaganda angle in mind.
I cannot say how their capabilities stack up, but this was their home territory, where they should have an advantage. Your planets have ample defensive capabilities. Between the protective shells and orbital platforms, Kaiser remarked, if even in the Oxford Dominion there were those who opposed our ways, perhaps it is for the Reskits and the Consortium. However, I am here to offer our full support to the Jaslip cause.
The Lorn Ducty said,
We readily and gratefully accept your aid. Well, some comrades might have reservations. None of us would be here without your interference in Esquo fighters. I would like to hear your plans for the future, if you're willing to share. It might put the Jaslip's mind at ease. No, we are not going to eat people. We haven't done that for 2 decades, and I'm exhausted with the prejudice after all we've done to reform. The Federation are the ones who haven't reformed, and nobody lays such unyielding focus to condemning them. All I meant is that we are unfamiliar with you, and that our movement's feeling is that transparency breeds trust. Aliens, those who claim to be our friends, have not been kind to Jaslips.
Nice save, Aloon. He was awfully good at spinning words that people want to hear.
We were hoping that you were willing to be open and forthright. All the things the Consortium are not. We'd like to work together on how our movement will progress.
Kaiser relaxed.
Working together and bringing you into our budding carnivore alliance is what we want. Omno, the Smiggly homeworld, is the heart of your uprising, even if our enclaves are also acting out. The Smigglies didn't want the Reskits to put you down, so it might be possible to win their support, if only in remaining firm, not allowing any more foreigners to act without their consent. Our top priority, in my opinion, should be to unite all of the enclaves. We must synchronize our plans. Splitting us up into various enclaves was another thing the Consortium did to weaken us. I can offer full-throated support for making the Jaslip people one again. How are no others indignant with the Krev after hiding and taking drastic measures for a non-existent threat? They'll let the Sivkits move back to their homeworld, but not us.
Charisse gasped in horror. What? We're giving the Sivkits back Tennis? I thought we wanted to stay.
Alon's eyes gleamed. You haven't heard? It's circulating on the KC News that humanity and the Sivkits reached an agreement. Under the UN's wide supervision, the Talish are staying in your city. It seems humans will have an enclave of your own. There's only one way being a minority species on someone else's planet ends, and you can look at us to see what Tinzas will become.
So a Federation-minded species is going to move back en masse and join the Consortium's war against us. The carnivores. Humanity is just submitting to their rule, I yelled.
I doubt the Sivkits will wage war against you. They committed to our carnivore alliance and have been living on a world of carnivores called bisons for months. All they wished for was help retaking Tinzas, Kaiser remarked. I think they could be a potential ally, since they partner with us. The Grand Herd might relate to wanting to reclaim your homeworld in history. Their story has many commonalities to the Jaslip tale.
I guess that's true. The Federation conquered and relocated them, destroying their homeworld in the process. The Sivkits were subdued and made a laughingstock.
If they're on our side, we welcome their help. Herbivores, omnivores, and carnivores should stand united against tyranny.
Alon cast a glance at Charisse, flicking an ear in acknowledgement.
We welcome all kindred spirits.
Iceran snickered, leaning close to whisper into the human's ear. I strained to overhear it. Oh, you're special. He singled you out. When's the wedding?
Charisse gave the comedian Oxol look like a kill. You have no idea what I've done for this movement. It deserves acknowledgement, even if some Jaslips don't give it.
Some Jaslips did those shitty things right alongside you, believing that we were in this together, I began.
If there is going to be chatter during our conversations, I will not permit these hearings to be open at all, Kaisel hissed, while Zephyrus gave Hyceren a smug look. Haloon, is there anything else you would like to ask me?
The Jaslip Independence Brigade leader cleared his throat.
Yes. Speaking of potential allies, we thought the United Nations might support our mission. The humans did take steps to restore our species after they saw Esquo, so perhaps they would, do more. Could you relay a message to them requesting aid?
The Oxor leader laughed.
Support from the United Nations. You can count on them not taking any actions that might offend their precious herbivore allies. They never side with us. They didn't, even when the Federation attacked us and unraveled their defense of Alpha. I wouldn't count on them lifting a pretty little finger, except for the one it seems that you have with you.
Clearly, I stand out here, Charisse grumbled.
It doesn't hurt to ask, Chief Hunter Kaisel. They must at least empathize with our plight, and we perhaps do not carry the political baggage I imagine other carnivores might, Halloon offered. Kaisel snorted. We're going to be at war with the Krev Consortium, and the United Nations wants nothing more than to lock in a peace treaty with them, another precious accord to maintain at all costs, forsaking all other commitments. Nonetheless, I will relay that the Jaslips wish for aid. Perhaps the Tanish, remembering what it is to be oppressed by the Krev, will get them off their asses. They do care when a problem directly affects humans. This affects everyone's safety and liberty in this region. Use those words, Chief Hunter, if you wish to convey the spirit of our request, and thank you for helping. We are unable to get to Tellus ourselves, and using their communication channels will give up our location. Of course, I'm sure I'll return with flowery message about why the leaf lickers can't be bothered to help, given that they won't address the abuses within their own sapient coalition. I will let you know. I will also craft plans to assert control in each planet's enclave. We should likely start with Ulchard and Trumbolg enclaves, since the natives will offer the least resistance there. Our brethren will appreciate your heroic aid. I'll let you get to it, and we'll be happy to coordinate plans. We'll discuss our next moves internally as well. May the Carnivore Alliance defeat any who oppose us. There were some cheers of agreement from the gathered Jaslips, though many were uncertain about the hasty partnership, even if it was our lifeline. I glowered at Hycerin and kept my muzzle clamped shut. I wasn't going to cheer for cannibals calling the shots for our war effort. I could still hear Kaiser's lack of confidence in the United Nations as well, which led me to think the humans might be the same as all the indifferent consortium species. The support of Orion's predominant power, the vanquishers of the Federation, would be a game-changer for our movement. They were the ones who could truly contest the KC. I hope for the sake of our long-term success that Chief Hunter was wrong about the Terran's intentions. End of chapter 78. Memory transcript subject Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date, standardized human time, February 9th, 2161. Earth. The blue marble in the viewport brought tears to my eyes, seeing the birthplace of my species in person. There were many conflicting emotions that whipped around my head, jockeying for control. I'd spent so many long nights mourning the loss of our civilization. And here it sat, stronger than ever. When the United Nations passed along my parents' present whereabouts, it had been Gress who insisted that I come back. I didn't belong here, even if the Terran government was permitting it. After 2 decades had passed since my family sent me off, the prospect of seeing them was overwhelming. It would be unbearable if they, spit in my face, had moved on or... Mom and Dad sent me away for nothing. I remember the last words. I'd sit replaying them as a reason to carry on, a tribute to their memories. They wanted me to be happy, and I'm sure as shit wasn't, except for the brief span where Gress was my refuge. They said that they'd be proud of me no matter what, but they didn't see what I've done. What if that's not true? Strolling out of the spaceport, smack dab in the middle of Las Vegas Strip, was a sensory overload. The neon signs that flashed in towering buildings, the fountains that jetted up into the air, the grandiose hotels and casinos, so distinctly flashy and human. While Paris might have been destroyed in the bombing, preventing me from ever seeing the attraction that Gress had shown me in the virtual reality, there was a glowing Eiffel Tower that rose into the sky. Even the palm trees were a marvel from someone who didn't remember a whisper of anything tropical, and had seen only the rocky walls of a cabin. The warmer temperature didn't bother me, since I was used to walking out in Tellus's dunes dressed in concealment gear. That had been hot. One thought stood out above all the rest as I looked around at the very curious passerby. I'd never seen this many humans in my life. The United Nations diplomatic staff in the SD station paled in comparison to the tourists coming here to live it up. I could see billboards and advertisements for glamorous shows and entertainment, and teared up even further. This was unimaginable to have at my fingertips, in a place where performance and art had been written off in general. The Corey dancing classes with Gress had been the lone expressive display I'd ever done just for fun. Speaking of Krev, he was fortunate that he was basking in Terran's attention, since he was the first of his kind to visit Earth. "Do they really call this Sid City?" Gress shouted on the onlookers. "It's just like primates to want to get into trouble. I have to see some of this mischief. Don't... Taylor, what's wrong?" It's too much. I squeezed my eyes shut as a Krev cupped my chin and turned it towards him. I'm glad it's just me and him. He's the one person I'd trust with anything. All these years, my home thrived without me. Our culture is so beautiful. And so are you. Humanity's spirit wasn't stomped out, and you can live life at 100% now. I don't want you to feel tied down. You've always wished that you could have your home, and you should be happy, Taylor. You should be able to breathe in the fresh air and look at the same sky that's always looked down on your people. I startled. What? I don't want to come back here. This humanity's spirit might not have been shattered, but mine was. I'm damaged goods, nothing but pain and regret. They don't get me, and they shouldn't have to. I'm haunted by people that tried to hurt me in the past, and my own failures, just as much as you are. You're not nothing but that, Taylor. You weren't free to be who you really were, and you had to hide all the aspects to make you a beautiful man I love. I like you much better when you're not a faceless, closed-off body under a mask, when you set aside that fear and hurt. There's nothing anyone has to get but that. What do I even tell my parents about my life? What do I say? Just walking through the fucking front door after 20 years. I can't do this.
Yes, you can. I'm not letting you turn away now. I struggle every day with not saying goodbye to Lekka and not knowing when I'll see her again. Your parents have been feeling that for 20 years. You have been without them for years. If they love you, they'll support you and embrace you with open arms.
I'm not fucking ready, Grass.
Fine. Then we'll walk around the Las Vegas Strip until you are. I bet your casinos are so cute.
I gave the Grev an exasperated look. Literally, how could gambling hub be cute?
Primates find a way. Let me look inside one and I'll tell you.
Gress curled his claws into the back of my hand and dragged me, not leaving me much choice in the matter. A place where humans went to wager money on games of chance. The thing that had quantified as ruin before aliens came around brought a sardonic smile to my face. I felt self-conscious as security and staff gawked at us, though there were no explicit orders barring Krev and Ark colonists from the premises. I noticed that there was an ample number of alien tourists mixed in with the crowd, and wondered what the herbivores had thought of predatory games of chance. Was it our hunters' drive for domination that made blackjack value face cards, with binocular-eyed beasts sketched onto them, worth more than numbers? Clubs and spades are both symbols of leaves, very prey-like suits, while gemstones and hearts don't seem to get predatory either. However, I know how the Federation thinks. Disregard all evidence that they don't like. Gress, on the other hand. Gress gawked at the blackjack tables, watching.
Oh, that's so adorable. Saying hit me to draw more cards. It's so violent, making cards into a form of play fighting.
Imagine what the vandal over there thinks of that, I grumbled, pointing a finger at the fluffy guest at the table. Probably thought the dealer was going to strike the guy, and flinched when they said the words themselves.
I don't see how anyone can find you scary. Smiggly casinos would be so much better with primate dealers. Krev would gamble forever.
Hang on. The Smigglies have card games.
Oh, do they ever? Those wiggly pink shits have debauchery much more covered than your sincerity.
The Vendel at the table hissed at a human server, after sipping a colourful drink brought for him.
I was told that there were complimentary drinks, but this is just juice. Juice! Do you know who I am?
We do, General Cram. You're a regular. They warn us when you're here, you know, the server replied.
Then why do you give me this fruity shit?
If you don't want it, I'll take it, I volunteered, until the Vendel shot me a blistering look. I coughed awkwardly, or not.
Paws off, interloper. What hole did you crawl out of? Ouch, that hits close to home. The only place that needs to be taken is back to the bar, to be filled with real spirits.
The server sighed. Alcohol won't bring back the glory days, sir. The old Vendel shot a potent glare at the waiter, who relented beneath the withering look. The drink has moonshine in it, the human said. You just can't taste it beneath the fruit juice. Just please, try not to bother the other patrons with rants about Valn. We've had complaints.
There's moonshine in this shit. Why didn't you lead with that? Bring me another, Cam declared.
I closed my eyes to run through our history with the Vendel before blinking them open. Grass, I think that's the general who wanted to shoot down Noah and Sarah's ship.
What?
Gref hissed. Yeah. He came around to us being trustworthy, scared off Sovlin, and later helped with convincing the public I Didn't expect to see him chugging moonshine cocktails at a Vegas blackjack table.
It doesn't seem like Cam is worried about phrases like hit me. The staff seem more worried about him striking them.
Bro has one hell of a death glare. I drew his attention by trying to swipe his drink, so I think we should move on.
Gladly.
The two of us strolled past rows of slot machines, where the subspecies of furthest primates called tourists happily tugged at levers to try spin 3 matching symbols. Grace got multi-eyes after seeing fruit symbols, perhaps imagining us sitting on a forest floor chomping real predator foods like strawberries. We really were terrifying in Apex, huh? The crab loved the hordes of humans milling about down the aisles and crowding each game. Though I was suffering from the disorienting lights and sounds, it was all I could do to keep up with his enthusiasm, gushing over every game. He pointed with a claw towards the roulette wheel, eyes gleaming.
Look at the humans spin that big wheel. They're all watching it with such fixation. Druvra would love to have one of these as a toy, Grass fawned.
I narrowed my eyes. Your Oba would want a segmented wheel with colors and shapes to bet over where a marble lands.
No, he would like spinning it round and round. Everything you do is so adorable.
The Krev had taken off to the next game, with a level of hyperactivity I didn't know he had. The scaly alien was having a lot more enthusiasm for visiting Earth than me. It was going to be disastrous if his kind ever gone to visit here in mass.
Then look over here. You throw dice inside this precious table with a green felt. It's in its own little basin.
That's crap, Gress. It's literally just throwing dice inside a table. The Krev bounded off with relentless enthusiasm, and I rolled my eyes.
Look over here. The humans keeping their cards to themselves like some big secret, and putting down cute tiny circles like they're trying to scare each other, sizing up their rivals for all serious and studying their expressions. You look so grumpy when you play competitive games. I love it.
Is there anything that we do you take seriously? If these exact actions were taken by a species that weren't furnace primates, would you feel the same?
No, but just look at those furtive glances towards their cards, like scared skittish obas. That's what you looked like when you took off your mask. I wanted to scoop you up and...
Grass, you used to try to take us seriously and treat us as sapiens. What has gotten into you?
The Crev's tongue flitted about. Who? Me? I'm definitely not trying to voice my unfiltered thoughts so that you'll get annoyed, and I could brought you over to your parents.
So that is what you really think of Terran culture?
This is a genuine struggle, Taylor. You have sketches of primates in fancy fabrics on your cards, blinking lights and sounds effects on machines, drinks in precious saucers that look like upside-down umbrellas.
Those are called martini glasses.
Humans even use fruit slices and skewers to decorate those drinks. You get my point. Love what I point out or hate it. You should enjoy all these little things too. I'm trying to help in a roundabout way by bringing them to your attention.
It is something to see humans going about their lives, and all of the intricacies that are uniquely ours. Not just out of reach on the screen. Seeing you like a kid in a candy shop, it's adorable. The enthusiasm is both fucking annoying and highly contagious at the same time.
Exactly. Earth isn't some scary foreign place. You can find ways to have fun here. You don't need to be away from home a second longer. It's a lot to take in, but you'll acclimate in time. I'll be here the whole time. We just need you to take the hard first steps, and you can have everything you've ever dreamed of, everything the Federation stole from you.
I nodded, sucking in a deep breath. I'm just scared what my parents will think of me, of how I've turned out.
And I think they'll be happy to see that you're okay. Everything else won't matter. Please, Taylor. Trust me. I want what's best for you, and I won't let you stumble into any more regrets.
There's nothing I wouldn't trust you with. What's best for me is you. Maybe I can do this with you beside me.
You can and will do this. Let's go.
Letting a much more reserved Reverend Gress usher me back out of the casino, I thought about the Terrans, the predators here playing goofy games of chance. It was trivial and airy compared to the concerns that weighed me down. I wasn't sure how I felt being back on Earth, a planet as foreign to me as Avor. After coming this far, however, I couldn't miss my chance to reunite with my parents for fear of rejection. There was a deep-rooted pain in my soul over being sent away to Tellus, and growing up without a family or affection. I spent so much of my life alone, desperate for anyone's approval, while becoming a bitter and short-sighted man. It wasn't a wound that I could deny the existence of forever. The Krev was right that I shouldn't hide any longer from the society and loved ones I'd dreamed of for decades. End of chapter. Chapter 79. Memory transcript subject Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date standardized human time, February 9th, 2161. It was a goofy, suburban, one-story home with baby blue shutters and a few garden gnomes scattered about, like something out of a television sitcom instead of reality. After exiting the vehicle with Chris and double-checking that this was the right one, I began the long walk down the driveway. It was nothing compared to crossing the entirety of Tennis' cabin to get to the elevator to the surface, yet I felt like I was moving in slow motion. The lump in my throat expanded, while my stomach felt like Smigglies were crawling around and burrowing into its lining. Fear coated my palms in sweat, more palpable than even when I'd lifted my helmet to show the clever human face for the first time. I can't do this. I'm going to just turn around, and they'll never know I was here. Grace will have no way of knowing if I say that it was the wrong dress. I want to get as far away from here as possible. Back to Tellus. Forget about being an ambassador. The Grave grabbed my shoulder as I spun on my heel and tugged me towards the door. No way I'm going to let you leave them wondering what happened to you. I know you're scared, but we've talked about this, about not letting fear control you, about doing hard things to grow. We're seeing this through. Tears rolled down my face while I dragged my feet being pushed up to the front porch. I could imagine growing up here under the blue sky, running around on this proper lawn with real, freshly mown grass. I remember that feeling of the sun first hitting my exposed face in tennis, now contrasted with Sol's radiant glow burning my scalp. After nearly dying of heat exhaustion in the desert, after Mafali snatched me, I knew the downside of living in this warm climate, and didn't care. Actual fun and happiness with people who cared about me and were there for me. This could have been my life. They sent me away so long ago. What did it matter now? Could I be angry, just like I always was? Elnock, Rex sighed, as I stood staring at my shoes. The arc-supporting attire that the consortium military provided didn't have a human design, with it looking like a toe glove by the ends of our feet. I was just some random ratty man showing up on their doorstep, who looked like he was doing his best imitation of Tarzan. I'd be embarrassed to have a son that turned out like me. It'll be okay, sweetheart, I promise. I squeezed my eyes shut with shame, unable to look as he wrapped his claws against the door. The waiting felt eternal, as I hoped that they weren't home. Maybe they were both still at work or otherwise occupied. I distinctly remembered my parents had both worked from home. Like most Terran specialists, life on Earth was awfully cozy. But that might have changed. I cringed as I heard footsteps hustling towards the door, followed by another confused voice asking, "Who is it?" Gress jabbed his claws into my hip, forcing me to look. It peeked open a crack before swinging ajar fully. A silver-haired man's eyes had gone wide, perhaps recognizing what a Kreb was. His grey irises watered when he looked at me. Before his voice spoke with hope, "Taylor!" I nodded, still unable to speak. I felt disgusted within my own skin. My father rushed forward without hesitation, swarming me with a hug. His hand pressed against the back of my skull, the hair that I'd grown out quite a bit in recent months, and brought me into the warmth of his chest. His sobbing like a baby only made my weeping worse. The affection and comfort, seeing that my parents loved me in spite of what I was. They didn't know. I didn't want this to end, to be ruined. My legs gave out, and I fell to my knees. My mother had limped outside, at the sound of my name, pressing a wrinkled hand to my cheek. "Taylor," Mom whispered, "we're sorry. We are so sorry for letting you go. We thought we'd never see you again, and it broke our hearts. The guilt of leaving you all alone, God knows where. Please, come inside. Tell us everything that happened to you." I looked up at my parents, shaking my head. "No, I'm a horrible person. I'm vindictive, stupid, emotional mess." "Don't say that," Gress interjected. "You've come through so much. It's okay to be emotional. You've grown a lot since we first met, and I know I haven't seen your full potential. You're a good person that deserves a better upbringing." My dad stared at the alien. "I agree with what you said, but I'm sorry. Who are you?" "I'm Gress, Taylor's boyfriend." "Oh, okay then." "Yeah." My cheeks burned with self-consciousness. Coming home with... No, I wasn't ashamed of Gress. It was the thought that something was wrong with me, wasn't it? We're together.
I wouldn't think that you'd go for someone so green. But what matters is that he's happy and that he's home, Mom finished, putting me to my feet. Come inside, both of you. I'll make lasagna. It was your favorite, Taylor. Your squishy little face would light up when I said the word.
I don't remember. It's all fuzzy.
I noticed how Gress's eyes twinkled at the thought of me with a child's squishy cheeks, and realized that when he was going to see baby pictures and hear embarrassing stories.
I mostly remember the day I was sent off, and a few random things. I know most humans love their mom's cooking, so I'd love to try it.
That's quite all right, my sweet boy. Then you get to experience your favorite food for the first time.
Can Krev even eat lasagna? Dad asked. I read that they're herbivores.
Gress raised a paw. We eat meat sometimes. I've tried human food before. If the dish has dairy, that might make me a little sick. But it does that to many of you too. It is worth it, and it's really adorable that you love milk so much as babies that you keep drinking it as adults. Don't worry about me. I'm here for Taylor. You're a guest in my house. I'm not going to leave Taylor's significant other with slim pickings. I'll make you something special. Why don't we get you both in the nice AC? I nodded, draping my arms around their shoulders, as if I'd broken my leg. It felt like a symbolic moment, crossing the threshold into the cozy home of two old predators. Well, the Krev bestowed lavish dwellings upon us. That hadn't been most of the Tellus experience. I remember it taking years to even install air conditioning, despite how hot it was. The priorities had been to secure a deep underground water supply to stabilize our crops and to drill a living space where we could hide from the Krev eyes. The Arkship had its comforts and amenities and was a temporary place to stay, but it offered little concealment. While building lodgings, we also had to get mines up and running to pay the rent. Heat exhaustion was a common death. I don't think Terrans appreciate how quickly the comforts of modern life can slip away, and it all goes to hell. The Stone Ages are always just one disaster away. There's a false security in this idyllic life, but it's not an illusion I got to have. The Krev bubbled with excitement to look inside an actual human-built home and see how we really lived back on Earth. He contained himself, but I could see it reflected in his eyes. I suppose, all in all, this homecoming had gone well so far. My parents had taken me in and embraced me like I was never gone, and there hadn't been that much of a reaction to Gress's closeness to me. At least the objection seemed more to be a bit of judgment over choosing an alien rather than my orientation. Most Terrans probably thought that it was weird to develop feelings for a green-scaled mammal, though at least they were less overt with the stares than the Tellish. I didn't know what people on Earth thought of Krev after the attacks that had transpired. So, I ventured, clinging to both of them as if my life depended on it. My mind was of a small child desperate for his parents to not leave him. The Krev are fighting the United Nations. How do you feel about them? The Krev abused humans. Abused my son for 24 years, Dad grumbled. I know enough to be pissed about that. Gress bowed his head in shame. I was appalled to learn that we were exploiting primate refugees who had nothing. It is the Consortium's greatest mistake, more so than attacking Tusk and Alpha. These were entirely innocent victims who had already been abused, and who are the very creatures we love inherently. I couldn't be more sorry for my part in causing pain and suffering, and all I can offer now is my sincerity to help the Tellish. I want them to have everything they can dream of, including Earth. Mom cleared her throat. Without the Krev launching their attack, we would never have known our son survived, and they did try to help when they learned the truth about who our people were. I don't think they intended to fight or hurt humans at any point. The Krev public certainly not, but our government won't appreciate any attempts humanity makes to curtail their surveillance or their natural tendency to ball up and find a threat. When the Fed remnants are gone, then what can they point at? Come on, aren't you exaggerating how bad the KC is? I asked. They crossed lines. They're a surveillance state, but they were created under extreme circumstances. They helped and protected the Tellish. If they hurt cute baby-faced primates with no fur, they would have been mass chaos from the Krev people. You were useful anyway. Humans showed how terrible the Federation were and drew a ton of sympathy, galvanized everyone to a cause. You think General Radai was insincere about wanting to protect us and keep us safe? He tried to expose the corrupt part of your government, and he's at the top. He directed the war, and I know that he wasn't using us for sympathy. I take it you two have this debate a lot, Dad chuckled. I don't know a lot about the Consortium, but I want to know about you personally, Taylor. We've missed so much of your life. Mom bit her lip. The United Nations wouldn't even look for you. They said that it would be impossible to find you. I thought we could have sent out a message when we heard that you had found your ark. There was no way to send a message for weeks. Then you weren't even on Tellus. All we could learn was that you were on a captured ship and that it was a massacre. We thought that you were dead.
I'm not. I think I was the only survivor, I muttered with a hint of guilt. I surrendered when I realized there were humans on the other side. You don't understand. I thought I was protecting the kids, the only hope of rebooting humanity. That's very noble and brave to risk your life for the future generation, Taylor. That's not something a horrible person would do. You don't understand. I was Maya Hathaway's lapdog, and I was a kiss-ass that did whatever it took to stay out of the mines. I caused a drilling accident by pushing the production to try and get a damn promotion. People died because of me, not listening to engineers and common fucking sense. Then I attacked Gress for wanting us gone, which could have made the Krev slaughter us all. I would have gotten the last humans, for all I know, killed over a fit of rage over my failure.
The drill was an accident. I pressured and threatened you. You had a concussion because of that, and anyone could have exploded under that kind of pressure, Gress placated. At the time, I thought that you were greedy squatters taking advantage of us. How laughable that is, looking back. We were angry that we didn't know who or what you were.
I know that. But I didn't trust you.
Why would you? It was a case of mistaken identity on both sides. We both couldn't verify it more. You wouldn't budge on opening up, so I was done with you. I thought so lowly of you and just wanted you gone. You wouldn't be angry that everyone in the universe wanted them gone.
I hated being human. I hated the Krev. Nothing out there was ever kind to us.
It's understandable. Your pain is valid, and I'm so sorry for my part in it. You are not a horrible person.
Mom squeezed my torso.
I agree with Gress. It sounds like these things just happened. You're a kind person. I can see it in your eyes.
Yeah, but I wanted to attack the Sifkits when they came to tell us. I wanted blood. That's why I joined the military, I shouted.
You and every other human who thought the Federation destroyed Earth and finally had a chance to protect themselves, Gress countered.
Dad rolled his eyes. I wanted to kill the Feddies after what they did to Earth. 8 billion humans dead. Isn't like we got away scot-free on a picnic. We rebuilt inch by inch, and it'll never be the same. Someone has to pay for that. It'd be weird if it didn't piss you off.
What Bill means is that wanting revenge for humanity's extinction is natural, and that you weren't alone. Maybe it's not right, but that doesn't make you horrible, sweetheart, Mom said. The fact that you think it was wrong says a lot. I'm sure you just didn't want to let Tillis be killed off too.
Yeah, I sniffled, thinking back to the panic I'd felt on the bridge over the thought of the Federation finding us, of them coming to stomp us out like the lost embers of a fire. I wanted what was best for humanity. I didn't mean to hurt or sabotage us. I just bungled everything up.
Nobody would have been perfect in your shoes, whatever they might say. No one but Mr. Elias Mayer himself is a robot. Gress's eyes narrowed. That's what they want you to think.
Nobody wants me to think, I mumbled. Enough of this Moby talk, Taylor. You're a trench, and we're made of sterner stuff than that. I would have taught you better, and I still will, Dad announced with certainty. You're home. You're going to stay here as long as you want. We'll take care of everything and make up for lost time.
Mom smiled. Absolutely. Your place is here, Taylor, and you'll always have that. You're a part of this family. We never stopped loving or thinking about you. Nothing will ever change that. I hope you get settled back on Earth.
What? No. I'm only staying here. Well, we need someone to broker a peace with the SC and talk shit through in the immediate future. I leaned back on the couch, taken aback by how quickly this had been thrust upon me. As soon as I fulfill my agreement with the UN, I'm going back to Tellus.
What? Why would you want that?
I know it doesn't mean anything to you, but my whole life is there. All that bullshit can't have been for nothing. Everyone I know is there. My life with Gress is there. And I won't just leave him. That's his home. And where his daughter is.
Don't stay for me. I want you to be happy, Taylor, the Crib said, eyes glistening with sorrow.
I am happy with you. It's the only time in my life I've been loved.
Your parents love you too. And they're right. I told you as much when we first landed, that you should live under the sky, and that you shouldn't worry about fitting in. You belong on Earth. It's all you ever wanted. To go home and have human civilization back. It was your overarching dream. The loss that haunted you. I wouldn't keep you from that. You should stay.
It's all too little too late, Grass. I'm a fish out of water. I just can't move back to Earth like it never happened and forget about you, about tennis. It's not that simple.
Mom shared a look with my father before holding my hand and giving me a pleading look. Just think about it, will you? Had you stay with your poor old parents for a few days to think it over? I stared around the living room and finally let my eyes wander to the pictures on the wall and mantel. Grass had definitely been looking at them when he implored me to stay. The emotions hit like an uppercut as I saw young me in a soccer jersey and bright cleats, while a much less wrinkly version of my father crouched behind me, with windswept hair and dark sunglasses over his binocular eyes. I could see a photo of my mother holding me as a baby, while I suckled from a bottle with my little hands. Earth might not have felt like my home for a long time, but this was my family. I could be a part of something again. Would it be foolish not to stay when my flesh and blood was here, welcoming me home? I gave a shaky nod. All right, I'll think about it.
End of chapter 80. Memory transcript subject Elias Mayer, former UN Secretary General. Date standardized human time, February 10th, 2161. With the pressure off my shoulders, tied only to an advisory capacity for Secretary General Osmani, I found myself living in 2136 in my head. The fate of the SC no longer rode on my actions, so I could afford to contemplate a past which felt more real than any of this. I remember my first time boarding a spaceship for an alien world, the raw power of the engines shaking the seats as we achieved liftoff from Earth. My life had been consumed by worldly problems, and making things better on that small blue sphere of ours. To see it below had been an experience like no other. How the extermination fleet could have looked down on it and not been moved by its beauty, thinking it just an ugly vessel that needed cleansing. Those memories were not mine. They were implanted into my memory banks to make it seem real, but I had not experienced them. We were not the same consciousness, and while I carried Mayer's traits and proclivities, that was the truth of it. How was it fair that I recalled what it was to weep, to tear into a juicy burger, and inhale the scent of vanilla candles I kept on my desk, yet could never have that experience? I imagined what the Federation would have thought of that lost item, laughing to myself. A primitive illumination device, and why aromatic herbs would appear to a predator's blood-drawn nose would confuse them so much. I almost feel more at home dealing with the shielded Federation remnants, since I've grown used to that being how aliens are. I was the scariest of them all in their heads, as the human leader. They thought me a ferocious monster foaming at the mouth. Not me. I've stolen Elias's memories and identity, really, and I figured that out with his cognition. When the USS Odyssey tested its FTL engines, Elias had been proud of what humanity might accomplish, though this all wasn't even a dream in his subconsciousness. Mind you, he was never a big space aficionado, but I knew that he thought it would be nice to have a backup plan in case we should destroy our temperate Earth. The question was, what did I think of the mission looking back? Had it been worth holding on to our optimism, when it meant enduring the wars and losses that assailed us over these past 2 decades? I wanted to believe that it was all worth it for all the good the SC could do, but I would not exist if Noah and Sarah hadn't found their Vendel. Elias would have lived a fuller, calmer life without all those tumultuous feelings he endured in his final days, in the time and body that his mind belonged in. I felt sorry for the poor guy. He had a great deal of compassion for humanity, and died not knowing if his species would survive. In those last moments, he had thought it was all worth it. I had the unique perspective of my lifespan to challenge that viewpoint. Well, I'd been enamored by the idea of the Sapien Coalition when I first learned of humanity's status. I'd had to chew them all out over their injustices and lingering biases. With the technology that molded me, the future could be more stagnant than ever. Osmani's generation might be the last one that got the torch handed to them. People would chase the dream of immortality, not realizing that the reality of being a little more than a copy who foolishly believed itself to be the original.
There was a knock on the door to my quarters, and I put on a smile as Marnie poked his head in.
Elias, excellent work sealing that Krev treaty. I'm glad that we put those drones to better use, though we'll have to keep a close eye on them.
You really think General Radai won't ship the targets as we agreed upon? This is the only way that his government gets the peace that doesn't involve immediate and total disarmament, I remarked.
Sure, the Krev Consortium pivoted away from fighting humanity and its circle, and I don't find them disingenuous in that regard. There are shady elements within their leadership, even at the cursory glance. I expect Radai to keep his word, but you can never be certain of anyone's intent. Trust, but verify.
Better safe than sorry. I suppose you want me to join the assembly as our ships arrive at Grenalka.
Your absence is a little too conspicuous, but I can craft an excuse if you don't want to join us. You earned a rest. It's a shame food poisoning can't be used for you. I would like you to be there when General Jones visits my office after the battle, and we inform her that she's been removed from her position.
That old bat hasn't seen it coming. Ha! I would love to be a fly on the wall of that conversation. Her defense for herself would be something to hear.
It's painfully obvious that you are not Jones's biggest fan. People like her are a necessary evil, but they shouldn't exceed their station or take gambles that can blow up in all of our faces.
I wondered what Vern thought now, reading all of this. The Tillfish scientist visited for an occasional check-in, but I was increasingly disgruntled by the fact that he could read my every waking thought at will. This life should be mine to live, if I was to be considered a person at all. After this many months, it couldn't be necessary to check my sanity, as if it wasn't unfair what Terra Technologies did to me. That kind of monitoring, the Saving Coalition and the United Nations should make laws against it, assuming this technology was moving forward. Privacy being dead was the exact shady element as Marnie referenced in the consortium.
I remember the horrifying possibilities Crescent spouted out when he insisted that the Krev were making clandestine usage of mind uploading. There was no proof of that, but if they have more advanced brain scanners than us, creating persons like me should be within their grasp too. If they haven't already, they will.
Yes, we have to uphold a higher standard to the Sapient Coalition. There are too many eyes on us. I stared at the skin on my hands, remembering how I'd wanted to see the wires underneath after my reanimation. The thought panicked me less now, though I still wondered who the fuck I was. Whatever my friends had told me, I rejected being called Elias.
Sir, if I might ask you about a matter of personal concern.
Osmani held out his hands in a sweeping gesture.
Go on. What are your thoughts on, my situation?
The Secretary General narrowed his eyebrows, a puzzled glint in his eyes, as he paused for several seconds.
Being a synthetic being, what of it? I told you I wanted you to help me write in safety guidelines, and that the implications worried me. I respect your wisdom and what you did during a trying time in Earth's history.
That's the thing. I did none of that. I only remember doing it. But everyone around me insists that I'm the same Elias. Perhaps because they want me to be.
I think you still carry all of Elias's wisdom, but that you've been molded like a perfect replica. Every likeness has been copied, but you are not the original. You persist in a world in Maya's image and carry on his hopes and dreams, but your experiences are unique. They diverge from that starting template.
That sounds like a fair assessment, I mumbled. My consciousness tells me I'm him, but I'm really not. Maybe I owed Elias that service at one point, but it's time I find my own hopes and dreams. I shouldn't ruin his memory by being an imposter. You all look at him as a hero, though I know he wasn't. His guilt and his regrets. Those were his private thoughts, no one else's.
Osmani's eyes grew troubled. You're distancing yourself from that life, as if you want his memories out of your head. I'm not sure they could do that. What are you saying?
I still want to help Mr. Secretary General. I do care. I know I'd have no personality without him, and he's a good man to emulate. What I want is to make my own life, without being tied to that perfect ideal in that past. I am ready to let go of the idea that there's any part of me that's truly Elias.
No one has the right to govern your identity but you. You have to live in your own body, not the others. We are who we believe ourselves to be in our souls, not what anyone else tells us we are. If it was the latter, humanity is just a bunch of rabid predators, right?
I laughed. Never tell them about rabies. The hunger was real all along.
They hear of humans frothing at the mouth and biting people from a disease, and it's over. An entirely preventable disease, but yes, at any rate, I must get going. You're welcome to join us out at the UN's table, though regardless of your attendance there, I imagine I'll see you in my office afterwards. Taking the Yulpa out would be a good start for dismissing the Fed remnants. So let's hope we'll be riding on high in that victory then. I want to see us swooping in to save the Oxer this time. It'll be curious to have the tables turned on history's usual script. I'll follow you out there, sir. Call me Hamza, at least in private. No need for formalities. I dipped my head in acknowledgement and followed the new Terran leader through the winding hallways of the station. It was my understanding that we'd allowed the Tillish and Krev liaisons to go on a little escapade to Earth, both for their own benefit, and so that they wouldn't have direct eyes on our military operations. While we were all working together against the remnants, there wasn't much trust in the consortium. The last thing we needed was a repeat of Alpha, with short-sighted fools attacking the Oxor to continue waging that war. At the very least, the Yulpa were much less formidable foes than the KC. They still used manned ships. As much as I wish that we could help the Jaslims more, the last thing we need is to be in a two-front war. We need to dismantle the Federation's successors before we decide whether the KC needs to a drastic, forcible overhaul. The Sapien Coalition can't throw up our hands and turn a blind eye again, long-term, if they're as bad as Gress believes. I scanned the crowd, gauging how the SC representatives felt about our assault on Gronalka. From a few expressions I could see, the overwhelming sentiment was that this was long overdue, especially given how off the rails the Yulpa were. I shuddered to think of them sacrificing humans to their gods. Whatever I felt about Elias, humanity was still my species. I shared all of their thoughts and every last section of their mind. Their perception of the world and mental pathways operated on the same plane as my own. I remembered enough of what it was like to be them, with needs, pain, and exhaustion, that it didn't feel like a foreign concept. My binocular eye swept upwards to the bison balcony, and a smile crossed my face as I saw none other than Dr. Tassie back amongst her people's delegation. It was soul-affirming to see the first contact scientists returning to our cause, not giving up on our organization. We were going to shake things up around here for our own purposes. I decided that I should venture up to share the good news. Tassie needed to know that I'd kept my promises. I'd gotten the vote for the end of the Piscovol's trial period on the docket, along with the referendum on lifting Tusk and Uffa's quarantine. In addition, Osmani had the authority to give Jones the pink slip, which I was sure the scientists would be pleased to hear. "Excuse me, Hamza. There's someone I have to say hello to before I join you," I remarked, shuffling off towards the bison seating area. As human ships were on the cusp of breaking in to deal with the troublesome Yulpa and show the Oxer some support at long last, I turned to show my support to another ally that I thought had deserved better. The last thing I'd wanted was to see Dr. Tassie go the way of Kuiper, becoming jaded and giving up on this organization. This was the reminder of why it was worth maintaining my optimism, even with the gargantuan task of fixing the SC's ills. This wasn't just the time for me to step away from Elias Mayer's legacy, but for the Sapien Coalition to rewrite its own history and effects. End of chapter. Chapter 81. Memory transcription subject Tassie by some alien liaison. Date standardized human time February 10th, 2161. Returning to the Sapien Coalition after a reprieve on Avrana, I tried to set realistic expectations for what I could accomplish. Elias Mayer's temporary control over the Secretary General's position had lapsed, and there was no telling whether Osmani would fulfill the idealistic promises that his digitized predecessor pledged with such sincerity. The galaxy was rather in flux at the moment beyond just humanity's leadership. The Civ kits were preparing to move off our world, while us Bisons, despite the ecological unhinged stunted terror that they were, implored them to stay a bit longer. Those crazy Federation brain furbles had been making a noticeable dent in our algae problem, and so we were begging them to avoid returning home for a little longer. The Varsal were much quieter refugees, with many happy to get off Tusk for their first time in their lives, even under circumstances of their homes being bombed. Laspen, my country, had decided to offer pathways to citizenship. This decision wasn't received well by all of the locals.
I've been turning more of an ear towards news from Afrana, not wanting to feel detached from my homeworld again. As majestic as space was, we were up here for that rock of oranges, greens, and blues. The temporary truce in the global war that had lasted a few weeks gave me hope that our subspecies were realizing that. I hated that it took the threat of Alpha to drill that home. I don't know what will become of the Carnivore Alliance, with the Orcs are interfering in Jaslip business and pissing off the newly pacified KC. Bisoms can't afford to get roped into this, and we're not partial to Kaisel after he used our brand new ships as shields. With that said, I think we might have a few permanent friends out of this, and not have to break away.
Percy,
a warm human voice said. I hoped I'd been right to believe in Elias. Was he even capable of achieving what he wished to?
Of all the faces here, there are none I'm so happy to see as yours. The SC should consider itself lucky to have you.
I accepted his hand with a flipper, pretending not to notice how the skin felt spongy to the touch. It's good to see you.
About damn time you took out one of those predator-hating crocobeaks,
General Nuttall grumbled.
The Youper are more eager to sacrifice you than Zulk was with Dustin when we washed ashore.
I did not hurt the human, Leticia scoffed, a sour look in his eyes. Someone got rid of him after he helped us, though. I wonder who. Elias offered a sympathetic smile, though I noticed his expression and blinking were a bit off.
That's what I came over here to say. Beyond offering my sincere apologies that our close encounter with Jones ever transpired, I intend to ensure that she never tries any maneuvers like that against anyone else. As Marnie and I are planning to call her on the carpet about all of this. Then cut her loose. We must not operate like that with species that should be under our tutelage.
Well, you really punished her for that?
Not yet. But as soon as this is over, it's on the calendar. I must admit I'll savor the look on her face. Or rather, the original Elias found her to be quite a viper, and had kept her under constant watch to avoid the Vendel getting railroaded by her schemes. They were vulnerable and intimidated by us, and whether or not we took advantage of them said a lot about humanity's DNA. I believe that we can walk a path of kindness.
Zulk scoffed. Bah, you sound as naive as the moralist is Dustin.
Oh no, I'm something much worse, a fixer. I can separate my own beliefs from the toxicity within the system, and search for a course of action that shortens the gap between the two. I can't be deterred if you show me my optimism is misplaced. You'll only motivate me to be the solution to the problems.
That's the problem with your type, Nalta countered. Sometimes the viable solution is the use of force. You have to protect yourself with strength. You can't space magic away every issue.
I quite agree. My prime directive is always to keep humanity safe. When a species like the Youper jeopardizes our ability to live in peace and attacks us in a bald-faced manner, the path forward is clear. In general, though, you should try to offer avenues first before reaching for the weapons. If I might, I think that is a lesson that would be the utmost value to Bisonkind and its subspecies.
We signed a truce with the no-good foreigners, even after they've tried to plunder our land and our technology again, Zulk spat. A real enemy to go after for the Starlight incident. We have to find those fossil bastards. Rana will never be safe so long as they're out there.
The Sapien Coalition is holding a long-overdue vote about making you a full member of our organization. But regardless of the outcome, such a tragedy won't occur under humanity's watchful eyes. Our mantle is the Guardians of Orion, and for what it's worth, we'll nail the bastards.
I turned hopeful eyes towards Maya, as he smacked a confident fist onto an open palm. The way you talk sounds like Osmani is keeping you close, and if that's the case, I have every confidence in humanity. It's wonderful to finally have a galactic community willing to consider admitting us into the fold, without us needing to dive through hoops. The Terran diplomat's decades of learned composure faltered for a minute, as an arched eyebrow betrayed his interest.
Bison's dive through hoops. Forgive me for allowing my curiosity to get away from me, but that idiom conjures a mental image that is rather striking.
Don't cover up what you mean. We can see your fecking internet, Naltor retorted. Adorable is what you meant.
You won't hear those words from me. Unlike the Krev, I strive to be professional.
I gave Maya a teasing nudge. And how often is that professionalism tested?
Daily, the diplomat said with a wink. We all have our struggles.
The mind-uploaded human retreated from the balcony, as the UN fleet was on the verge of dropping out of warp and giving the Youper a nasty surprise. I recalled how livid Kaisel had been when the primates didn't help. after the Fed remnants turned on him during Office defense. The Oxal leader wasn't accompanying his forces on this hunt, while the Grendalka's fleet was pretty backward and dated, still requiring manpower. The Greys were stretching themselves thin. That made it numerically difficult to overpower a well-defended world, with allies to come to their aid. Attacking the humans and their 8-odd SE friends was a poor decision from our enemies, since we were the vast array of allies the Chief Hunter needed. It's about time all of us factions in this galaxy worked together to rid our stellar neighborhood of Federation-born ignorance. The people who agree that the word predator shouldn't matter need to stand up against the ones who maintain their bigotry. Drone feeds came online as the Sapien Coalition support dropped out of warp. The Arxor Collective were keen on battering the defenders, in the hopes of releasing payloads like this was one of their old-school raids. Any critical infrastructure, whether military or industrial in nature, was being targeted with prejudice. However, the Yupa and their allies had numerical superiority and were banding together to strike down the carnivore vessels. Plasma landed around through our magnified lens, colliding in bursts of fire. The Arxor were in need of an assist, with many automatons appearing to bail out under immense pressure. I knew their senses were picking up the unexpected contacts. The primates had a chance to lend surprising aid. Naltor lowered his voice, making an Arxor-like growl and adding a periodic hissing sound. "That's great that you came to help, but where are the Bison ships? We need allies we can use as shields. After the Yupa tried and miserably failed to attack Libestion, it's time that we bury them. This fight needs to be over before it begins," Secretary General Osmani spoke into the microphone, standing coolly before the central podium. "We've sent a message to the Arxor and the KC alike, vowing to stand with them to snuff out the lost vestiges of the Federation. Those who fall on the wrong side of history must be taught a lesson that they will never forget." They sent a message to the KC too. I guess they didn't want the Krebs getting the idea that humanity is siding with the Arxor against them, since the ink on the peace of treaty has hardly dried, I remarked. The humans stopped their war when they realized that they were fighting each other. It's time Bison signed an accord like that for our own affair. Zulk narrowed his eyes.
"The Krebs Consortium was, in fact, mostly not a human-against-human conflict, Tassie. The SC has a treaty with the KC, but not much else. How to handle trade, travel, and a host of other things. If we get accepted into the SC, I don't want even more strange aliens coming to our world."
The Salmo General puffed out his chest. "Fear not, Wonderbird. The Krev are much more interested in petting humans than asserting their scaly asses into our migration festivals." As for the Krev, well, their drones were gunning for remnant forces. There was no sign of them in this battle. Their fight took place in Multi and Dresden space, while the SC had a mind to deal with the instigating Yulpa. The human, Yodel, and Vandal vessels were a trifecta of death, lobbing space harpoons and plowing through the nearest remnant ships. If the Skullgun craft weren't built for ramming, the Federation still had more incentive to avoid a collision. They had actual souls aboard their spacecraft. From the camera's point of view, our reinforcements acted as one entity. The unity I'd seen in Nishtal was alive and well. There was something beautiful about seeing vastly different species cooperating in battle that made me glimpse what Nalter appreciated in warfare. Even knowing the horridness from the conflict of Arana, this fray had a different feel. The Sapien Coalition was taking a stand, fending off the wild animals with a torch. They were the vanguard of civilization. The Federation remnants had ensured that a stomping was the only solution. I watched the UN deploy space walls that evaporated flaming rounds, bound for our ships, and dust guns lap up anything that got close to us. Nanodrones and shield-breaking missiles tag-teamed Yupa vessels like two nets seeding in a fish, as the Yodel twirled hypersonic rods through the vacuum with ease. There is so much to take in. I feel like I'm watching those human dominoes fall, a sequential turn of events that builds to a total Yulpa collapse. The Vendel ships concentrated their energy on the front lines, swiping metaphorical claws across the Yulpa's hulls. Several remnant craft tried to veer and dodge, which left them ripe for plasma beams to eviscerate them. The United Nations chipped in particle beams and selected targets with shrewd precision. The Yodel rallied other Sapien Coalition assistants into a powerful unit and continued to pelt the Yulpa with space harpoons. The tungsten rods were crippling the exact locales that had hardened to the Arxor. Humanity supplied mini missiles and plasma beams to complement this effort in contrasting fashion. The collective drones had accepted the Terran's aid and interfaced with our command, suggesting Kaiser was ready to have the primates turn up on his side at long last. Their twin railguns split bullets that were invisible to the camera, but showed up on sensors and in the chewed-out Federation ships that vented atmosphere. Humanity positioned their ships to escort the Arxel closest for the bombing run, and had their own weighty antimatter warheads locked and loaded. "There's one common thread," I noted aloud. "The humans are everywhere. They're at their strongest when they're feeding off the other's strengths." Naltor tapped a foot with amusement. "Those human pricks don't stand a chance." With the remnant fleet outclassed, Granulka's vulnerable sphere was within the sight of the two predator species. The Arxel and the human began to deploy payloads against the appropriate targets. The Sapient Coalition was not an organization to be trifled with, when they weren't rotting in their own dysfunctionality. As I began to agree with General Nalsor's hopeless outlook for the Yopa, a silvery cloud of ships rose out from the planet's cloud cover, perhaps waiting all along, in case things got bad enough, where they wouldn't need to warp in. I could feel my beak part in amazement as the new contacts climbed to 300,000. That count was continuing to rise. "We didn't bring that many ships. This is more than we faced at Alpha, or even with the record-breaking Casey incursion. Where the fuck did they come from? Since when did the Yopa have a fleet like this? I knew they had more spacecraft than we expected, but—" "You had to go and celebrate before we'd fully kicked their trail feathers in," Zoc grumbled. As humanity and its allies had to reevaluate whether they could teach this monstrous fleet a lesson after all, as Asmani intended. I was unsure that retreating was an option. The Terrans had already gotten in close to Granulka's inner sanctum with no clear path out. The question that tugged at my mind, seeing that the sensor contacts didn't match any known ship makes, was just who had been lying in wait for us at Yopa's behalf. End of chapter. Chapter 82. Memory transcription subject, Quana Jaslip Soldier. Date standardized human time, February 10th, 2161. Esco's Hope was a Jaslip enclave on the altered world, and also the nearest to our prior engagements on the Smiggly homeworld. I couldn't get used to having the Arxel breathing down our necks. My biggest hesitancy was overtaking anything that qualified as food to them. Charisse expected to have a rather incomplete diet, while that friendship encroacher, High Saran, was happy to show her the Yotel and Terran plants that had been brought in case the Casey herbivores were involved. My primate friend was eager to try the alien food, despite how bare bones it was compared to Krev cuisine. My reservations about compromising the values we stood for weren't shared by the human. Regardless, Chief Hunter Kaiser was giving the Ulchids an ultimatum: release the Jaslips, or they would be forced to comply. The three-legged, hypersocial aliens weren't a military species, and were likely to surrender to us. The trouble was that the rescued fleet surrounding Psyche might have something to say about us rallying troops from Esco's Hope, for our eventual raid of the Casey's big players. The Krev and their pink avian enforcers were the real enemy. The claws pressed to the Jaslips' necks, pinning us down, and spreading their lies to justify our deaths. What did the Arxel know about being on the wrong side of oppression, anyway?
So Kaiser talked about asserting control over the enclaves, I snapped at Zephyrus. What does that even mean? Is your plan for us to bow to you? Because I would never.
Operative Zephyrus lashed his tail.
If it is as simple as you're wishing for your own world, then we'll see that the Casey species release all of you. Our kind have been prisoners to the SC, locked away. We sympathize.
A loud laugh interrupted our conversation as Cherie slapped Hyceren on the shoulder in a fit of hysterics.
No, you did not just go there.
Did too. So much material on the whole 3 legs. 3's are funny, you know, and an Ulchid in a foot race just couldn't reach the finish line.
Hyceran cackled in another infuriating pun that I couldn't understand.
Please, you must have spent the whole ride over to the side of the galaxy looking for material on all the Casey species.
That's a standard for the hunt, Charisse. I never stop thinking of jokes. I like to make others take things less seriously, especially when the jokes about these consortium races write themselves.
Elbite, do you have any jokes about us? And I mean, the Tennish, specifically.
If there was any good jokes, I was hoping that you would tell us.
My blood boiled as Charisse howled and swatted Hycerin playfully with her flimsy hands. She looked so happy ever since that damn cannibal had pranced around wisecracking, with jokes that I was often left out of by virtue of my language. It was like the human was eager to replace me with the latest, greatest thing. The fact that she wasn't brooding or depressed after the Oxo arrived, some random stranger, shouldn't have fixed her problems. I'd actually believed that she followed me from the GIB for me, but now I was dirt because I snapped at her once. Once! Interesting. Heiser annoys you as much as she annoys me, Zephyrus noted. I growled, putting my ears back. Nice observation. How astute. I turned towards the viewport, angling my ears away from Charisse and Heiser. Our confrontation with the rescued fleet around Psyche was imminent. After Kaiser announced our presence with the JIB's demands, there was no sense concerning myself with things that were much less important than our mission. Just as I had predicted, the militaristic avians were keeping a watchful eye on consortium worlds, in case the Arxor made another move on our behalf. They didn't intend to be embarrassed twice. After the dishonor of getting played at Esco's fighters, the birds had come so close to crushing the Jaslib rebels. The Arxor fleet was comprised of drones, and Kaiser's command ship stayed a ways back. Collective operatives and Jaslib insurgents could board a shuttle to put paws on ground if needed. I wasn't sure if these bloodthirsty menaces would be able to clear the disciplined rescues in open combat. The consortium had an edge in technology, having engineered ships for centuries to face a highly exaggerated threat of the Federation. Perhaps it had always been meant to use against their own people. There was no leaving, not when it would make their control slip. The Krev Consortium will never acquiesce to our demands, even if the Ultras themselves are unwilling to suffer the consequences. The good aspect of the Ultras being hypersocial was that Ulan had been able to craft a phishing email and play on that connected nature. It had gotten ears into basic military chatter around Psyche. Kaiser was hailing the rescues to broadcast his demands, but we could hear their internal dialogue at the same time. On the display feeds, I could see orbital defense platforms revving to life, and the defensive KC fleets bristling with weapons. I had my doubts about this plan. It wasn't subtle. If we couldn't take this planet, though, there was no hope against the real consortium strongholds. We needed more allies than the Greys, but they were all we had. It'd be too much to ask for Charissa's species, the damned humans, to get their hands dirty. Kaiser told us that they wouldn't. I appreciated that they had tried to rescue our species via the OSA project, but that rescue ended the second they found out that we weren't extinct. Even knowing what we were going through, they'd signed a peace treaty with the consortium, without advocating for Jaslib liberty at all. Maybe the Arxor weren't so bad, in comparison to every other indifferent alien. Release the Jaslibs from under the control of this world's natives at once, Kaiser bellowed, as soon as his hail was accepted. I could echo his sentiment, judging by the itch of a growl that constantly nagged at my chest these days. Carnivals do not belong to you. Free them, and you will not see us lose them by force. The rescue commander on the screen looked unimpressed. You declared war on the consortium back on Omnil. If you wish to negotiate, turn back and handle this in a diplomatic way. Diplomacy. I am not the one bumbling sapient coalition. I want results, and I want them now, not waiting an eternity for what scraps you might deign to throw us. My demand is reasonable, and I want only your compliance. I turned my ears to the internal chatter as the avians spoke amongst themselves. The Ultras wished to let them have the Jaslib enclaves. They said they'd be happy to have the trouble out of their ocean front. If those hibernating extremists are so eager to go off on their own without the blanket of our security, let them. However, it's not about that. The consortium was clear that we cannot afford the dishonor of bowing to an invading army, especially after the embarrassment of the Federation's non-existence. Another voice answered, on the line we were eavesdropping on. The Jaslibs refuse to take the civilized route, so we cannot allow them to sow anarchy and make the rescued army a laughingstock. This is not how things get done. The delegates demand that we destroy this Arxor fleet. That's an order. I respect the hierarchy, but what will the Ultrads think? The Ultrads will get in line for the good of the whole institution. They, of all species, understand collectivism. While I'm not eager to expand more manpower on these dishonorable insurgents who do not respect the rule of law, we have our orders. In no uncertain terms. When the Jaslibs stop acting like animals, we can really evaluate. Let's not forget who the Arxor are, the most dishonorable of all. That is true. We cannot let them raid Psyche, and we have no guarantees that the Jaslips will stop gunning for revenge, even if the Consortium bends to them. Specify our orders?
Eliminate all trespassers and hostiles from the Orchard system. Utilize all weapons at the Rescue Army's disposal, including orbital defense systems that have been transferred to your control. Then help enforce a crackdown on Esco's Hope Enclave. We are well disciplined and know our tasks. Prepare to fire.
My blood boiled as I heard the order that the Krev Consortium had passed down, as well as how the Rescue spoke about us inside their own ranks. Jaslips were mere animals to them, because we had no other option to speak up for ourselves. I didn't even care if Kaiser was going to go out in a blaze of glory here, because we had to give them a lashing they'd remember. If the Jaslip Independence Brigade was doomed despite the outside reinforcements, then it was my new mission in life to take as many of them with us as possible. There wasn't a sympathetic, kind individual in the rescued ranks. The supposedly honorable military existed to keep us down.
Clip the Hans, I hissed to Zephyrus. They'll never give us freedom. The path forward is only paved with blood.
Zephyrus's eyes narrowed, a calculating glint in those vertical slit pupils.
If this is how the Consortium insists on responding to us, we must teach them a lesson. This is what the Arcs are willing to take a stand for, and the whole galaxy will know it.
I waited for the rescued ships to begin firing on us, expecting an all-out battle to erupt around Psyche. Bright, fast, and violent. It was a matter of listening for the ultimate command to fire, and try to use those ears in their ranks to our advantage. That was the one edge we had, despite being outsiders here. I could feel my heart pounding from nerves, as I wished so desperately that we could free this enclave and all the others. Jaslips deserved at least as much respect as the Tellish. The rescue commander's words were firm. Set drones to fire in 3, 2, Belay that order, another voice squawked, one that sounded familiar and carried an authoritative weight. It was the unnamed, no-nonsense register of General Radai, one that I'd heard many times in boot camp.
Escort the Arxor to ship to the Esco's Hope Enclave, and contest any KC drones that do not heed my command. Only fire on the intruders should they attack or posture to attack the altered civilian populace. General Radai, with all due respect, our prior orders are from the top. It's imperative to defy our dishonorable orders. The Krev, the end elements within our own ranks, have been greedy and deceitful in their handling of the Jaslips. Regardless of how the JIB handles itself, there has been no acknowledgement of wrongdoing, no history of honorable conduct from the KC. They will kill me for this, for disagreeing with them, even I do not defy them. So how much freer are we from their control? Sir, the Consortium are other species, who deemed their wishes to be above our own in their hierarchy. I do not agree. Ultimate control of Tenet and her actions belongs to us. We must break off from their direction. We can think for ourselves. There has been enough hiding like cowards to learn of a non-existent threat, and enough lives lost. Rescues cannot align ourselves with their morals any longer. To all who are loyal to our honor code above all else, and do not wish to stain our species' legacy further with disrepute, stand down, help the Jaslips. I was mystified as the Consortium's fleet by and large powered down their weapons and cleared a path. It was obvious that Radai commanded a great deal of respect, and that his reputation was beyond reproach within his own ranks. I began to see why the rescued delegate had gone into hiding, out of fear that the KC might terminate him. His people had sheltered him since the Mafani incident, and he had tried to pursue answers over what happened to the kids, so I could see an argument that maybe he cared about our lives. All the same, with how buddy-buddy the avians were with the Krev, I found it hard to believe that Radai's fellows would join his stand. Why would the rescued general stand with an extremist that I knew he hated so much? Because Radai hates the Krev Consortium more, and blames them for pushing us to this. Rescueds aren't capable of seeing the whole truth. They're Krev claw-lickers. Surely the general is the only one whose conscience will win out over being mindless and robotic, following orders like good little soldiers. Allow us to join your ranks, the rescued on Kaiser's screen replied, in words that were meant to be heard by us. Uncertainty flashed in the pink avian's large eyes. I'm told that we were aiding your efforts to free the Jaslips. We truly did want to save them, not make them our eternal prisoners. The Arxor leader chuckled, eyes gleaming with shrewdness. I'm not sure they'll believe you, but I do. Ulan, do you accept this aid?
The Jaslip picked an ear in agreement.
If they are finally willing to acknowledge our mistreatment and aid our cause, then I can bury the past for the time being. Our liberty comes before all other considerations.
I gawked at the viewport, baffled by this sudden, drastic turn of events. The Jaslips finally had an ally who could meet the Kriv at their level. The last thing I ever would have expected was for the Reskits to side with us, based on orders that came from their top general. There was no question that Radai was a marked man after this, and I posited that our independence movement might have just turned into a full civil war. Hulan was right that our freedom was what mattered, but the consortium burning would be a bonus. End of chapter. Chapter 83. Memory transcription subject. Elias Mayer, former UN Secretary General. Date Standardized Human Time, February 11th, 2161. The shock at the emergence of hidden ships, which made the heavy-handed force we'd sent look insignificant, was evident in the faces of the SC leadership. The other humans within our section were buzzing with chatter, trying to determine what to do. Losing tens of thousands of ships wasn't something we wanted to commit to, and there was no getting our forces out. Their proximity to Granulka, the very thing we targeted, was their downfall. As I grasped for an answer on who these mysterious ships might belong to, certainly not the Yupa, I landed on only one possibility: the ghost fossil we'd been looking for all along. That meant no wonder we couldn't track them down. They were hiding within the remnant space and spurring on their organization, taking up the mantle of the defeated Kolshians and Fossil. They're the Upal and their allies, conspiring this whole time, as far back as when their representatives heard my speech to the Shield. The Shield. They're closer to the remnants than to the SC. Did they know? Secretary General Osmani was calm at the lectern, though the creases between his eyes told me that he'd reached the same conclusion. It would seem that, much like the Krev Consortium, the extremist Fossil took it upon themselves to build many ships well in hiding. Perhaps they are present on many remnant worlds. We must factor this into our plans and also observe them to determine whether they have a centralized location. The combined might of the Oxor and Terran armies began utilizing our munitions in the scramble, but I surveyed our private diagrams to determine what Hamza had meant about observing the fossil. Some of our camera feeds appeared to come from ships with cloaking capabilities, much like the hidden stations that Jones had deployed since our earliest days establishing protections for the Sol system. As magnificent as our initial push on Granulka's orbit had been, I knew this fight was lost for us. That surprise would only work on humanity once, so we needed to pivot into getting all the information we could. This novel threat might work to mobilize the entire SE into a total war against the remnants, for fear that they too would wind up underfoot again if the ghost fossil got into control. It was the Shield's allegiance that was in doubt, after most of them weren't on speaking terms with us after the Ark colonists' involvement in the attacks was revealed. The miracle was that they remained neutral, though I would have guessed they swayed towards the Fed remnants, without wanting to get into a war with humanity. I had to find Ambassador Korojan and Yali now, since the Lachey and the Dirtian were the two who'd stuck with us. While I hated to consider the prospect, I had to consider that they might be a security risk, here to spy on us. What chafes me is that Jones might know what they're up to, I muttered to myself, seeing the spy master having a conversation by herself on a headset. Maybe before we fire her today, we have to grovel for what she's dug up, through her unscrupulous means. The Yupa's reinforcements were overwhelming our ships, with 10 of theirs boxing one of ours in. These craft were more advanced than the manned vessels that had formed their prior engagements. Why had they not shown their hand, bringing the ghost fossil into the fold to storm Liberty's bastion, when they might have eliminated our entire colony had it not been reserved for defense? Was there something of particular importance in Granulka that would make the radicals unwilling to perform their callous sacrifices of lives? The old Federation would have traded Granulka for a predator colony in a heartbeat. If Korojan had known about this, while claiming to be our friend. Our plan is to cripple Granulka, the Secretary General told the audience, who were horrified to see the pulverization of the fleet that had been so dominant moments earlier. We'll stay kicking as long as possible, and take as many of them with us as possible. We need to prepare a response immediately. We should contact the KC and inform them that we located the fossil,
so they no longer have to comb their space. They must have a base of operations, Bison General Naltor suggested. From what Ambassador Loxel said, I would think that it's in consortium space, past Sifkit borders. It would be prudent to follow the signals or trails of any ghost ships. It might lead us straight to the head. I agree, but the dimensional threat is at Granelka. These people declared war on us, for the purpose of our total elimination. It's evident that they've been preparing this for a long time, right beneath our noses. The battle is lost, so I find it unproductive to watch the final ships of Terra and her allies succumb. We plan to hit them back, now that they've shown themselves. Every SC member must send enough ships that the outcome is a certainty.
You have our support, Unzo remarked, vouching for the Yodel's presence without hesitation.
Mazak President's Quilper flared a trunk. They came into our space first to attack Liberty's bastion. I am not happy with what the Ark ships did, and you don't place enough blame on yourself, but the Presidium won't let the colony we gave you be attacked. You have any aid we can offer?
Governor Lacer flicked an ear with amusement. Is it a question that we'll send our ships? We are with humanity, always. This is an extermination fleet. We'll be on the right side this time, Crocartel Ambassador Castle said.
Us also, Harkon Representative Navy agreed.
My Sudian friend, the bright, bubbly Cyber, took the speaking role for the Sudian Iftala joint delegation. The Iftala wouldn't survive, and we stand with foremost our sister species, but also humanity. We'll help convince as many people to help as possible. You'll win again, I know it. Together, we are stronger than ever. On behalf of the other sister species, the Varen and the Ankari will be here with whatever you need,
Varen Ambassador Haron offered.
To any delegates worried to commit to the skirmish, we cannot afford to sit back, Tassie spoke from the Bison balcony. You know what happened to Avrana. Bisons wouldn't exist without the dumb luck of them flying close enough to be shot down before they could report back. They'll come in at night for the purpose of killing. That's predation. Please, help us.
Excellent words from my Bison friend, who I'm glad has returned. Rather than giving up on endearing her species to the Sapien Coalition, it doesn't seem she needs my help today. No pledge from the Dirtian or the Lashi. The Belton delegates' large eyes glimmered. We're rather far away, but we're coming if called upon. Our military bases have been pointed towards the KC, and reps are better allocated that way. But if you summon us, we are ready. We're ready to act now. I've already ordered reinforcements to Granelka before they have a chance to slip away, said the Gojid Prime Minister. I stood from the table in a hurry, not waiting for Osmani's blessing to confront the Dirtian ambassador. The Shield couldn't be neutral at a time like this. They mustn't hide away in their fortress of governorship. I thought that they hated how the Federation distorted them, but they buddied up to their successor, while unwilling to forgive us for the acts of one group of humans. Perhaps they hadn't been as keen on getting every last soul and offer of Fukalqua. No, it didn't make sense. When they were so adamant on their hatred for Kolshians. Korojan had cracked when he told the story of his bunker stay. He didn't hope for my success or mean anything if he concealed something of this magnitude. I risked a last glance over my shoulder, seeing the last gasp of resistance on the Sapien Coalition screen. There were numbers where not even the greatest military technology known to man could defeat the odds. This ambush force was larger than the record-setting drone armadas the Krev Consortium had sent towards us. It should concern anyone who liked free thought, a right that had been denied to the Dirtian more than anyone for the crime of being vocal. The last time I'd seen Korojan, he'd persuaded his government not to retaliate for the planned strike on Kalqua. Perhaps helped when we confirmed they weren't under threat. I wondered if the Grey Avian was on our side, though, after our relations were on rocky ground. I had to know whether it was worth asking the Shield for assistance. I chased after the grey tail feathers I saw exiting the auditorium and shouted the ambassador's name. His corn-colored beak turned to face me, a deep concern in his eyes. Korojan drew a straky breath. I imagine that you're looking for me to see what we'll do. Neither Ambassador Yali or myself have the authority to declare war on the remnants. I know they attacked humanity, but my government remembers that you didn't respond to the outward declaration of hostility, the cruel intent by the Telesh. We helped you against the Consortium once, and we've been hesitant to do it again. Then the Shield wants the Federation to take back over and play thought police, I responded in a flat voice. That's what will happen if they win, after all. There is no reason you cannot win this on your own.
Of your 82 members, it seems that none were holding back in sending forces. We do not need to be involved.
We have no idea how many ships the Federation have. If you want to talk about the declaration of hostility, they were the faction that went through, endorsed, and sanctioned the unforgivable attack on Kalqua. They'd do it again. Should you challenge or contest them past the point where we could protect you? We were never going to let any vessels attack Kalqua, but they don't feel the same. If the Shield wants a future, side with us. Please, Korojan, I want to call you a friend.
I do call you a friend, Elias, but I cannot just agree with you and send the ships. I already was going to advise the Dirtian Forum and the Shield to side with you, for the simple reason that these fiends would kill any former omnivores. It's the only way to be sure. I know Kalqua isn't safe, but them out there, beyond the extent that the Ark colonists give us those feelings.
Thank you, I said. Do you want me to speak with them? I've been there before and—
No. Well, my government loathes the fossil. I cannot guarantee that the Shield overall will not side against you. Many of them are Federation-leaning, as you saw yourself. If the Dirtian intend to help, I will be in touch and give you the read on the situation. I must make this call myself. I know your opinion of me may have been lessened by my past anger, but I hope you still trust me to do what is best for your people and mine.
I do. It's Yali that I would like to know where she's at.
Elias, I'm 2 steps ahead of you. I persuaded Yali to help, on the grounds that you are protecting this side of the galaxy from the greatest threat of our time. She seems to believe the Lachey will, at least, throw in their lot with you. Amphibian species would never get a fair shot with the Federation. I hope it's some assurance to know that. I ducked my head in appreciation, smiling.
It is, thank you, Korojan. I appreciate your guidance and your responsibility very much. And I'm sorry I was worried. I shouldn't have been.
The Aven cackled. Precisely, you should not have been. Humanity taught me how to continue on in life, and I have a soft spot for you. I'd like to see a day where no species will fear you, rather than appreciating your kindness and generosity as I do. I hope for a day where a Shield can enjoy the beauty, the relentlessness of your devotion and friendship.
That has always been our deepest wish. It's what brought us to the stars, and what encourages us to not give up on them. Good luck with your call, my friend.
My people are rather stubborn. You have seen nothing with me. I'll need all of that luck. I watched as the Dirtian walked away, relieved to see that the Sapient Coalition and our closest Shield allies were taking the threat of the ghost extermination seriously. This took the idea of dealing with the shady elements of the consortium off the table entirely. I hoped that nothing that was going on in their space would affect their commitment to deal with the Federation remnants. Whatever our personal squabbles, the Orion arm needed to maintain a united front in dealing with our hidden adversary. Humanity was going to put the whole of our strength into eliminating the new conspiracy, for the sake of our long-term future prospects. End of chapter. Chapter 84. Memory transcription subject, Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date standardized human time, February 11th, 2161. It was a relief that I didn't have to make a decision about which world and which people I loved, that I wanted to stay with on a permanent basis. The time at home with my biological family had been an absolute treat. Learning about my immediate relatives and what life in sunny Nevada was like. It would be moving from one desert to the next, so ultimately there was some familiarity in that. I had so much to think about, and my heart was torn in so many directions. Either way, I knew that it would be a painful decision, since I couldn't bear to lose the child that I'd missed out on all over again. Or Gress. The traveling the UN had been kind enough to permit had come to a close after they got word that a civil war had broken out in the Krev Consortium, which had pushed me to at least a temporary decision. I wasn't going to forsake Gress when he was trying to ascertain whether his family was safe, and his home planet was in a state of unrest. I knew the green-scaled alien wouldn't hold much sympathy for the KC, as he hadn't since learning how sinister they were in setting him up with the Just-Up incident. Part of him seemed happy when the terrorists blew up Delegate's tower, though everything he voiced was to the opposite, the prim and proper. He thought that he should be repulsed by the expression of violence. Sometimes I see that glint that I know all too well from looking at my own reflection. On those dark mornings where I couldn't bear to go up and appease the Krebs rent collection policy. bitterness, and a thirst for revenge after his life was ruined, which he knows to be wrong. He advised me against lashing out, with that sage wisdom. Yet now he looks at the consortium and thinks them uncaring, wicked beyond reproach, just like the Tennish once did. I'd rather spend this time on Earth, but we made a deal to be liaisons for our people. There's no one else from our homes to physically stand in. Governor Lacey is the one who sent me a message. I told Grace, finally having a chance to explain the situation as the spaceship took off for the SE station. She said that the person who kicked off the Civil War was Radai. Radai, the freaking champion of hierarchy and order. He must have seen something investigating your files of misapplied justice and found damning faults of corruption in the whole system. Grace blinked in surprise. Radai was a tortured and paranoid man when we last saw him. He knows what I know in my heart, but he doesn't know how deep it goes. I suppose this is his final battle to fight, before he turns himself in, or worse, for the shame of his crimes. What does the SC think about the top general turning on his organization? The SC wants no part of it, and that was Lacey's immediate concern. At my urging, General Radai was the primary point of contact. If the consortium suspects that humanity put Radai up to this, the peace would be revoked. It couldn't come at a worse time, after the Federation just pulled a few 100,000 ships out of their ass and are looking at a real threat again. You know, that news has me worked up. The crab placed a comforting paw on my thigh. I can imagine. Know that your species is strong enough to push away our attack with a fraction of their force and allies. They only lost at Upper because of infighting. The consortium is beyond repair, so I have to agree with Radai. I hope humanity will have enough political will left to vanquish the listeners and the underscales, to give us the freedom they gave to their ex-Federation friends. None want freedom more than the Jaslips. They sure got shafted, and I heard that it was the Reskits themselves who were putting them down. I worry about them, especially if there's a clampdown for power. What do you think Quanner is up to? That Jaslip hates the Krev, and hated me until she realized that I was merely set up the same as the Kits, ruined by an entity well above my pay grade. When she and Charisse were passing out pamphlets, they looked like they were criminals caught in the act, and sounded more conspiratorial than even myself. She's fighting with the rebels. She knows the K-Seed won't ever care for her interests. I guess that makes sense. I don't blame the Jaslips for their anger, especially after seeing firsthand the racist comments they get. But the UN has a point about the Federation being a greater threat. The remnants jeopardize the future of us all. Yeah. Radai knew the Jaslips would be done for if he didn't act now. Is only caring about the war with the Federation Tennis's position? Grace asked. Probably. Tennis, as far as I'm aware, is much too eager to staple themselves back into mainstream mankind's government. They'll do whatever the UN does or asks of them, apart from leaving. Well, that's not an issue, since we negotiated that bizarre deal with the Loxel. You know, I'm actually looking forward to that play, Taylor. Whatever happens with our future, we have that together. Rehearsing, having the UN set up for the production. I couldn't believe that was all the Loxel wanted for a peaceful settlement. Me either. I would have cried happy tears if we had one performing arts event back in the caverns. I just questioned how it'll go once the Sifkits try to reintegrate, and neither side likes sharing our world. The Grand Herd won't find vegetation to consume like they're used to. I wouldn't be shocked if they pour into our streets like pests. Maybe it won't be so bad. The Sifkits weren't always like that, and now they have a fighting chance. I'm glad that we were able to share that video we found of the General Ansel. Perhaps the Tennish can help them reclaim the grandfatherhood, restore their intellect, and make it into a paradise that both sides can enjoy. Not a long-dead, sweltering world. I snorted. Nothing reverses time. If it did, I'd turn back the clock 25 years. Taylor, if that's what you'd do, then you'd know your wish is still to be on Earth. You can be honest with me. This line of conversation was beginning to grate on me, though. I knew Grace was trying to do the noble thing and not chain me down. The family feeling that I'd had with the homemade lasagna scent wafting through the air, with all of us gathered around the table, swapping stories and wolfing down the food, had told me that I wanted that. Maybe I was beyond seeking it out for myself, rather wanting to foster a family of my own, or have someone to settle down with every night, rain or shine. I wanted the easy understanding Mom and Dad had with each other, a love that lasted through 30 years of marriage. Earth is delightful, a cultural center unparalleled by anything else, and Grace was right. It's not scary or foreign. I could get used to being taken care of and spoiled after clawing, crying, and sweating for every scrap in the caverns. I can still have my parents in my life. With FTL communication, a relationship won't work on FTL comms. There were all the little things on Earth, though, which made it feel okay to be human. There was a sense of normalcy and belonging that life in tennis would never have. I had felt like an alien when my parents took me to the barber shop and I sat in the chair to get a few inches trimmed off my long hair. It was so civilized, such a luxury to visit a professional to groom myself and care about my appearance at all. Gress watched, ensuring that he complimented my new look. There was the safety in the Sol system that tennis wouldn't have, especially since the Krev Consortium was embroiled in a civil war. There's a part of me on tennis with you, and a part of me here on Earth, the home I thought I lost. That is the truth, I sighed. They're too far apart to have both, and I don't know if I can choose. I wish I didn't have to. I have two good things in my life now, and I would regret losing either. Gress hugged me tightly. I would never stop loving you. Nothing would take away what we have, and there might be a temporary solution. Oh, I'm listening. I don't want Lekka on Avor if there's a war going on. I can't be here worrying about the government cracking down on our own populace, martial law, or an invasion causing collateral. I need to get my daughter out of harm's way while that's still possible. The UN owes me no favors to facilitate this, but I can send a request through Loxall.
Why do you want that unhinged Shifkid to plead for your daughter's rescue? What stake does he have in it?
I suspect if I tell him it will distract from my performance, Loxall will be willing to demand a diplomatic shuttle ferries Lekka and Nevi here, and send a message for why. I may not like my Syra of an ex-wife, but it wouldn't be good for my daughter to lose her mother. It's never good for a child to grow up without a parent. Bitterness filled my heart.
Don't I know it? It's been great to be back with my family, but I needed them growing up. I could have used them 20 years ago when I was figuring myself out. If you can get your kid out of harm's way, do it. I'd never wish for Lekka to grow up with the proverbial executioner's blade looming over her head. She's a brat, but she's a cute brat, and yours.
I've never been good about not doting on people I love. The fault is my own. Lekka will love being around big obers, though, and it means Juvra can be around to bother you.
On second thought, I'm leaving you.
Whatever you say, dear, I'll talk to Loxall and see what I can do. As long as the Consortium is at war, we don't have to make any decisions about the future. But someday, we will.
Okay.
Gress raised her paws in the happy claw gesture. Excellent. Let's start planning together how we're going to deal with the Consortium's contacts. Because you know the UN wants us to smooth things over with them. We won't have the luxury of dealing with friendly old Redai anymore. I guess it's worth it to keep Tennis out of this fight. They've been through enough.
Everyone in this whole fucking galaxy has been through enough. I hope there comes a day soon where this all can end. And where I'll choose to live out a fun, joyful existence is the worst problem I face.
The worst problem you face is how much of your hair to cut off. You know I love you, but I was worried that you were going to go back to the buzz cut when we went to the barber shop. I mean, it was cute and studly, but I like you with those silky locks. It looks regal.
I laughed, doing a joking hair flip with a modeling pose. Regal, huh? I've never heard that word to describe me. It's a shame I wasn't like a long-lost British royal. Find out that I've got a title, and it's Duke of Lasagna. That would have been a homecoming I stayed for.
I may or may not have taken it upon myself to ask your mom for the lasagna recipe, now that I know it's your favorite. I accept the challenge of cooking human food. Anything to see your binocular eyes light up.
A predatory gaze lighting up at the thought of its meal. You should have run for the hills like a good herbivore after you saw that.
Yes, well, Gress gestured to his short legs. Krev aren't into foot races. It's death or curling up into a bull. Two choices.
You forgot the third option. Spray the predator with a stink gland in your tail.
I suspect doing that to a human would make it much more likely that they do kill me.
I laughed to myself at the light-hearted conversation, relieved to not have to make an immediate decision about which commitment I wanted to choose for the future of my life. Maybe I could find a way to have Nevi and Lekka stay here, or at least close to Earth, especially if conditions on Avor deteriorated because of the war. Frankly, even Gress's nasty-hearted ex-wife had to understand, much like her husband did. It was best for the child to have both parents in their life. She might work with us on this. Either way, I would have the Krev by my side to grapple with Sapien Coalition diplomacy, and we could form more amazing memories on the home world of my people.
as distraught as I'd been over wasting my life on a falsehood. Being captured had led to me getting a taste of everything I ever wanted. Earth was a beacon of pride in my memories now, one that would never be taken away or overridden by loss again. There was a possible future out there where I could have total happiness without sacrificing anything at all. End of chapter. Chapter 85. Memory transcription subject, Elias Mayer, former UN Secretary General. Date Standardized Human Time, February 11th, 2161. Sitting in the Secretary General Asmani's office, ready for General Jones to waltz into her dismissal, I hoped that she wouldn't weasel her way out of this. I liked to think that she was a patriot in her own mind, and wouldn't sabotage the interests of a planet over a personal matter. Any information she had to take out remnants had to be received before we dropped the hammer. I was never too comfortable at being the bad guy, even with someone of her shady character. I suspected from Hamza's steady eyes that he could be ejective and impassive when needed. His leadership was well timed. What baffled me was how bumbling and ineffectual an aged spy master had been. Perhaps she'd see on her own that it was well past time that she be put to pasture. The attempt to blackmail Tassie had been so ham-fisted and potentially damaging to the United Nations relations with both the SC and the vulnerable Bisoms. It could have the blowback of seeming like our first contact was to take advantage of the helpless carnivores, much like the Federation, especially after I learned that the actual first contact team were roped into the scheme. I feared what had been done to our own scientists to facilitate that.
If Jones was going after the shield or the remnants, I might understand. My continued attempts to win them over aren't the most strategic move, and they are our adversaries on the basis of what we are. We must not become like the Federation or the Krev Consortium with our own people. Humanity has seen the dangers.
Asmani steepled his fingers.
Commanding allies after what happened at Granelka is our top priority. We must hit the ghost fossil with multiple blitz attacks quick and hard, and prevent Jones from alienating SC that is backing us full-throatedly. Their rebuke had something to do with that, I'd wager.
I spoke the words every human was thinking, I responded. That's how we do our business, direct, not backhanded like her mythology. We can be fed up and still go about achieving our goals in a lofty way.
Sometimes violence and fighting dirty is the only option. A bloodied nose demands an answer in kind, or you'll continue to be kicked. I see the pragmatic value of covert operations, as I think you do. However, by any stretch of the imaginations, the Bisoms weren't in this boat. They should be categorized as a species the UN has the duty to protect from the very same hatred that befell us.
Yes, we haven't done them many favors. Getting rid of our Jones problem will be a start of showing our sincerity. It's necessary to clear the path to proper SC unity as well. We need trust.
You know what you believe, your will is strong, and you have a clear-cut goals. I respect that, Elias.
Thank you, sir. I could say all the same things about you. Our conversation fell quiet as we heard the clacking of shoes down the hallway, the measured, composed steps of someone who was never caught off guard. I wondered if Jones had an inkling of what we were planning, but it didn't show on the unfazed smile when she opened the door. I knew Asmani had already run this by the actual nation which held Jones's leash to avoid an international incident. Who the US employed on Earth was their business, but who represented all of us to aliens was ours. I really wanted to see us be better. The greatest gift of digital immortality was that I could live long enough to witness it. I'd be a shitty spy if I couldn't tell when I was about to get cut loose, Jones spoke with words and a little emotion, and settled down into the chair. You don't like to admit that I'm as much part of humanity as you, perhaps without the glamour that Elias indulges in. The KC were and are a serious threat, and I did what was needed to ensure our success.
Asmani arched an eyebrow. Go on then, explain yourself.
I failed to see how coercing Dr. Tassie has anything to do with the Krev Consortium, I interjected. Jones smiled. Yes, well, you never liked me. You're still living in 2136 in many ways, Elias. But the rest of us moved on. I never actually wanted Tassie as an asset. Did I want her to spy on a few variables? Sure. And she did it while thinking she was playing me. I didn't strong-arm the one member of her team that she cared for most, and I could have with something as simple as blackballing the Vendel artist brother from several Skullgun galleries. I knew I'd push her to him.
So that's where Dustin vanished to. He was working for you.
Unwittingly. I had agents swap out his holopad, and just like that, years in the Bison camp, while everything the Arcs on Sifquids might be plotting against us. Furthermore, and this is the important bit, the Arcs already escaped at this point, but I couldn't directly ask them for help. That would have damaged the UN and 100-fold more than this coming to light. Do you understand? Osmani crossed his arms.
How? That constitutes asking the Arcs for help. You're going to have to elaborate.
General Daltor is predictable. He likes being in charge and in control of situations, responding poorly to any attempt to bully him. The kind of Bison that puffs out his chest to threats and tries to reverse them. If I threatened to reveal these ties to the Arxor, it was obvious he'd dig himself in deeper and turn the narrative. Was the only thing the SE might appreciate, helping defend Tusk. My plan saved the fossil. I led them to taking refugees to win support.
You have no account for pushing the potential ally and symbolic victory into the waiting grip of the Yodel, who were just looking for proof that we should be banished from carrying out any uplifts.
White Knight's Mayor and Dustin happily swooped in to help him prove that humanity's large wasn't like that. You'll win them back over. Let me add that the Arxor fleet would have saved Arthur, were it not for Maya's unexpected interference to bring the remnants to town. That doesn't fall on me. My plans worked to perfection.
This bastardized scheming isn't what I'd call perfection, I spat. You don't care who you hurt, including good people, our people.
The survival of the planet outweighs the mental state of one scientist. And you're more naive than even I thought, if you don't see that.
You have no boundaries over how to accomplish an objective. I don't abide by the school of Machiavelli, certainly not with public-facing civilians or prisoners of war.
Simmer down, you're not in charge here, Hamza Asmani is. Mr. Secretary General, your advisor is angry that I didn't handle Gress with kid gloves, and can't square it away with his own morality that I am a necessity. I could say my actions are for humanity's benefit, but it's beyond that. It's for our continued existence. Any liberties I take are with that knowledge. Asmani's eyes shifted towards me, a shrewd glint in his pupils. If I was capable of sucking in an apprehensive breath, I would have. The way Jones dismissed me and claimed that I was stuck in the year 2136 filled me with anger. On the contrary, I had moved on, and wanting to make my own name for myself. To do that, I needed to literally have my own name. She still saw the same Elias Mayer from those days, just like Kaimfa, Cyber, Vernt, Corrigan, and everyone else. I wanted to renounce my claim that I had any connection to the dead Secretary General. Beyond being built from his memories, I sought my own life. Hearing them call me his name and speak about my past life, as if any of that belonged to me, is incongruent with my view of myself. I don't want to be referred to in such a way. It's time I crafted a new name to clearly separate myself from the Swiss, biological human who bled out in the Vendel streets without ever knowing humanity's ultimate fate. The man who breathed, tasted, and dreamt at night. I hoped Asmani wouldn't be swayed by Elias's past history with Jones, since his first concern was that this was a personal vendetta. He seemed to care about steering the Sapien Coalition in the right direction.
You tied yourself to this, Jones. That was your mistake, and you know it, the Secretary General sighed. The Bisons could say that we knew about your techniques and did nothing. If I let you stay on, you're too hot to touch on a political level, and you know it.
Jones gave a shrug. Yes, I'll disappear to this Shadowland. I don't need a title, and I'm happy to let them think I'm gone. I can give a show of tendering my resignation a month from today. Time to point you where you need to go to hit the remnants at the top. Those ears I have on the Civ kits.
What did you do to Dustin? I blurted.
Dustin was going to start blabbing to anyone with ears. An operative offered him a job at a xenobiology project to restore Ivana's ecosystem and document its life forms in case of planetary extinction. A legitimate venture, mind you, and one he couldn't resist. He had to leave immediately and go off the grid for a few months, allegedly due to a need to avoid distractions with the planet about to go critical. He's safe and working a dream job, and will be rather confused that you thought he disappeared for malevolent reasons. I needed time, so Tassie had to think it handled.
Time for what? How do you have ears on the Civ kits if he isn't eavesdropping on Tassie?
You think he never messaged Tassie from that holopad? He became unnecessary that moment. The spyware infects any device it encounters, so it leapt onto Loxall's holopad from there. The Civ kits have a good idea where the Ghost Fossil new base of operations are. After searching their cleaned-out old one for any clues, right here. As Marnie jotted down the static coordinates, eyes narrowed. I'll organize a strike force at once. That lead should carry enough favor with the Bisons to undo the harm done by an errant spy master. They want the ones that attack them, as do we. I appreciate the help, General Jones. The information is vital, so I can acknowledge that your plan paid dividends. What matters is knowing as much as possible about who we are up against and finding the leverage for mankind to come out on top. I told you, I'm trying to win this war for us. I have ears in the shield as well. And for any politicians I know are voting against siding with Earth, I have blackmail strategies in mind. We cannot always play nice and beg for friendship as Elias wishes. You have no idea what my wishes are. If you did, you'd stop calling me that name, I grumbled. Oh, that's the first anyone is hearing of this. What exactly would you have me call you instead of Elias Mayer? The name you introduced yourself by and had no problem hearing from friends. I don't know, but I am not him. I'm the first of a new kind of human. The first. I guess I'm finally freeing myself of this burden. I should choose something symbolic. That suits who I feel I am, who's the progenitor, the first human to walk the earth, in the world's most prominent religion. Adam seems suitable. Adam Mayer has an odd ring to it, but I could get used to it. While this life was not what I chose, the name could be. Let Elias rest. Jones gave me a mocking clap. How original. Look, Adam, I hardly care what you call yourself. You're good for symbolic gestures and grandiose speeches, but your idealism clouds your judgment. Adam's idealism brings an uncompromising clarity to both his judgment and his resolve. I embraced his aid because of his refusal to stop striving for a better future, as Marnie countered, giving me a slight nod. I will not always heed his guidance, but I see the value of having someone of such character. Those views preserve the part of humanity that can be spoken of in decent company. He has every reason to take pride in his moral conviction and the tasks he's undertaken. That's very kind of you. The lack of saliva in my mouth became noticeable as I tried to swallow. I was touched enough by the Secretary General leaping to my defense at once that I felt like I could be choked up. Thank you, sir. I don't need your gratitude for heartfelt admiration. While you may feel that you are a copy, I think that you stand as your own person. I won't hear you disregarded. Jones, see yourself out. That resignation letter should be on my desk exactly as you proposed. The General stood with a curt frown. As you wish, sir. So long as you know I've done nothing but my duty in the service of humanity. Yes, leave us. I am planning to do for that raid on the Ghost Fossil base, and I dare not waste a second. It's time we take out their leadership and dig up their deepest secrets. You'll have your cozy pension and your good name, so I suggest you leave before that goes up in smoke. I watched as Jones exited and reflected on her explanations for her actions. It was devious enough to have borne fruit, but I could only see how broken Tassie was after having her hopes crushed. There'd been enough enthusiastic scientists who were chewed up and spit out by the heartless galaxy, just like Elias's friend, Dr. Keimpfer, reduced to a sorry, jaded state of giving up on the Orion arm. Right and wrong should matter in a proper society, one that held itself to higher standards than its predecessor. I felt good to have affirmation from Miss Marnie about who I was and what I believed in. With the question of my sense of self resolved, I was freed to choose a new life beyond diplomatic confines. Adam Mayer would take the mantle of paving the path for synthetic organics and ensuring that moral protections were taken into consideration on both sides of the equation. He had his own friends, like Corajan, Cyber, and Tassie, who knew him and formed connections in this existence. My contributions to a better future would be singular and my own. That was enough to give me peace and determination to continue down my current path. End of chapter. Chapter 86. Memory transcription subject Tassie by some alien liaison. Date standardized human time, February 14th, 2161. Finding the Ghost Fossils headquarters might be the thread that would unify Evrana. The Tassia, in their jaded mindset, was shocked that the United Nations intelligence had been able to produce the location of the Starlight Incident aggressors. The Nomads would finally be able to go after the secretive outfit, and that sought our eradication a century ago. There might be secrets that we could uncover here, which would allow us to unravel the entire organization. While the Sapien Coalition was busy prodding at the Tervan and Terrestrian systems, clobbering border outposts and tag-teaming small ship clusters, Bisoms focused our efforts on this raid. General Nalto was remotely overseeing our ground forces, which were joining the human-led raid.
The plan was to scour the entire station for information, much like the landing on the mainstream fossils archives. If the extremists carried on Tusk's traditions like Loxall suggested, then it would be enlightening to see the data they had on bisons, as well as what other predator species had been their victims. There might also be information about how long they'd been stashing their secret fleet amongst the Federation remnants, and how they managed to create so many ships. It was beyond the capacity of the Kolshian Shadow fleet. It would be nice to have the aliens that outright sought to wipe us from existence taken out of the picture, especially when we see how large their extermination fleet has grown since. It wouldn't be a single scout coming from Alsh next time.
Good to go, my bison friends. I hope that you're excited to actualize the justice that I know has weighed on your minds.
Elias Mayer approached our balcony, finding a warm welcome even from Zulk, after he personally forwarded the ghost fossils locations so bisons could have a crack at them.
Elias didn't live to see the initial archives raid. It would have astonished him to learn what was done to the Vendel. He viewed them with the utmost fondness, much as I regard you.
I gave him a curious look. Elias, why are you speaking about your memories in the third person?
That's a long answer, Tassie, but I don't want to be just a brain scan. If you could call me Adam from now on, it would mean a lot for you to recognize me as an independent being. I'd like to be acknowledged for what I've done in this new existence, not forever chained to the fallen leader. Elias didn't choose to be reborn, and I want to live, but I want to honor his choices too.
Adam, it is. It may take me some time to remember, so bear with me. I hope Nalter and Zulk will respect your wishes as well. You more than deserve that courtesy.
Damn straight. We'll call you whatever you like, since you're the only one who does shit for us, Nalter sighed. I've always tried to protect Tassie. I'm glad that you coached her and guided her, because I'm not very fucking good at mentorship. Nonsense, the digitized human responded. I encouraged her to keep the flame lit, even as the downpour tried to put it out. Tassie just needed a touch of hope to serve as a tinderwood. I would have never allowed a friend, and a civilian, to be bullied in such a manner, that it hasn't gone unpunished.
That remark caused my beak to snap towards him with interest.
What? Jones was forced to, hand in her resignation over what she did to you. I'm a man of my word. I also conveniently discovered that Dustin Curtis was relocated to an off-world grid xenobiology project, allegedly to save a runner. I thought that you should know the truth. He wasn't hurt or coerced, by the sounds of it. Nulia and Heliska were coerced, though I only know that through insinuation.
I took a moment to soak all of that in, and found a little more sense in why the two aliens I thought were my friends were so keen to pressure and guilt me into ruining my life. Even Dustin had run off willingly, however noble his cause was. The trust issues I felt towards aliens were the strongest of all towards the First Contact team, after every one of them had let me down and betrayed me. I could forgive my nerdy Terran friend for being swayed by the sense of heroism, especially if it was under false pretenses. Heliska and Nulia knew what they were doing, and went against the stated purposes of the UN's mission to aid Jones. Adam was the only friend who'd looked out for bisons, and been unwavering in his promises to make things right. He'd given us information that wasn't beneficial to humanity, and ousted the corrupt elements from his clandestine service. If there was one person in the galaxy who shared my goal to make things better with complete and utter conviction, it was him. He'd said this chosen name was about the acknowledgement of what he'd done in the synthetic form, and I could see how he'd pushed for improvement. Adam Meyer campaigned for the Sapien Coalition to uphold its own values and to stand united. It was beyond admirable. That's the kind of leader I would follow despite the threat of certain death, and would do anything for. It's what I'd hoped for from aliens in the beginning, to be better and be enlightened, to show us an example of superior conduct and morality. If I ever doubted your sincerity, Adam, I don't anymore. I grabbed his hand with a flipper and squeezed the rubbery skin with a firm grasp. Whatever your feelings about yourself, humanity made the right decision about bringing you back. They need you. We need you. You're the ideal we all look up to. The synthetic human shook his head. I shouldn't be. I'm glad that I could help, but they don't need me to know right from wrong. There are other good people who need to take charge and bring about the future they want to see. The sickening optimism and belief of individual goodness,
This is worse than Dustin, Zulk complained.
Thank you. I strive to never give up, and I'll choose to take any acknowledgement of that as a compliment.
Impossible to discourage. This one never lets you see him falter, Nalta snickered. Well, Adam, you're welcome to stay with us. Bison forces have just touched down on Fossil Station. Unlike what happened with your archives raid, the ghosts don't seem keen on going quietly. They don't have any docile abducted humans to make them partial to you.
I turned my attention towards the feed from the ground. There was a great deal of curiosity and apprehension from the Sapien Coalition's assembly, after we'd witnessed the covert power the extremists held. We were all unified today in seeking any knowledge that could lead to their downfall, but that hinged on whether we could get to their servers before they were scorched earth. From the chatter we'd overheard, the rogue fossil were backtracking to initiate the self-destruct sequence and prevent us from getting anything. Taking our soldiers out with them was a bonus. The fossil archivists were shooting at the invading army to buy time, not wanting us to comb through their data. They weren't foolish enough to believe that the predators would be on the side of their own elimination. Dirty traps and explosives were scattered throughout the pathways, forcing a cautious approach on our part. I could hear arguments from several representatives that it wasn't worth the risk to gather computer data, and to just let them go up in a flaming act of self-destruction if they wished. However, we knew from Locksville that they held even more thorough records than the archivists. Humanity understands what I grasp. If we don't get to the data, that could be a piece of the species' history and identity that's lost forever. That's worth booking it and uploading as much as we can before the enemy blows up the priceless intel. I watched the Terrans stalk through at helm, their long legs suitable for slinking through corridors. It was as if the indoor battleground was their natural environment. I wagered these were the kind of displays that still tickled something deep inside the prey species, as the humans fell into rituals of war with ease. The task and the time were restrictive, but determined primates were nigh unstoppable force. Armor-piercing bullets ripped through the archivists, who clearly weren't trained soldiers themselves. The UN forces charged at the helm, while Bisons covered their brazen advance towards the server room. Other SE ground forces attempted to cut off the fossils scrambling to reach the escape pods before the station detonated. The extremists were unwilling to be taken alive, however, succumbing only with a gun in their paws. I studied the Bison soldiers and wondered how they felt to be on the cusp of completing an age-old quest for answers about a runner's history. This was my species' first ground engagement in our interstellar history. Those infantrymen must be shaken, fighting far away from our planet's shores alongside the surgical humans. All in all, we were supporting the primates in dutiful fashion. Secretary General Asmani stood as the camera feed showed humanity soldiers busting down a sealed vault door with explosive charges and a few powerful leg kicks when it wasn't fully off its hinges.
We've made it to the computer storage room. We'll set the data transfer in progress, then get our men out of here. Whatever's scrapped off the servers, we'll be able to see it live. FTL comms will make our knowledge near instantaneous.
Can you locate the information on the Starlight incident?
Zulk shouted without hesitation.
Humanity understands the importance to Bison kind. Depending on how much data is available, it could take some time to sort through. However, your people are receiving these files at the same time. You will be able to look for anything you wish for. I hope that you'll have your answers shortly.
Fine. We waited 100 years, so I guess it doesn't make much difference to drag this on for a few more eons,
the Desir General grumbled.
Carry on.
I watched as the soldiers backpedaled for the door, with Bisons waiting for the humans in valiant fashion. Despite the fact that our locomotion was much slower than theirs, we worked well in tandem with the Terrans, which I thought was a good omen for future cooperation. There was no telling how long the ticking timer was on the base, so every second mattered to get our forces off the station. The Sapien Coalition had landed with several shuttles and could take off just the same. The forces securing the hangar bay got the idea to take the escape pods. That way the fossil couldn't utilize them, and we'd be able to inspect those ships for intel. Cheers spread throughout the auditorium as the last soldier scurried onto a shuttle. Human forces stayed behind until the last ally was aboard, risking their own lives in kind. It was the spirit of no warrior left behind that, again, made me appreciate the noble side of the military life that Nalto found beauty in. Mostly, I was just relieved that we'd gotten our people off in one piece.
and been able to get to their servers. I turned to look at Adam, but noticed that his expression was still grim and nervous. The synthetic Terran trusted his force's efficiency and had rather been worried about what we might find in the servers. His unblinking eyes watched the files loading in. "Adam?" I questioned. The digital mind pursed his lips. "I'm seeing some Bison files coming in, rather organized, which should make your job easier. The problem is, there's a lot more files that are still encrypting. Some names I don't recognize, which likely are species they annihilated, and also—" "Spit it out," Nalto insisted. "Some that I do recognize." "That right there, that says Krev. I'd like to know immediately, for the sake of us all, just what the ghost fossil know about the consortium." A few of the other representatives were caught onto what the newly loaded data said, and murmured amongst themselves as they considered the possibilities. The Krev consortium had hidden themselves away with the intention of escaping the Federation's notice, according to everything that we knew about them. Needless to say, it came with a great surprise to see that the fossil archivist had quite the treasure trove of information on the green-scale, primate-loving mammals. End of Chapter 2, Chapter 87. Memory transcription subject Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date standardized human time, February 14th, 2161. Gress's belief that the Krev consortium was that insidious hadn't quite landed with me after witnessing the depths of evil within the Federation. Learning how even the herbivores were subdued and tampered with from the civ kit that we found on Tellus had made us shady surveillance and false flag operations seem tame by comparison. I could almost overlook it altogether, since they'd afforded me happiness and come to the rescue with Arkship 3's plight, despite our predatory appearance. They were the first aliens that hadn't hated or tried to kill us. In fact, quite the opposite. It was why I so readily forgave the Krev tendency to fawn over every little thing we did, since it was so innocuous by comparison. Deep down, the attention was kind of nice after a lifetime of neglect and loneliness. I was almost touched to starve enough that I would have let them pet me, but my last shreds of dignity went out. I believed in their goal of hiding from the Federation, but here they were, in fossil extremist records, plain as day. What had angered me was seeing how they destroyed my boyfriend's life, using him as their fall guy to take him out of the picture. I understood why they'd sowed mistrust and outright paranoia. From the way Gress was looking at the screen, he thought that his vision of events was about to be proven correct. Whatever they unearth in these files, it's evident that Tellus and my unwitting parties in consortium space need to know about this. If Gress is right about this being a smoking gun of some deep-rooted corruption, then maybe I won't have to find a different liaison than Radai. That peace deal could be torn to shreds. "You think the consortium worked with the ghost fossil?" I said to Gress, as the SC delegation perused the files to choose what to open first. "That's quite the leap. Maybe they were influenced unwittingly, but they wouldn't help kill predators. They certainly wouldn't leave the colony of human squatters alive." Les laughed bitterly. "Taylor, stop trying to convince yourself. It was all just a game. I can see it. The saving grace is that the fossil everywhere keeps such meticulous records of their damned schemes. Whatever they got up to, it'll be right there. These delegates look at me like I know, and I do. I told them there was no Federation, just an eye in the sky." "This isn't helping. I know it's been stressful for you to find out everything the consortium did was pointless, but you're losing your grip. We can deal with this together. I'm sure there's an explanation for all of it, and we don't have to go straight to the worst-case scenario. Shit, this could be new data from what the remnants heard through the grapevine. The Casey was helping us in the war against the Fed. They have to pretend to. That's their threat, which supposedly they want to eliminate. Everywhere it's war and truth, altering the sky's fabric to fit your narrative, and chasing ghosts for eternity. It'll be for an eternity soon. Oh, you're right that there's an explanation. I'm not crazy. You'll see." "The ghosts of the Federation. I mean, we're literally calling them ghost fossil. You don't need to—" Never mind. I shoved my hands deep in my pockets, biting my tongue. I don't want Gress to have a fit, and the guards to escort him from the building. "Yeah, okay, I'll see you soon." The Krev looked eager to be vindicated as Secretary General Asmani pulled up the first chronological file from the archives. The data was decoded into human script in no time, and the header on the top painted a telling picture of where it came from.
It was acquired on Tinsas, which I read as tennis. The ghost fossil had been on our home, but when? Surely not while we were there. Combing through the Sivkit bunkers that Mafani somehow knew about, if the Underscales knew about them all along, and so did the extremists, then it begged the question about whether those threads were connected. A fossil archivist appeared on screen, eyes gleaming as she gave the intro. We located a Sivkit probe, launched as part of what seems to be a 1,000-year recovery plan. An escaped predator disease patient from the Sivkit Grand Herd had nearly reached it, but we were able to intercept it. "Mind you, brutes are validated forthwith," Loxel yelled in triumph, as if he wasn't up Schitt's Creek for withholding information about the ghost fossil. "This kernel of our erudition, bequeathed by Sivkit's bygone tenebrous fossil, snatched in my claws. Whoa!" Naltor scoffed at the dramatic ambassador. "Can we hear the rest of this?" "Not can, yes you may." The fossil elaborated on why the Sivkit probe was important to a cause. We long since had the idea of expanding our operations back towards Tinsas and the parts of space beyond where our ideology reached, starting anew. There's too much risk of us being discovered by the blighted humans ever since the fall of the Federation. "Humans?" I echoed. "That means it's after we won the war. This is the first file they have on the Krev. Their influence can't run too deep." Gress's shoulders shrugged. "What?" "You wanted your government to be secret pawns of the fossil," Culler squawked. I had almost forgotten the Crocodile peacekeeper was accompanying us. "It sounds like you got ideas to go meddle with Krev space and found out enough about you to rethink. You sure the shit can't be converted to Feddies? Let's see." The archivist continued speaking in mundane, bored tone. "We believe the Sivkits had some initiative to preserve data for future generations, while the human predators have returned many species to their unspeakable starting places, and regressed them from even further than that, in some cases. We had an opportunity to prevent our brethren's work from being undone with the Sivkits." "Those poor bastards," I muttered. "The Federation did them so dirty, and the Tellers shot them away from their homeworld when they finally found it. I'm glad that you're moving back in." "Slowing the Terrans' work is our primary goal, which meant that we had to investigate the Sivkit knowledge repositories. The probe contained some data on their explorative activities into neighboring systems after first contact, which is crucial insight for a region that we might wish to base ourselves in. This was the first instance we found the Krev. To whomever may be listening, this is Chapter 4 of Sivkit History and Achievements, the holographic figure of General Ansel, who narrated the Federation's imperialistic conquest back in the bunker, replaced with the archivist's introduction. I narrowed my eyes, wondering what he could possibly know about the Krev. After receiving faster-than-light travel technology from Federation visitors, we set about to explore neighboring systems and search for potential colony sites. A mere 2 hours of travel away, the Sivkits stumbled upon a medieval species called the Krev. Gress blinked in surprise. "The Sivkits knew about us thousands of years ago. Why didn't the Federation find us, or did they?" The Sivkit grandfather studied their planet Evor. The Krev were dominated by a Prevan empire, who came to rule over the peers as protectors. Curiously, they invented fictional monsters and convinced the world that they alone could slay them. A fascinating and imaginative species, much unlike the perfect herbivores I know we're being fashioned into. We Sivkits realized, as our last act of defiance, that we couldn't let the Federation find them. The Krev deserved a chance to develop without their helping paw. I remembered Ansel as someone who saw the tide of Federation tyranny coming. However, I hadn't expected that they'd known about their green-scaled neighbors when they were far less sophisticated, and had taken a proverbial bullet for them. No species deserved to have the peaceful prey dogma enforced on them, to become a watered-down, cowardly version. Evor, as I knew it, the planet that had finally offered aliens a true personality and constitution, wouldn't exist as anything more than another Vendel Prime. I liked Governor Lacer plenty, but the fate of the Skullgons was one worse than death. I felt sorry for the Sivkits, as is. But hot damn, they protected Gress and his entire society, with the ghost fossil only finding them once they had a chance to fight back. For that, I have immeasurable gratitude, and I imagine he feels that even more strongly. I can't fathom the idea of him cowering at the sight of humans. "Wow, that wasn't what I expected to hear. The Sivkits tried to save you from enduring what they went through," I breathed, wrapping an arm around Gress's shoulders. The Krebs' eyes were watery with shock. And we shot at them without the sieve kits. We would have been as deadened and weak as any of the herbivores. I shudder to think what our society would be, and how we'd feel about humans. I had this very wrong, Taylor. The consortium must know of their sacrifice. It would give them a good reason to be more welcoming and altruistic when the sieve kits make it back to Tinzas. Be glad they didn't find you. You could have led an extermination fleet instead of us, Carla trolled, with a hint of vitriol. You wouldn't have found the primates so cute. That's not true. It's my blood to look at those pinchy cheeks and melt.
Oh, don't start, I growled. Listen to the floppy-eared imperialist.
The fossil had reappeared on the screen as Ansel's notes ended. After we learned about this Krebs species detected long ago, our mission was clear. We had to investigate Eval and assess how open they'd be to conversion and find any other hidden sivkit data. The latter could give us quite insight. So we headed for Tinzas, and that's when we met the Krev ourselves, as the rest of the files would expand upon.
Wait, what? Those extremist fossils visited Tellus, and they didn't say anything. Surely I'm interpreting that wrong. Maybe they shot at them and went undetected.
Carla's beak parted with suspicion. I don't think so, Taylor. The fossil lived to report back. They said they met, and there's no way that the Krev wouldn't recognize their species. Something tells me this is going to be good. Good for who? Gress spat. Governor Lacey flicked an ear from the audience, shooting a sidelong glance back in our direction. Secretary General Osmani, I think we need to see that next file.
I quite agree. If the consortium knew about the ghost fossil all along and conveniently couldn't point out their location on a star map, to me it sounds like both parties entered some kind of talks.
Earth's leader responded, eyebrows knitted together. I shook my head, turning to my companions. We assumed wrongly about the consortium with the first file, and found out instead that the sivkit stopped them from being victims. Let's not jump to conclusions. I'm trying not to make a rash and impulsive judgment these days. I don't see what the fossil would have to offer the consortium. Gress's eyes hardened. The truth, and the way out. A fictitious monster is as good as a real one, just like it was 1,000 years ago. The United Nations technicians worked to pull up the next file in our newly recovered data from the extremists' archives, as I hung on the edge of my seat to learn what transpired to our initial encounter. The Archhumans had been confronted by the Krev military, presumably a few years prior to this interaction. I still remembered how that had transpired. Any number of things could be possible. We had been able to conceal our identities, which the fossil might have done just in case the sivkits tipped them off. Also with us, the consortium had played nice, out of both sympathy for our lives, a desire to avoid open warfare with the Federation, and the hopes of not attracting attention as anything more than a run-of-the-mill herbivores. There was no knowledge of the conspiracy's elimination, or the fact that the ghost fossil were a rogue sect. The scaly mammals might have played along as 100% gentle herd animals to dodge tampering plans. The Krev's motivations didn't need to be nefarious just because the underscales played dirty. Human Black Ops played dirty. Still, why had the consortium never mentioned any of this, especially when we asked him about the ghost fossil? I coiled my fingers around Gress's claws and waited for the definitive answer on whether the KC peace treaty could be trusted. Soon enough, the documentation would clarify which of us were right about the Krebs' intent, and the Sapien Coalition would have to decide what to do with this new information. End of chapter. Chapter 88. Memory transcription subject Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date standardized human time, February 14th, 2161. The Krev Consortium was still a point of contention to much of the Sapien Coalition. After the attacks in the Orion space had clobbered 3 worlds and assailed their fleets, if there was any link between the KC and the ghost fossil, it was going to blow up the peace that I'd pivoted and begged for. As soon as I'd learned there was humanity on the other side. I'd seen how much the Krev loved primates, and I couldn't imagine a world where they'd knowingly have fought Earth. Just what had happened on Tellus while we lived there, right beneath our noses. To think how horrified I'd been by the sivkits, who I now knew were victims, invading our system. The same Basel archivers from the introductory video, which had explained how they learned about the Krev, appeared on the screen. The Krev Consortium military didn't take much time in noticing our presence in Tinzas system. We noticed from sensors that it appeared to have a few thousand inhabitants. It was immediately apparent that they knew of the Federation and the fossil. We surrendered at their command, and we were remanded to our custody of a secret force called the Underscales. They had a lot of questions, chiefly who the humans were.
They talked about us, I gasped. I couldn't reckon with the possibility that they might have known who we were, and that Earth was alive all along. After years toiling in the mines, being squeezed for minerals, and forced to hide our faces. The Crab had thought we were Federation, not known we were terrified predator refugees, right? No, they can't have known. I could have been at home with my parents as a child. I could have had my childhood when it still fucking mattered. It isn't nothing, Grass. Tell me that I'm not hearing this wrong. The Crab squeezed my hand, a jaded look in his eyes.
It was all for nothing, just like the kids. That's who they are, and I'm fucking horrified to have been used as a pawn again. They knew you were primates all along and let us torment you. I don't know why, because you made the best propaganda for them. The poor, cute victims. I'm sorry, Taylor. I'm so sorry.
The fossil didn't tell them. They must have. I mean, why would they? They hate predators. They hate humans. We undid all the glorious work. They told some lie to feck us over.
The Crab are a different breed of liars to the fossil, a different class. Brace yourself when you hear the confirmation. Your heart already knows. I don't know why they had to let me bear the guilt of hurting you, your poor people, and those damned miners too, when they knowingly killed you. It's always me. Just listen.
The fossil continued to speak on the screen, and I listened in a numb stupor.
The irony when we learned why they were asking.
There were humans infesting Baron Tinsas. It was unclear what those binocular-eyed freaks got by hiding their faces, though at first we thought they might be onto us. They might have found Tinsas first, or been keeping an eye on our attempts to restart operations outside Old Federation space. We only found the truth later, by surveying the Terrans and reporting back about the Ark ships. Reporting back, I echoed. Refugees thought Earth died. If that was true, we'd all be ecstatic to finish off the last of them. Again, this was not known to us at the time, so the consortium received limited answers. We were all too happy to explain who those violent predators were to the Krev, and they weren't taking our words well. They seemed to want to aid the telesettlers even, and to grow angry on their behalf. Not amendable in the slightest to our ideals. When we showed a picture, the reaction to the ugly primates was adoration. Then why the fuck didn't they help us? They knew who we were. Hearing how Earth was set out for termination by the civilized galaxy didn't please them. They clearly hated the fossil, considering us an enemy and with zero intent of helping our cause. Destroying Tinsas seemed a failed mission. The human settlers would get to the data, and that would be that. However, when we explained that humanity had assembled a coalition and defeated the Federation of Warfare, unraveling the painstaking work of millennia, the Kreb's behavior changed. Secretary General Osmani was shaking his head. This changes the entire context of our peace treaty, made under the assumption that it was all a misunderstanding. The Crab knew the Federation was non-existent when they sent those drone fleets to strike us at our hearts. They knew exactly who was in charge and chose to attack us. I couldn't muster much of a response to this confirmation, only feeling the sinking feeling in my gut twist deeper, like a screwdriver was being torqued into my spleen. All I could think about was hearing General Radai describe the attack vectors on Federation space. All the while, the consortium had been well aware that this was a false threat. Gress was right on that account. I had to think the rescued military leader hadn't known. He was a pawn in this entire mess, too. Perhaps that was what he'd discovered that caused him to aid the Jaslips in the Civil War. Meant to realize that there was more at play with who was commanding the KC. We murdered innocent people, and they let us slaughter them. They let us become vengeance-driven monsters who believed the galaxy hated us, suffering in a fashion somehow more pointless than if we'd just been hiding our faces for nothing. The Krev refused to talk to mainstream humanity, even after hearing everything that we went through, until invading SE forces made that an issue. I don't understand why. Is it really just about the truth not giving the Krev a reason to stay in power? I shouted at Gress. The scaly mammal nodded in Terran fashion.
Yes, that has always been what they cared about. Authoritarians will do anything to maintain their stranglehold, and that's, easier when the people are pacified, when they believe that it's for their own good.
The Underscales seemed horrified to learn that the Federation had been destroyed. The archivist was still speaking, though I'd heard more than enough. I didn't want to hear her fecking reasoning for my life being a cosmic joke, a waste. It was all lies, all the way down. Was this the anger and betrayal the SC members felt decades ago? It burned like motor oil. As I understand now, we were the threat that gave their organization purpose. They decided they couldn't get back to the public since they'd taken such drastic measures. We realized that we could help each other. A bison general named Zulk was incandescent on the balcony, all but frothing at the beak.
How dare those consortium bastards help the planners of our extermination? The ones who attacked Arana, laid waste to my homeland with cogent recruits to end the carnival scourge. I side with the Jastabs more than ever. Carnivores living under such monsters. How are we not helping them? Peace. Peace hopped out of the fishing boat. The Tessia declared war.
Please do not put the cart before the horse. I understand your anger, but rest assured that humanity will take action with this knowledge. Let us get all the details so that we know what we're heading into, and what the nature of this action should be, Miss Marnie responded. There's still the KC drone fleet in our space to supposedly aid against Fed remnants and Ghost Fossil. The Sapien Coalition must remain vigilant and act together.
After all the Civ kids did to spare the Krev, the Federation gyves, it was they who lent rede to our conquerors and raised the toxin to fire upon our expedition, Loxel howled. My eyes were now narrowed in the most primal, inexorable rage.
We will not forgive what they put Tellus through. That's our fucking world, Loxel. We take it back. We burn the ground, just like the fucking exterminators turned Tinzest to a desert. They made my people their slaves and attacked humanity with full knowledge of what they were doing. If we don't want to go to war, neither of our species suffering. Our losses matter.
Let's hear why they did it, Kala placated. I know that you don't want to be the person that loses your head again, Taylor. Full of anger.
Fuck that new leaf. What they did...
I know what it's like to go to war for a false cause, one that you would have never fought in with knowledge that you couldn't have had. I know the guilt you feel, and the hatred you carry for the liars. I am sorry. All I can tell you is their reasoning does matter, because every person in the Krev Consortium needs to hear it. They need the cold liberation that kind of truth brings.
Gress hugged me closer, uncaring about the vitriolic looks representatives were giving him.
It's time the Consortium stopped telling their lies. The people need the real story. And after everything they put us through, the least I could hear is why. Any semblance of closure would give me some sleep at night.
As the chamber settled down, the United Nations resumed the fossil video detailing the collusion. Cooperation was necessary to avoid both our organizations' destruction. We agreed to leave their people alone, and they in turn would provide us with a fleet. It was a matter of time before humanity's survival became known, especially with the predators squatting on Tinzas. We were their contingency plan, since they could point to our fleet as a real threat.
The fleet at Grenelka was made by them, growled Representative Onzo spat, tail lashing with disgust. That's how they got 300,000 ships. As opposed to the few scouts that attacked Arana, the Krev had the manufacturing power. Who else would?
Us, obviously, Bison General Nelto quipped in a sarcastic voice. We would give them that many ships so they can get all of Arana in one go. No, really, how could the Krev let them have such a fleet? To terrorize anyone that ever touched meat. Crocodile Ambassador Council shuddered.
I don't know, but that includes several of us in the chamber. Knowing the Ghost Fossil's goals, every former omnivore must be on guard. The remnants will go for us first. The Krev must have known that.
The Consortium wasn't trustworthy, of course, the archivist continued. There was a real possibility that they wanted us to attack humanity and swoop in to save the primates then. Their people would lap up that heroism. We picked over the ships to remove any opportunities for them to seize remote control, and only then used them. We went to lead the remnants back to glory as a true rival to humanity, and they welcomed us. It was our chance to keep the Federation alive and untainted. We could save some species and destroy more predators.
Gress tapped his claws on his chin. I'm surprised the Consortium didn't decide to let them destroy the Jaslips. Esco was always going to be a problem for them.
Maybe they were trying to with the kits, I answered in a growly voice, joining him in the land of dark interpretations. That did happen afterward. The fossil launched into the last of her words, which I could glean from the video's timestamps. We helped each other with various problems. The underscales excavated the bunkers on Tinsas, taking control of the information, away from the blasted humans. Those Terran colonists were useful to the Consortium to prolong the conflict. Well masked, they could be pointed at as the Federation on their doorstep, and once they told their story, they were the primate victims that proved exactly what the Krevs saw as the worst of us. It all suited them, and we tried to make their coddling of predators suit our long-term goals. They call the mines coddling of predators. Holy fuck. We were just... Our lives meant nothing to the Krev. Nothing. This goes way beyond the need for a lowly strike. We deserve our vengeance.
So do the Jaslips, Gress agreed.
Once again, as if she knew the topic we'd raised, the fossil continued on about those Arctic carnivores. The underscales needed to turn people against the Jaslips, since they were bound to revolt. Incidents were devised. We hoped that they might finish what they started at HFY later. Our real opportunity to shred tolerance for predators was when the Consortium attacked the SC, forced to back those primates' victims once they told their tale. With humanity helping planetary attacks, their precious alliance would disintegrate. We could win back the herbivores when they saw their tame predators for the raiders they are. It would be our new chance to wipe Earth out with the remnant fleet in wait. Gasps echoed through the Sapien Coalition chamber, as my heart sank like a stone at the thought of the Feddies mounting another attempt to wipe my homeworld out. That was their master plan all along. It had almost worked, since our allies were so fickle. However, the ghost fossil hadn't anticipated the United Nations would mount such an all-out defense for the besieged worlds, especially the two that they had no obligations to. My people might have saved Alpha had the Yopa not sabotaged that defense. This is all intended to return the galaxy to thinking that we were just predatory monsters. At this point, let these fossil bastards see the monsters that they have created. Nobody plots to destroy Earth and lives to tell about it. Two-front or not, it doesn't matter. They're already working together. It's time that we end this madness once and for all. It had nothing to do with the tennis colonists standing with the Consortium. It was always the plan for the Yulpa to incite a war, as Smiley said. Having heard the full story, this insidious plot against everything we worked so hard to build cannot go unanswered. That is an act of war, if I've ever seen one. I don't need consideration. My stance is to sever all diplomatic ties with the Consortium side, and to aid General Dai in his efforts to topple their government. Who is with me? I raised a hand, my shouts blending into a sea of furious voices. I am. They can't fucking get away with this. All of humanity's most ardent allies have little hesitation, and even Noxel was ready to send civ kits on the offensive, after learning that the Consortium was held Tinsas with sinister intent. The Bisons had bloodlust in their eyes, while the omnivore species had their own helpings of self-concern. If the ghost fossil had sought to divide the Sapien Coalition and drive a stake through the organization's heart, then they had done the opposite. There was a common enemy to challenge, a refusal to accept a backslide they had stood for. An attack on humanity was an attack on the herd, unlike when most had refused to come to Earth's aid in 2136. To think that we believed that they'd help look for the ghost fossil, since their outpost was in Casey's space. The Consortium had signed their death warrant by making a pact with the fossil extremists, just to preserve their own power. This news drove me mad, quite frankly. All they had to do was admit what they'd learned, and tell the Talish what they'd found. There could have been peace. They could have apologized for Esqua or done things a host of different ways, but they chose to rebuild the Federation from ghosts. The threat was a story they told just to justify their own actions, and they'd never admit their wrongdoings.
The Shield doesn't want the Federation back. Not under the Fossil's control. Not like this, the Dirtian Ambassador Korjan spoke up, after the bulk of the SC had died down. This clandestine alliance launched the false attack, which would have kept going to Kalqua's doorstep if not for humanity. The Federation would hurt us to discredit them. You have the support of us all.
Elias Mayer, the robot, ducked his head in support from the UN's table.
Thank you, Korjan.
That means a great deal. It seems my faith in you was well placed. We can all back the Secretary General in not letting them tear our fraught peace apart.
We'll destroy this festering evil and put the galaxy back together once and for all.
On my part of the galaxy, Cress whispered, slowly to me. Taylor, I'm sorry to be selfish with all you're feeling, but if the UN is cutting off diplomacy and going to war at once, how will we get my daughter out first?
I recoiled with concern. Oh shit. Yeah, that's not good at all. We'll talk to the UN. The Krev don't know we're coming for them. The idiots think that we still believe their fucking peace treaty. We'll have to get them to send your daughter and ex-wife to us right away.
I can't lose anyone else, not you, not Lekka. After all the lies that they've told and spun on me up on, I just want to keep the people I love away from the Sol. Please, tell me the UN will still help a foolish Krev. I have nothing.
This isn't your fault. You're on our side, and I'll swear it up and down to any of those gawkers. I promise I'll talk to whoever I have to keep your family safe. We'll do this together. Much like the Sapien Coalition and its allies, the two of us stood united in our resolve to face this new revelation. Tellus needed to hear how we'd suffered knowing the abuse from a shady government who helped rebuild the Federation in secret when they learned of its destruction. Asmani spoke for both Earth and the planet where I'd lived for 25 years, when he said that humanity would not let these schemes go unanswered. The shadow of predator hatred could not hang over us forever. End of chapter. Chapter 89. Memory transcription subject Quana, Jaslip Soldier. Date standardized human time, February 16th, 2161. It all felt a bit too easy how we'd been able to gather Jaslips from the first 3 enclaves, the Trumbull, Ulchard, and Rescott worlds. There hadn't been much resistance mounted by the locals, allowing for quick stops and collecting Jaslips on the Rescott fleet with ease. Kaisel chalked that up to the Krev Consortium losing the backbone of their military operations. But something about it smelled rotten to my nose. Furthermore, I didn't trust Radai as far as I could throw him. We couldn't leave the Independence Brigade's newly recruited army with those birds, often the most discriminatory of all towards us. Perhaps we were being tricked into letting them capture every insurgent, taking care of the KC's little problem. I remember the time spent training under Radai's supervision. I could give the generals some acknowledgement for standing up to Bafani and choosing to ignore my jabs about their defeat on Esquo. But he was still the Consortium's lackey through and through. I understood with each reflection that he cared about sapient lives. However, the honor-bound avian talking about tenants' freedom as if they were oppressed, then acknowledged our own captivity in the same breath, I'd found it odd, to say the least. I could see the Arxor and the Rescotts related to each other deeply, and two proud species that wouldn't back down in the name of their reputation. Avor is the world at the heart of this all, where I imagine the Krev will mount a resistance. When we get there, whatever is hidden in their scales will make an appearance, and we'll see how much of a fortress their cage in orbit really is. I turned to Zephyrus, since Charisse was paying me little attention with Hycerin next to her. Humans. Why do you think Kaiser called a meeting? We know the plans to demand the release of the final enclave on Avor. Then we leave. It's the last one before we can start anew, rebuild Esco. Perhaps the Sapien Coalition will take us in. After you allied with us, the operative hissed. Since they're still raising Osas, there may be a possibility. Psst. It would shock me if they would ever accept us into their ranks. We used to think one day we'd be able to write our past and live amongst the galaxy's other peoples. You've made allies of us and the Rescotts. The bad blood from this. The Krev are a bitter species, if Radai is genuine. The other Consortium species will loathe the Rescotts for marching an army on their worlds. It could disband the organization. I imagine that the avians would hate hiding as much as most Arxor. Though I appreciate the finer arts of stealth and ambuscades, the shadows are dark and quiet, where I achieve the most functionality. I fight dirty from where they'd never expect, because I have to. It was the only way to hurt our enemy when we were so outmatched. Look at Charisse. Does she seem like she cares about sending a message anymore? The human had taught Hycerin some stupid game called charades, and was hopping around in a stupid way. I pinned my ears back, watching as she mimed ripping through the dirt and seeming to devour whatever she picked up. Civ kits, Hycerin decided. Charisse pointed with a grin. Yep. It'll be strange to have them all in Tellus, pretty much everywhere past our settlement, and I can't believe that Taylor Trench managed a successful negotiation without folding like a wet paper towel. We all know that boy is. Humans are all wet paper towels to us. Once we have you in our jaws, drenched in our saliva, haven't you heard that we eat anything?
Then you have that in common with the fucking civ kits. You know, I heard a weird rumor that we need to have lots of orange farms ready. I wonder if the bunnies have scurvy or something. And I wonder if you're replacing your current white-furred friends with a herbivore version, I growled, interrupting their conversation. Tellus won't side with us in the Civil War. Humanity won't directly interfere. You'll go running back to your people, won't you? Quana, go fuck yourself. I'm done with you, for good. You're the most toxic, self-centered. Says a species that hid behind masks for 24 years. It's your fault we didn't learn that the Federation was dead sooner. Everything that Tellus pities itself for, you did to yourselves. The human's eyes smoldered, and she curled her fists while I laughed at her. I could say the same about Jaslips. It's not like you did anything to help yourselves. You had to have that Oxon the Reskets carry you, you fucking ass-wiping. Enough! Ziphrus hissed. I'll remind you, the Oxel saved Earth too, though you do not acknowledge that we carried you at all. This does not have to be a competition about who was hurt by a lousy organization more. Hycerin pulled Charisse back as she scowled at me. Come on, she's not worth it. She's just sad, hateful person who wants to reason to resent everyone. I've known my share of her type. I am not, I growled. Alwyn stormed over to the incident, hackles up. We cannot fight amongst each other, not when there is so close to victory. If you have a personal disagreement, settle it however you wish. The Reskets would facilitate a duel, should you desire to be so dramatic. All I ask is that you do it after all is said and done, because distractions are costly. We're staring down the world of our true enemy. Kaisel has something important to share. I think we all should listen. She's a human, Alden. I bared my teeth, tail front slashing of overzealous emotions. My binocular eye shot towards the Oxel leader, looking for validation. They only help themselves. Kaisel said so. Kaisel blinked, staring out at the crowd without amusement. Well, here's some shocking news. The humans have offered to send ships to aid our efforts in destroying the consortium. Do not spread this news to our Resket colleagues, as they may have underscale spies in their midst. I have brought General Radai here to reconsider our plans in light of what the Sapien Coalition told us. The Terrans vouch only that he can be trusted. My head snapped in the direction of the towering avian, who looked out of place at the heart of the Jaslab rebellion ship. Radai had been the head of the consortium military, and now everything that had occurred under his supervision was supposed to be forgiven. I didn't trust him to keep our plans under wraps. If it was that important, I was shocked that the United Nations had volunteered aid, after how certain Kaisel had been that they wouldn't offer direct aid. As bitter as I was at Charisse, I didn't know how useful the aid of the Sapien Coalition's dominant power could be. They would change everything. Though I didn't know if we'd even need their help taking Abor. The primates were coming in the last moment. Perhaps humanity sees how handily we're orchestrating the consortium's collapse. So now they want to retract their precious peace treaty, migrate to the side of winners, and take all the credit. That seems like the sort of self-benefiting play they'd make. General Radai ducked his head to me with respect. Quana, I failed to protect you, along with my own people and the consortium. That was all that I ever wanted, and I do not know then how misguided my actions were. I will find an appropriate punishment for this dishonor at the conclusion of these events. To shoot down any doubts over whether I feel guilt, I apologize for my part in serving them with the deepest sincerity and regret. I knew not what they were. Neither did I. But I was willing to work with them against the Federation remnants. I admit with a grudging surprise that the humans uncovered quite the damning information, which might have saved us a hasty defeat, Kaisel grunted. The Krev backed the very organization that attacked our allies, the Bisons, for being carnivores. The Oxal Collective protects meat-eaters from the insanity of herbivores in power who love to discriminate against us, wherever they may be. It's far more sinister than just the Jaslips.
I'll be direct. What Chief Hunter Kaisel is saying is that the Krev Consortium backed fossil extremists with the goal of rebuilding the Federation. They knew all along that humanity had won the war and was the species living on Tellus. They even knew that Tellus was once the Civkit homeworld. Yet they still let me and the wider military plot to expel the Ark colonists, attack Civkit vessels, and strike Federation worlds, dishonorably concealing this information. They worked to turn the public against Jaslips in particular. The yowls and gasps that spread across the chamber were immediate, as the Resket shared the files containing this information.
I couldn't believe what I was hearing, that the scaly bastards knew everything all along and decided to fuck us over anyway. Holy hibernation, the Krev Consortium backed the fucking new Federation, the very organization they claimed to be hiding from. Just the bribe somehow mattered to them even less than I thought. I'd at least thought that they were bumbling around in amoral ignorance. Charisse was holding her head in her hands. It was as if I could see any guilt that she felt over bombing the delegates blink out in an instant. The Tannish miners had been extorted for all those years, with the people in power having full knowledge that they were refugees. They could have been told that Earth survived years ago. No wonder the United Nations was incandescent to learn that the drone assault on their space and the prevented return of their refugees were intentional transgressions. Even humanity wouldn't sit idle when a superpower backed an organization that had it out for predators. I growled at the rescue general. How could you not have known? You were a delegate. They know my character, and I do not think all of the delegates compromise the real government. I am appalled to have been used to such ends. I am a fool, Red Eye sighed. At least I am not a willing participant. That is all I can say in my own defense, though I am certain that I will not be judged with kindness now, or by the history books. You're helping us now, Howland offered diplomatically, to my chagrin. You can help us see that everyone knows what the consortium did to us, without shame. Not just to the entire unwitting public. It was all a facade, and it seems now we're fighting for every species' liberation from that narrative. I agree. The humans have cautioned us that the KC may have a backdoor into our ships. I believe they may wish to lure us to Avon, then turn my fleet on you. Until we learn how to remove the override, and that would tip our wing, we shouldn't make a move. We should wait for the Sapien Coalition. Perhaps make a show of scouting, but find a way to dump those files everywhere. All I can advocate now is to reveal the truth, though anything done over the internet won't last a second. Then we drop physical data disks, unconnected to anything. We make it so the consortium can't wipe it, Charisse spat. I'm sure the United Nations will get a word to tell us. I trust our people. Aliens not so fucking much. All scheming, conniving. Just why? I understand your fury, human, but I share the anger at the way they mistreated you. We did always care about you as fellow predators, even when our most wicked elements were in charge, Heisel said. Your plan is much in line with my own. We will turn the people on them. The consortium will fall beneath the combined wrath of the galaxy. When the truth comes out, a minute few will be left on their side. I snapped my head towards Zephyrus, demanding that the snarky Oxalt said something. So we're not going to free the Jastops on Avon. It's the last enclave. You're an operative. Send in a rescue squad like you did for us. I do not make plans, nor do I want to, the greenish-grey reptilian responded. Patience seems wiser than giving in to temperament. The Sapien Coalition is sending aid, which can ensure success. You must see the wisdom in going when we are the strongest. Humanity is so far away, of course they can help, but... Your insubordination has gone too far, Quana, Alon snarled. You will stand down and support the cause, or you won't be part of this movement. Whatever you've done for us, it doesn't excuse your volatile behavior. Get a hold of yourself. I slunk back into the shadows, seething that the Independence Brigade leader had told me off for concern over the Jastops still under the Krev's claws. This changed both the nature and the urgency of our rebellion. We were fighting for all the species that had been lied to, though our plight exceeded anything they'd endured. General Radai was keen to expose the truth, at least, so I supposed he'd been sincere enough digging into the consortium's underbelly. His fleet was good for nothing, though, by the sounds of it. Was it really worth keeping the avians who helped oppress and put us down in our inner circle, if he couldn't even cough up a working strike force? At least every Krev Consortium citizen would know just how justified we were in calling out the organization's malevolence, rather than buying that we were extremists. We needed to find a way to take them down. After how Charisse had turned on me, I wasn't sure I felt good about relying on the primates as our salvation. I hoped the humans remembered how to wage an offensive campaign, and could grind the Krev into dust. They'd been fended off at Talis the last time they went on attack, so they need to put a better foot forward than their muted effort in the past. End of chapter 90. Memory transcription subject Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date standardized human time, March 18th, 2161. The past month and a few odd days had been a whirlwind, one that left me unable to stay on Earth with Grass. The United Nations relented to permit us to join the assault forces in Avor. When Captain Sovereign was pointed to as the president, we had to go. Even if I wasn't returning to Tellus's long term, I wasn't going to let Krev throw himself into danger to rescue his family. Avor was not going to allow any of its citizens to evacuate to the SC after they pieced together that we knew the truth about them perpetuating the Federation's existence. Humanity's shift in temperament and known discovery of the ghost fossil station allowed them to put two and two together. The United Nations Blitzkrieg strategy. Its 82 allies had been busy with a variety of engagements. The ghost fossil had hundreds of thousands of ships to concentrate on key spots, though they'd relinquish some worlds swiftly, like the Tevans, a shitty SHIELD member that chose to side with the Federation. That organization was still rotten as it could be. There was likely a lot of planning that went into battering Grenolka for weeks, though I found it uninteresting. It didn't even matter to me what the Casey drone fleet did, despite the fact that they dropped all pretenses and shifted the directives to aid the Federation. I cared about one battle, the Battle of Avor, and saving Gressa's family. My rage over learning that Tellus colonists had been shafted on purpose, with full knowledge of who we were, provided a secondary motive. The Krev were somehow more heartless than I thought they were, back when I believed that they were just another Fedi race that would hate us. Just like General Radai had wanted a decapitation strike against the Federation, I knew that we had to follow the lessons of humanity's first space war. If we cut off the head of the serpent that was the Consortium, it would simplify the task of bringing the remnants to heel. As a two-front war, we can't afford for this to be stretched out. We don't want to give Krev or the ghosts any time to recede further. There will never be any way to ensure that they're not lurking out there, except to expand throughout the entire Milky Way and protect others under our umbrella. After this, humanity can't be content to rest on our laurels. Maybe we could find other arcs.
Why did the Jaslips wait so long to drop that info? The testy Gress spat, eyes misty from lack of sleep. I hate this. They're all living in ignorance down there every second that we waited.
The JIB had to wait for us to be close, since the Krev might hack into the rescued ships. Like they altered the attack drone's course once we knew. They needed a failsafe ready, and they also needed to produce as much hardware as possible. It's a lot of data drives to drop on several worlds. We're able to supplement the disk count, so the truth can drain down to everyone. I felt strange being the voice of reason, but I couldn't blame the Krev's mental state for breaking down after the progressively worse revelations about the Consortium. And now his family's grave peril. I don't know what happens with their entire populace turned against them. With any luck, a quick surrender.
I don't get it, Taylor. They'll have their power any way they can. I've seen now that it is possible to press rewind, and surely they can do the same.
Carla tilted her beak, causing the Peacekeeper's helmet to dip down her forehead. Believe me, it is not possible to press rewind.
All of us know that. I wish I could roll the clock back and not have terrible bloodshed tied to my name, to my image, to my species. I wish that wasn't my childhood, like Taylor wishes Tellus wasn't his. The only way to rewind is to revert to you that doesn't remember it happened. Open your eyes, Crocodile. It's right there. No, you'll see. I saw back when the UN took me, Mafani. It all made sense. They watch you, and they own you. If the people are a problem, why keep the physical people? Replace...
I squeezed his wrist instantly. It's not a good idea for you to be going into this. I get that it's your family. But you're raving in ways that seem disconnected altogether from the world around you. Let your mind and body recover a bit. You need rest.
I wanted to. Remember when we thought that we were going to do a play for Loxel? The certificates will never move back in, Taylor. The Tellish must get out.
Shh. The UN has gotten this under control. The Tellus colonists do know, thanks to our people being on world. It's clear how they extorted all of our hurt and kept us from home. They don't want to go anywhere. But what's important is that the babies were rushed back to Polton space. Millions of kids are out of the line of fire.
But not mine. Not Lekka, my little girl, all alone and scared, not having seen her dad for months. Those babies, they had to get out of the way. We were the ones bringing them to Tellus. I thought that we were doing something important, then thought I was going to lose you to the Federation. When I saw you shut the door...
I would have died to save you then. and I'd do the same now. I know what they did has affected you terribly, but I don't want to lose you to it. Then Mafani will have broken you. You were kind and brought me back to life when I was nothing but brokenness. My God, I'll do the same. We get your daughter out, we run for Earth, and never look back. One more battle, then you don't have to worry about losing the ones you love ever again. All that pain will be behind us.
A happy life of validation, like I know was always your guiding wish. You're right. You've come too far for me to let myself drag you down.
Taylor's let go of his bitterness and self-loathing. Something I can tell you is impossible for many people with our level of baggage to do, Carla squawked. He did that because of you. Don't forget that. Helping the blokes we care about doesn't drag us down. It gives us a chance to pull them up because we want them with us. We want them to be better. I gave Grace a reassuring pat on the back. Much, she said, but I'm without the British accent. I'm here because I want to be. What they did is fucking inexcusable. And humanity needs to wipe out this ideology once and for all, no matter how much of the galaxy we have to torch. A controlled burn, as the firefighters call it, the opposite of what the Exterminators Guild did back on Nishtel. Carla, there was plenty of control in spraying everything with binocular eyes with white-hot flames, basking in the screams. The phrase just carried a different meaning.
Believe me, I know. If I hadn't been on the bloody extermination fleet, that would have been my lot in life. My parents wanted me to join the guild, and fuck, I wanted to. Little bubbly chick. With the toy flamethrower, I'm sick just thinking about what my life was. How I'd be choosing burning animals alive if I was spending another day around my biological father. You wished for your parents, Taylor. I wished I never had mine at all.
I'm sorry, truly. I know how much of a hole it feels just to have my parents welcome me back and want me there. You deserved that.
I got it from Andy, my adoptive papa. My real papa. I know you'd lay down your life for Grass, because I'd gratefully die to repay everything he's done for me. We're the same person, with a few variables changed. You've felt a lot of the same emotions, Grass agreed. I never thought I'd see Taylor chatting with and outright pitying a crocodile.
I arched an eyebrow. You didn't see it. You heard it.
I stand corrected. I know you want me to rest, but I want to hear us make contact with Abor. I have to know how things are going down on the surface.
We'll watch what's going on in the command center. Together. I strolled into the troop carrier observation desk, clutching Gress's paw and not caring what nasty looks a Krev afoot on a human ship would acquire. The last time I'd been standing on a bridge equivalent as a foot soldier, it had been when the Civkids entered our system. I wasn't proud of how I conducted myself that day. I was going to make sure Gress didn't find himself grappling with the same regrets. Perhaps it was too much to hope for a quick surrender from the Krev, but I just wanted the lunacy to end. Never in my life had I known what true lasting peace without any looming threat was like. On screen, I peeked at what Terran military officials were reviewing with sharp gazes. Krev streets had fallen into near anarchy after word of the Consortium's plotting had got out, highlighted by reports of orbital ring being set on fire. That must be quite the sight in the night sky. But that was a dangerous environment for Lekka to be situated in. The encouraging sign was to see that the populace was rabid, with no overarching support for the government the way Federation sympathizers still existed even after Narconis' chit-chat. The conniving bastards had no leg to stand on. There are no people left to rule over. If there's near-total rebellion and loss of support, they have no ideological purpose to point as a justification, nor even as a delusional one. The Krev Consortium must admit defeat and accept its own collapse. Here we go, I said, as our vessel popped out of subspace near Revor. Admiral Monaghan flashed her pearly white teeth at the camera, opening a hail to Tonvass's official channels. On behalf of the Sapient Coalition, we declare a treaty null and void. We will not accept any outcome that does not dismantle those who would rebuild the Federation. I advise that you surrender unconditionally. Your secrets are out in the open, your people have turned against you, and you cannot silence such a multitude. The reply that came back was a chilling laugh. We don't need people. They can all be replaced if they don't submit. There can be as many of us as we want. Not to mention, we mind who they were every day. We can reset things to how they were like that. We're infinite.
Humans, unkillable, do your worst.
I gawked as the Krev speaker transmitted a brief image that seemed like a selfie, taken of a metal robotic mammal that wasn't even trying to blend in the way Elias Mayer's digitized form did. Behind the monstrosity was an entire legion of cyborgs, stretched out like a platoon ready to march. How were we supposed to fight? Fuck, I wasn't trained for this. Shit, it didn't help me quell Gress's paranoia when the nonsense he spewed wound up being spot on. Whatever his mental state, perhaps I shouldn't underestimate his intellect and deductive skills. As a hostage negotiator, he'd excelled at reading people. Gress might well have to negotiate for his daughter, as well as the continued flesh and blood existence of Evol's entire population. I imagine it wasn't just the Krev, since we knew from afar that there were underscales and listeners from every species. The Trumbull, who loved augmenting themselves with cybernetics, might be the quickest to welcome such developments. They were the silent backbone of this, operating the technology that allowed the surveillance dystopia to metastasize. I wasn't sure how to react now that the Krev Consortium flaunted their machinations and had dropped all pretense of protecting the people. What I did know was that humanity needed a more complex strategy than killing them all, yet the schemers could come right back. End of chapter.
Chapter 91. Memory transcription subject Adam Meyer, advisor to the Secretary General. Date Standardized Human Time, March 18th, 2161. Battles often boil down to a single snapshot that will be remembered by history. Granulka was the hardest fought battle, showing the reasons why the adversarial Yulpa had been a Federation ally we hit the hardest in our cyber attack decades ago. The Ghost's aid had gone a long way towards rebuilding the Fanatics, stronger than ever. This time, if humanity prevailed in a two-front contest against enemies that, on their own, would be the toughest interstellar foes we'd faced, drastic changes had to be enforced. This could not become the recurring cycle of hate that plagued future generations. The United Nations found ourselves daunted by that fleet, several 100,000 strong, but it was a supplemental aid of our allies that would be Granulka's defining moment. With every human ship in the Liberation region mobilizing to crush their stranglehold, it was an invigorating moment to see thousands of ships from each ally packing into our formation. The shield gave our numbers an extra push, as they turned against the prey species who shared their halls. Diplomatic relations between the UN and SHIELD members boomed like never before, despite our predatory nature. Korojan came through at finally breaking the barrier between our two unions. The SHIELD's desire to be a separate entity is one we respect. But they've one foot in the new era, and one in the old Federation for a long time. They picked the SC in the end. Humanity pressed the envelope with a massive fleet. Many drones were in tatters on both sides after Granulka, but we had the largest allied force we could have fathomed. Back in Elias's day, it would have been unimaginable that we'd receive such an outpouring of support from herbivores. I loved that image from the Granulka, the scale of our unity. That moment encapsulated what we stood for as a species. Restoring harmony to Orion. There were a number of great images that bolstered our esteem, of course. The Ghost Fossil attempted to sail the SHIELD Sailor, a gigantic station that housed their government. It was a show that they'd grown stronger without Federation stamping the life out of them. To see the built-in defenses and their upgraded ships holding their own, the cowardly attack was fended off like a man waving a torch at a pack of wolves, with layers of incendiary munitions foiling the enemy's offensive ambitions. Our fleet rode on from system to system like Sherman's march, leaving any of their infrastructure in ruins. It was the rampaging of humanity long feared by those who loathed our eyes. Hostile fleets, built by exterminators, fell at the treacherous Tivin world. Attempts to retake Tusk fell to a heavily reinforced defensive lineup, and remnant colonies were picked off as weak spots. The greatest problem left outstanding was the Krev Consortium's drone fleet, which stood with the Ghosts on Multi and Dresden worlds. Control had long since left General Radai's wingtips. We tried to soften up the Multi's outpost and cut through all surrounding allies, to leave them isolated and alone, a stark contrast to the resurgent humanity. I much prefer watching these contests from the Bison balcony. I look forward to seeing a time when the galaxy is quiet.
I had a mind for a diplomat's side of events, and found it curious how Task Proper reacted to news of the ghosts. Despite being locked in a Kester cage, they declared the extremist actions against Rana, because of the Bison's kindness. I'll never stop telling you how much I appreciate the work that you've done with the alien refugees. Remembering when it was humanity fleeing a broken home to Skulgar, it's a cause close to my heart. Tassie glanced over at me, now having a hardened determination in her amber eyes. She was a seasoned veteran. I know how it felt to Bison kind. I can't imagine what it was like to be humanity. The mistakes you've made, I understand why you got here. You're fallible, and your friends finally accept that. Everyone is, but things are looking up. Asmani has been a shrewd leader we need, pushing forward with the relentless abandon that characterizes our forebears' predation. Humanity is finally fighting for progress inch by inch. We take out the Krev here today, and the entirety of the remnant war assets will fall like dominoes. Cut off the head, that drone fleet won't be getting orders anymore. I was wrong about the humans not helping us, Adam. You've done the bulk of the work going after the ghosts, a grumpy Zulk admitted. Your people found them. You did right by Tessia. I kept it to myself that the one who found the rogue fossil was Jones. How we do right by you is to take the ghosts down with expediency, so they can't be a threat to any predator race any longer. I really hope we collect the Krebs surrender here, instead of drawing it out. I can almost taste a quiet life, despite the fact that I have no taste buds. You'll never sample our fish. I don't know how you can carry on with that herd-stamped knowledge, Nautilus said with a dry voice. Zulk lifted his beak in a snooty fashion. Quite easily, since it is not real fish. This deplorable garbage with the fins of my lastman does little but thicken your blubber. If you're implying that I eat a lot of fish, that means that our food is better, because it's worth eating. You look as fucking thin and shriveled as a pickled Mimlefin Wonderbird. The costs and lands are also worth wandering. I snickered at them. The two of you are like an old married couple. I know you secretly respect each other. For sparing Dustin and nothing else, Nalta responded. The one we all respect is you, Adam. You are an optimist and a warrior. And let me tell you, that combination is real fucking rare. Even rarer to shine in both categories. I think you should bestow those compliments on Tassie. I'm ready to be a little selfish and just live my life. It'll be with great relief that I step out of the game. The second this war comes to a close, so again, I really hope that's now. Tassie squinted at me, perhaps sensing how ready I was to begin a new life. Disconnected from my memory donor. So you're really going to retire from the SC, right as the real work starts to cement our principles for a lasting future? I can't say that you haven't earned it, but I'd miss your fierce beliefs. What are you even going to do? I don't know. And that's the beauty of it. I want to do things Elias wouldn't have done, and just winging it. Certainly wasn't his style. If others don't take up the reform torch, it wasn't going to last anyway. I would like to enjoy the peace we've clawed for. A digital being could have the rest of a quiet life his predecessor never had. Might we all be so lucky one day? The fuck did you just say? Don't wish that on me. Being involved in this lunacy keeps my mind sharp. Naltor snapped. I'm dreading retirement. Zulk looked at Selma like he'd grown a second beak. Even after meeting aliens, I also need a break after a year of this. I missed this year isolation. You better keep missing it. We've got a peace deal in place, and shifty cloaker beaks like you can't go breaking it just to get away from the rest of your species. If we go to war with the other continents, that still qualifies as interaction with you. No, a few cleaned up oceans from the Sifkit maniacs won't make us one big happy family. Tessia aren't big or happy. Tassie raised a tan flipper. Shush. They're about to make contact with Avor. We should all hear this. We have to see if Adam gets his retirement wish after all. Seconded, I chuckled. Wish me luck. My hopes and spirits were as high as Admiral Monahan initiated contact with the Krev homeworld. With them seeing their fleet on the ropes and experiencing widespread rebellion at home, it would be reasonable to accept the terms of an honest surrender. The government needed to face the music for abetting a fossil and duping their entire sector of space. Asmani had already begun drafting up terms of a new arrangement, should our enemies admit their inevitable defeat. It would be refreshing if we could skip the agonizing process for once. I can't be the only one tired of maddening galactic wars and evil plotters screwing over their own people. It's not too late for even the lunatics to look into the mirror and see sense. The image that was burned into my brain from this encounter was not a triumphant one. It wasn't Krev dignitaries coughing up a surrender, or bravado vanquished from their eyes, justice winning the day on a few spoken words. It was a photograph that the consortium transmitted to mock our efforts, one that struck me at my very core. I had no idea how to respond to a legion of people that were reset to the controllable space, under the control of absolute madmen. These were beings created from memory transcripts just as I was, tickling my very worst fears about how Vernt Terra Technologies or other actors could exploit my hardware, stripping digital minds of control and sanctity, and using them to replace the non-compliant flesh and blood populace. Needless to say, it was an absolute nightmare to every attendee of this meeting, but there was no one it felt more tangible to than me. I could feel stares being shot my way, even from bisons neighboring me. It wasn't lost on the diplomats that humanity had harnessed the same technology that fueled this diabolical plot. The thought that was crossing each of their minds was that we could be a threat to them, much like they'd feared Earth's inevitable expansion in Elias's lifetime. That realization made me grit my teeth as I jolted myself out of my stupor. The last thing I wanted was for us all to fall into that pattern of thinking, just like the Predator's fears all over again. After coming to terms with who I was, I wouldn't believe that I was a monster, due to the perversion of something that could give people like Kirsten a fresh chance. I pressed a hand to my head to push back the shock, though I felt sickened to my stomach. Tassie supported me with a flipper as my balance lurched. The uneasy stares were reminiscent of how the Shield and the Skullgone commuters all gawked at me.
I know what you're thinking,
I challenged the assembly in a booming voice, sweeping my gaze over the gathered crowd.
And I'd hope that the Sapient Coalition is riven above judging an entire classification of people, writing off their right of existence to their value of sapient beings, all because of one instance where the characteristic is used for evil. You would have burned all predators by that same logic.
Secretary General Osmani stood in support.
It's easy to differentiate the ethical standards used for Adam, which bring relief to millions of grieving families. In the open, to offer a chance at a rebirth, an afterlife here on Earth. The Krev view mind-uploaded replicants as weapons in their tool belt. And that's exactly what I don't want to happen, which is why I want the rights and restrictions around this technology codified in stone, so that we can avoid this ever coming close to fruition here. There's a right way and a wrong way to root out a new scientific path. Please, do not let their flagrant abuses lessen your assessment of people like me. Instead, the Sapient Coalition is once again called upon to be better. We see why this topic needs to be monitored and handled with care. I suggest the First Amendment to our founding document, the Universal Declaration of Sapient Rights, to keep up with new technologies that we couldn't have anticipated. Our strength is that we grow and adapt with the needle of progress. And for all of the help it's given us, Adam Meyer has my full support. However, the pressing issue is how we beat the Krev. We'll deal with our own house after we take out the trash.
Take out the trash, Ambassador Corrigan squawked. He gave a slight head toss in my direction, perhaps to offer me some acknowledgement and comfort. Is today the day that we finally see humanity cross a wall after their machinations against the sailor in Kalqua? I gave the dirty and appointed stare.
I thought we talked about an eye for an eye, Corrigan.
They have an infinite army of robots now, for squawking out loud. We have to be sure.
Osmani's expression was cool and calculated.
Humanity has doomsday weapons at hand, which we've spent years perfecting. We've been enhancing them since our last cyber attack to match technological improvements. It's our weapon of last resort, in a situation with vulnerable central infrastructure.
I've been warning about this for years. I saw the damage a cyber attack could do with my own eyes when Granolka was first ravaged, Onzo chimed in.
It could incapacitate this infallible army that's primed to destroy the populace. That's the other danger of synthetic beings that we must address. They're vulnerable to hacking, lacking the security our natural bodies have. We fry any robo-people at all accessible on the surface, which will buy some time to save as many as possible. We can verify the biological beings with X-ray machines. After that, we burn everything left behind, pummeling deep underground like they did to Esquo, and be sure they don't have the means to build an army. Hang on! Those robot legionnaires are people, sir. Just like me. They didn't choose to come back, I remarked. I know. Corrigan is right that we have to wipe them out. We either ensure none of them survive, or we wake up in 20 years ruled by their machines, Adam. Humanity will save the innocents, but the pawns are beyond our reach. Even if we got through to them, there is nothing that could stop their masters from removing that memory or overriding their wishes.
What's to stop someone doing that to me? Burnt could.
I understand. Well, this was already not the life Elias would have chosen. Non-existence is most certainly preferable to that. Having a mind that belongs to someone else. The last thing I want is to commit genocide of unwilling slaves. But I hope it's some mercy to spare them this eldritch horror. To prevent the unconsenting citizens from encountering doppelgangers of themselves with a kill switch and no free will. They challenged us to do our worst, and that's an unwise decree to humanity. We know what we must do. It is the only way.
I stewed in that grim feeling, pitying the digital beings who'd never have a chance to get off the ground. Much like myself, they didn't ask for any of this, and hadn't a clue during their lives that it would even be a possibility. Secretary General Osmani's argument rang true to me, though, and I saw that there was no way of winning this fight without getting our hands dirty. This was the time for unfettered warfare. If there ever was one, humanity had to defeat the Krev Consortium before their metastasizing greed grew too large for us to contain. My hope was that our missions on Abor and the other consortium worlds would be successful in saving the civilians that their government hoped to replace. End of chapter 92. Memory transcription subject, Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date standardized human time, March 18th, 2161. Gress and I had transcripts of the Krev Consortium's database. We had their versions of ourselves amongst the robot army, living in a glossy, falsified reality, or trapped as puppets on a string. My life had been miserable enough without reckoning with the idea that someone out there, a Taylor, existed, who never even got my slightest glimmers of happiness and growth. There would be me, who was reset from knowing that Earth had survived, and that he found someone who loved him, warts and all. There was an instance, perhaps more than one, of myself who truly existed, only to suffer. I saw how the knowledge had driven Gress mad, especially once he considered that everyone he'd loved or cared about in any capacity could be in the same predicament. Could I handle someone who was him down to every memory and mannerism being placed through simulated pain, and leave them to such a fate? The only way to stay sane was to affirm that it wasn't real Gress or Taylor, just an imitation to mess with us. If they could produce infinite robots to toy with us, then we had to be prepared. Nothing could distract us from saving the real Lekka and destroying the imposters pressed to Casey's internal service. What gives me assurance is that the actual Taylor, Gress, and Lekka won't exist anymore. We'll be overrun if we don't end this all. Who has the right to create a person based on my private thoughts? My fucking brain. It'll be okay. You couldn't reach her because they took down the comms, and they'll be surveilling her anyway. Any Krev device isn't worth shit. I sucked in a deep breath as our rescue shuttle continued to lurch towards the upper atmosphere of Avor. I still remembered the first time I'd seen the vista of this planet. Of course, we're going to Nevi's home first. How do we find Lekka if she's not there? We should have a plan. Gress grabbed my shirt collar, pulling me towards him with an intense look in his eyes. The plan is to stay until we find her, damn it. We check the school, the supermarket, run through the streets. I'm not leaving without my daughter. The UN are going to rescue as many people as we can, Carla jumped in, trying to soothe the Krev. How would you know if she got on a different rescue shuttle, though? Lekka should have a father, since she had a good one. Taylor can tell you what it means to have two loving parents back in his life. Lekka would want you to stay safe. What if I was left without her? What if we're not quick enough? I can't live with that. I carefully lifted the claws out of my fabric, biting my lip.
None of this is your fault. You've seen what blaming yourself can do through your lure and my own. Living with the guilt of my failures made me miserable. You told me I deserved better, and your words mean enough to me that I believed you. I'm telling you the same thing now.
Fault isn't the point, Taylor. It's about the outcome. And I saw this one coming months ago. I saw it and couldn't convince anyone. Couldn't convince you. That's my real failure. When I could have stopped this from ever happening. The consortium signed a treaty with the UN on my watch.
What the consortium did is crazy, so it sounds crazy when you say it. Nobody would have sold the truth to the SC without proof. It's telling how discerning you are to be able to read them. I knew that you were under a lot of stress. And goodness gracious, I know how that clouds my judgment. You're stronger and more tenacious. I should have trusted you to be better than me.
Carla raised her beak with indignance. Enough already. What matters is that we're better than them. I don't care who's better than who. When we've all mucked it up in one way or another, we're getting the civvies out before we drop any bombs. Plenty of time, you hear? Heard and disagreed with, Gress muttered, sounding like a madman. The humans, the kind, gentle, adorable primates, oh, they'll wait all right. The consortium won't waste any time. When you shut down their little army with the EMP and hacktivism, the drones approved, the defenses all around Abel, that crazy cage that insulates our home, it can be turned around. They'll do your work for you. Rescue us at your own peril.
As much as I wanted to argue with Gress, experience had taught me to believe that there was some validity to his forecast. The cage sealed around a wall, but cyber weapons demolished their defenses and made it easy for humanity's guns to punch the spaceship-sized hole in the shell world barricade. I stared at the fires within the atmosphere of the orbital ring and watched as UN shuttles diverted to lift civilians off of there. Those would be the easiest rescues. I could see green bodies flocking to our ships before they'd even touched down. My binocular eyes peered closer at the scene around me, trying to turn the dial up for my logical deduction. I wanted to see what the consortium's plan was to exterminate their own people in a hurry. I was searching for proof to validate Gress's beliefs, because I knew his ability to see through the noise and confusion exceeded my own. I trusted his judgment. As a hostage negotiator, he'd honed his senses of other beings' true intentions to save lives. If anyone could make right calls for lack of security, it was him. The orbital protection would be present on every world and could be remote controlled. It would be a solid plan. The cage is shut, and that's their last line of defense. How could we see the Krev attempting to weaponize it against their own people? It was by looking at sensors, just as I'd been taught in Radai's military bridge training, that I saw what shutting the cage was meant to do to the surface. While it could provide artificial sunlight and temperature regulation when sealed, to preserve the populace, the Krev weren't worried about the flesh and blood beings they wanted to preserve. The temperature on Aval had plummeted to the point where it was meant to freeze out the people, forcing any survivors to hole up underground. I had to assume, for Greg's sake, that Lekka was down there. If they went deep enough to escape the unsurvivable frigidness, that meant the robot army holed up below, which the UN intended to bury, might be insulated from any digital attacks. The populace was being pushed into a synthetic legion's authoritarian grasp. Spacesuit armor on. Temperatures are continuing to plummet below. And it's getting to spacewalk levels of freezing way the fuck too fast, our squad leader announced, shortly after my realization struck. His words sounded so human that it was difficult to believe that I was following a Vendel into battle. Power grids got cut by them. I don't feel optimistic about finding too many survivors up top. Chris wept at the news, coming worryingly close to shoving the sharp points of his claws into his eyes. Lekka! They had a small stretch of time to get to safety, I soothed the Krev. We'll look for her. There could be some people who found ways to make it, gathering around the heat source that they got online, or there could be some civilians alive on the surface. As if to refute my argument, the Krev drones wheeled away from the UN fleets, sauntering in. Just like Gress predicted, the military craft began deploying antimatter bombs against their own populace in gratuitous quantities. Nothing was left up to chance in ensuring that Aval's surface was a fatal wasteland. Any orbital rings still standing were obliterated, hurling shrapnel all around the globe and cutting rescue efforts short. The Krev didn't want any people to get off-world, which was just spiteful. They could still have their fucking robot slave empire if they just let the real people go and dipped. No fighting required. No! Gress screamed. As I tried and failed to console him with a touch, I could feel horror enveloping me, watching how heartless these bastards truly were. All we got was a few ships off these rings. My God. Carla's eyes glowed with sympathy. Every time I'm seeing a glassing, I hope it's my last one. The fact that I've seen and been a party to so many haunts me. I'm sorry that Avar is the latest addition. The Vendel squad leader's nose twitched. Well, shit. Now there definitely is no point looking for survivors surface side. Aval's one cold, lifeless rock
And what a damn waste it is. We needed to insert our asses underground in a hurry, before we get buried like we meant to do to them. All that might stop more bombs pelting down is that they'd be burying their fucking robots, if they bring the roof down on our heads. They'll have to fight us on the old-fashioned way, I murmured, reaching for my rifle instinctively. Nekka could be underground, Gress. We're looking for her. Saving everyone we can is the best. The only chance that we have that she might live, okay? Don't give up. Gress hugged me until I pried him off to force him to don our spacesuits.
It's hopeless, Taylor. We're too late. And there's no telling what waits down there. I have to go, but you don't. Just let me save you like I couldn't save her. You should turn back and go live the life that you want with your human family, who are still very much alive. I do wish for you to have what you want, away from me.
All I want is to keep you safe. So that's not called abandoning you or putting distance between us. The life I long for is with us all together. I can't bear to see you hurting and losing yourself because you're the man, the hero, the companion, the father I adore. I want this galaxy not to be so fucking unfair to people like us. I want to make this right for you. Each time we got some mercy from a high for a change.
I agree, but I know better than to expect anything to go well. In or out of the consortium, it's all just infinite darkness.
I steadied myself, knowing that the predators of Terra were going to face the menace head on. I was one of them. Then we'll be the light. Someone has to be.
The sapient coalition, spearheaded by humanity and our oldest allies, pressed with hunger towards the hostile drones who had assaulted Avor. However, the enemy had already dispensed thousands of warheads from orbital range without any delays, with devastating effect. The consortium would contest our forces now with their full attention, and the damage would be done. There was no stopping what had been unleashed before we had a chance. My fists clenched with fury, blinded by a burning rage at the thought that they tried to wipe Gress's family away. It boiled my blood that they'd hurt the alien I loved. I remembered the agony and heartbreak I'd felt when I believed Earth had been glassed. I intended to avenge this atrocity for Gress if I could do nothing else. I was turning to wrath and vengeance one more time, only not for myself this go around. Humanity's best hope of victory was that our cyber weapons could access their remote control back doors, which they'd use to steer the fleet back in our space away from Radai's orders to attack the remnants. The mechanism was believed to be deep underground, with a robotic legion lurking in the depths. Deploying the United Nations cyber weapon in a last resort on foot might let it shut the consortium ships everywhere down, if we could get close enough to their center of operations. This went beyond just praying that Lekka was alive, and that we could ferry her to safety. I didn't know what was happening to other worlds at this moment, but the enemy had shown that they had no regard for life. It was my singular goal to succeed in ensuring that these monsters couldn't hurt any planet like this ever again. End of chapter 93. Memory transcription subject, Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date standardized human time, March 18th, 2161. It was eerie to swoop past the ruined crater that was once Tonbos, the capital city of Avor. I remembered the first trip here with Gress, marveling at a pyramid that was taller than many skyscrapers stacked atop each other. The megastructure was a work of art in its own right, having many lives and fixtures set inside like it was a snow globe. The last time I'd visited, I believed I could convince the Crave Consortium to aid the lost of humanity on Tellus. I'd been awestruck by the splendor and accomplishments, and thought that we might have finally found aliens that were different. All I'd wanted back then was to be accepted and loved, and it was Gress who'd given me that. Searching for the validation from the consortium had clearly been the wrong move in hindsight. If there were any access points to an underground network that would safeguard the government from the fallout, it would be beneath the crushed delegate's tower. Search and Rescue had scanned for entry points and life signs to plan out rescues. I hoped the armor-piercing rounds that we'd loaded up would be enough to incapacitate a robot. Our plan to kill them was to either A, blow them up, or B, shoot their limbs off so they couldn't move. I never imagined that I'd be part of a massive human-led invasion force on this world, taking on a robot army with my alien love, when I was plagued by resentment and despondency seeing my species toil to no end. I see why those minerals we mined were useful to have in reserve. The materials to create an infinite metal legion had to be in excess. The entrance to the underground networks were built to withstand a lot, especially within Delegate's Tower. I wondered how much Mayor Hathaway had been aware of, with the Casey's knowledge of Earth surviving and his insistence on staying put. General Radai certainly hadn't known, since he'd brought the rescued forces to side with the Jaslip Independence Brigade in this mission. Ronaldo had insurrectionist sympathies as well, so the Jaslip would have to know at least that Esquo was for nothing sooner. The underscales and the listeners were all the ones undeniably in the know, but it was unclear who in leadership was fully culpable. The Sapien Coalition had wasted no time in rummaging through the debris and blasting through to reveal an opening to the ominous depths. A gaping hole we punched out in the ground, adding to one that Krev had already installed, made it easier for our transport shuttles to guide beneath the crust. I had lived my entire life underground, longing for the taste of sunlight. I hated burrowing into the heart of a planet, to a cabin meant to hide people away. Again. At least I wasn't dancing to appease an overlord this time, and I wasn't facing the darkness alone. This was about extracting a high price from the Krev for everything they've done, as well as helping Gress make it out from this hell. I didn't know what horrors we'd face, but I'd been willing to die to save the innocent lives of the babies that we'd been transporting. The next generation of any species was worth protecting. I swallowed a lump in my throat, thinking of Leka climbing all over me that first day in Tenvas. If it came to it, I was willing to make the ultimate sacrifice so Gress could have the future he wanted. Fear wouldn't hold me back from protecting him at all costs. Off we go, Carla spoke gently. This ends here. It takes the Predator to hunt a group of this evil down. We can't let them hide. I trust humanity to lead the pack, to take down the beast. We've got this. I steadied my gun, checking to ensure Gress was following and keeping his cool.
This is no different from the hunt for a Mafani. Not our first rodeo in the secret bunker. Let's find our sons of bitches and fuck them up.
I dismounted from the transport ship in a large open lobby in the bottom of the shaft. This seemed designed for ships to be able to exit and enter from. Dozens of vessels circled and took turns landing, representing various SE powers and members of the Jaslip, Rescued, and Arxora resistance. This was my first time seeing the infamous man-eating reptiles in person, though I was willing to give them a chance on account of the fact that they'd saved Earth. There'd be no Sapien Coalition or living human homeworld without them. Las Vegas would look like Tonvos did up here. "Taylor!" a familiar voice shouted. Moments before, I was enveloped in a hug. "I didn't know if I'd ever see you again. When did you get captured? Did you really go to Earth?"
"Yes, it was incredible,"
I returned the gesture, glad to get a much warmer greeting from Charisse than when she was passing out pamphlets. It seemed my suspicions about her being friends with the Jaslip extremists was correct, since she sure as shit isn't here on behalf of Tennis. That's why she was acting furtive around me.
"An entire planet that truly belonged to us, and what we wanted. It's an adjustment, but you have to see it with your own eyes."
An Oxel loomed over Charisse's shoulder, and I could feel her staring into my soul. "She has the option to see it through someone else's. Where is the nearest eye rental shop?" "Down the hall to the left," Grace answered in a monotone voice. "Just plug yourself up to the consortium's machine and you can see through many eyes. It's an outside observer to your own existence." "I'd give a shit about being fun at parties, but I saw what happened to your world. I'm sorry. Sick fucks have less of a moral compass than betterment. I'm Hyceran." About this weird Arxel intruding on our conversation. "Okay." "We're best friends," Charisse added. "I'm looking forward to getting out of here and planning an open mic night in Tellus, just so that she can toss out some god-awful puns and give us all a laugh. It's time we remembered what it means to live a little and to have a soul."
"I'm 100% in agreement, but, what happened to Koala? Is she alright?"
A tall shadow appeared in my periphery, along with a strict, authoritative voice.
"Much like you before you were steered to a better path, she is poisoned by anger. Koala's barbs are often directed at those who are not her enemy. It's a stain on her reputation."
General Radai, I was struck by how much the Rescued had aged, with his pink feathers looking thinner and more grizzled. His helmet visor was translucent, though it suppressed me that he wanted his forces to witness how beat down he looked.
"It's good to see you, sir." "You as well, Trench. I thought you were leaving the military, and that it was not the best use of your skills."
"I left the consortium military after I saw the true colors of the Mafani incident. Circumstances are different here. I'll always fight for what's most important to me, but fuck, I wish I'd known you served an evil empire sooner."
"I wish I had known."
The harm I've caused is irreconcilable with my conscience. The files Gress gave me showed how deep the surveillance state's wings spanned. Your crab friend had been holding on to quite the cache.
I really believed that they were looking out for us. It wasn't until I saw them neglect the people's interests and cover up their own dirty deeds that I questioned it, Gress lamented. I once thought the right words could talk almost anyone down. Little did I know that we were all hostages, or I would have bartered for our release.
Iceran narrowed his eyes. As someone with a species that's been locked in isolation bubble for 2 decades, it's not so simple as saying, let me out. Sometimes you just have to break away. Kaiser is right. Ooh, I got a new one. What do you call a jaslip using a 3 fronds to pry open a prison cell?
A back door, Charisse guessed.
A tail break,
Carla chortled, though none of the rest of us were amused. That is a human dad joke through and through. Reminds me of being a teenager, and Andy would embarrass me for shits and giggles. I'm afraid the silly pun will only translate to English speakers.
I suppose I'm glad not to have learned English when Raza was studying human diplomacy. The less meanings I grasped of Heiseren's jokes, the better. Another Arxor grunted, as Quana slouched up alongside him.
I'm telling you, she'll make 1,000 clones of herself just to create more puns and torment my ears. We should get a move on those scanners before she has a chance.
Cherie shrugged. Zephyrus, really don't want your own personal Heiseren?
She's your personal Heiseren, Quana growled. Hello, Tyler. Gress. Glad to see the Jaslips finally slipped away from the consortium.
Gress turned towards her with a defeated pose.
Esco wasn't the only planet they'd raised to get it their way, clearly. Since the Enclave were freed beforehand, assuming the other worlds got lost, Jaslips are the most populous of the KC species left. You wanted to leave anyway. We'll be dirty SE refugees at best, like the Kolshians and the Varsal, I gasped.
That's not going to happen. Anyone can see the Krev and all the other consortium species are victims to this whole thing, just like the Jaslips were 30 years ago. We did nothing to help ourselves. Do not make excuses for our pitiful judgment, Red-Eye remarked. We followed orders without asking questions. So did I, sir. I marched to the beat of Hathaway's drum just for my own. Then we are both fools. Just with different magnitudes of the orders we heeded. I was used to further an agenda far more insidious.
None of you set out to do evil, for Christ's sake, Carla spluttered, the British accent thickening. I was told that I was doing the good fucking thing back in the extermination fleet as a bloody chicklet. The people used me as an instrument of mass murder too, but blimey. You've got to try a tone now that you know better. What else can you do? A growl rumbled in Quana's throat. All of our oppressors should pay with their lives. Quit wasting time yapping and get a move on. Or don't. I don't care.
People who don't care don't need to announce to everyone that they don't care. That's how I know that Zephyrus secretly does, Heisren decreed. Charisse pressed a hand to her forehead mockingly. Don't out him like that. Zephyrus roared in both of their faces as they giggled. Charisse is very comfortable around Arxor to not even flinch. Damn. I'm not amused by your social contrivances. I am an operative who appreciates serious, solitary pursuits.
But you want to be as serious and solitary together? Heiseren countered.
That sounds more like Radai. I gestured with a thumb towards the towering pink bird, who glowered at me. I lost my nerve beneath his withering stare. Radai, sir. Just move along. The Resker gestured towards the rear of our marching troops, who were following Kaisel in groupings of a few hundred at a time into the labyrinth. We're going towards the blueprint location of the bunker. Any civilians hunkering down here, we have to get them to safety, before the underskills use the secret tunnel network to bust in and pick them off. I switched off the helmet speaker to my spacesuit and trundled down the metal walkway without further ado. I was hoping for a miracle that we'd find Lekka in the central bunker and gallivant out, despite the fact that Gress's family didn't even live in Tonvos and had only made the trip on that first day to catch a glimpse of the big ogres. Humanity's technicians got to work cutting openings in the thick, sealed bulkheads at the end of our path, and I could feel the hairs in the back of my neck stand upright. My gun was poised and ready for whatever was on the other side. Anything metal between us and the civilians was going down. We crouched alongside the still intact metal as bullets flew through holes as soon as they were open. The one thing our flesh and blood bodies had over their untiring steel was that humans had built-in ability to throw with precision. After checking with a tiny camera that there were no civilian hostages inside, the Terrans lobbed an absurd amount of grenades towards enemy clusters. The Consortium had far less range than they could use grenades,
Or so we thought, until explosives came bouncing out right at our feet. Fuck! I leapt into action, kicking the grenade back through the opening with little time to spare. It was fortunate that soccer was one of the few sports passed down in the cavern, as something to do for children to kill time. I switched my Heimlich microphone back on. They must have cloned humans already. They don't know who they're fighting. It's not even just the Underscales and the Legion. We could talk them down. Radai lowered his beak. Negative, Trench. They just want the benefits of human biology. Those things are brainwashed, and will see and hear whatever they want. They're living in a different reality. The revived Underscales are the only ones truly aware of what's going on, I'm certain. It could be me, thinking I'm fighting Federation extremists come to finish the Tennish off. Doesn't that make you feel some sort of way? It could be all of us, Trench, but they don't care who they use. I was scanned. Gress was scanned, just the same as you were. Breskets are the strongest military species, and I'm their leader. So who do you think they're most likely to replicate ad nauseum? It helps no one to dwell on it. There is no honor down here. Cherise shouldered a rocket launcher, looked a bit too practiced with it. Taylor, I always wanted to blow you up. I huffed with indignation as she blasted the rocket through the gash in the bulkhead. Was I going to let her get away with such a remark? Honestly, I had to agree with Heiserent's belief that Hua, under such gloomy circumstances, did lighten the mood. What Radai suggested was enough to chill my bone marrow. The Jaslip followed Cherise's lead with the rocket launchers, going overboard in the hopes of cleaning up any robots lurking inside. With a few more human grenades chucked in, we sent combat drones ahead of the foot soldiers to chop away any survivors. Gress was one of the first to push inside. After a lull from our automatons that suggested it was all clear, I could see how desperate he was to reach the bunker and search for Lecker. I followed the Krev inside, still feeling that quiet hum of rage over everything that was done to him and to Abor. I walked over to a human robot that had been snapped in two at the waist, but was still buzzing from a creepy metal skull. Imagining that was Taylor Trench fighting the phantoms of the Federation, I decided to put it out of its misery. I unloaded my entire clip between his head and his chest cavity, ensuring that the lights were off for this enslaved Tellish soul. Whoever this was, I knew that the colonists of Arkship 3 had suffered enough in this one lifetime. General Radai was right. The closest thing we could get to honor would be to eliminate all of these robots indiscriminately. All that mattered was reaching the central bunker to save Lecker and getting the job done. End of chapter. Chapter 94. Memory transcription subject Taylor Trench, human colonist, date standardized human time, March 18th, 2161. My head. I felt disoriented, though of course I'd heard concussions could do that. Everything had a dreamlike hue, down to my fingers feeling like they were a mile away from me. The explosions kept crackling off around me, as sheer rage at the unfairness of the universe coursed through me. The Krev Consortium was breaking into the cavern to drive us out by first, catching us completely blindsided. Everyone knew what would happen when the herbivores saw our faces, but maybe we needed that to frighten them off. God, was there any way a hapless predator could find a safe haven? We couldn't even have a life at 1% because of my failure to furnish the rent payments. Giant pink birds had drilled through the walls, and upon closer inspection, it seemed that some of the humans were species traitors, siding with them to attack us just to save their own hides. What were they promised? To give up everything we'd suffered so much to protect. I hated the Xenos, who persecuted us in every corner of the galaxy we ever dared to exist. But our own people, killing the last vestiges of our kind, they were the worst. I just want to go back to home to Earth and live a life where I can be authentic and happy. There is nothing but misery in my existence. What is the point of survival, and why does everyone universally agree that we deserve to fucking die? Through blurry vision, like the fog that sealed over a mirror from a shower steam, I could see the cowards hiding. The fact that they must have learned that we were predators from the sellouts was why they'd advanced the raid. Since they hated us, the Krev had more courage than the Federation to still fight us and maintain their tactics. Surely the humans helping them knew their safety blanket wouldn't last past the minute our bodies hit the floor. Grief threatened to envelop me at my failure, that our entire mission wouldn't be succeed at furthering our species. This was the end of everything if we failed, but I didn't know how to shoot a gun, not really.
I was so afraid of dying, and I didn't know why. The lights and the shrapnel were overwhelming, but I was desperate and cornered like an animal in this little tunnel. This was the last chance of the fight. Maybe I could take some of them down with us, even as we faltered. I hurled a grenade through the opening in the wall, not knowing how it found its way into my hand. Before I knew it, one came clattering back. Those human traitor weasels. Why was I reacting so slow? It was like my mind was lagging under the stress. The explosion knocked me back on my ass, and I could feel that my limbs were no longer responding. I couldn't feel any of my lower extremities. Oh God, I was going to die. A fuck ton of my body had just been blown off, and I tried to gasp and wriggle. I attempted to plead for help, but I must have been too mangled. Even the tears weren't falling, though I could feel them trying to claw their way out of me. I looked down at the floor, wondering where the blood was. My head wouldn't move. I turned my eyes up as the consortium and the traitor humans walked in, stepping over bodies. It was like the drilling accident all over again. So many humans killed senselessly, lives that no alien would ever care about. I wish I could butcher these bastards like the predator they want. It was so difficult to string together any thoughts that weren't just angry. I was confused by the absence of pain, but maybe I was in shock. That was something that happened to be when they lost a lot of blood, and my head had already been fuzzy. I tried to gasp as the traitors led the way into the cavern, having the goal not to only spearhead the pack, but to wear the blue helmets of the United Nations. They were mocking the history of the long-gone planet Earth. I tried with the last of my willpower to move towards the traitors, until I caught a glimpse of the one's face. It was my own, with longer hair and healthier, tanner skin. On the actual fuck, this traitor trench was walking side by side with Gress, blue binocular eyes focused on me and filled with disgust. How could the Krev have cloned me through the concealment gear and everything, just from going out on the landing pad? Maybe there weren't traitors amongst the colonists. I didn't understand. Wait, why was his gun still drawn? I didn't want to die. I didn't want to die. I surrendered. You know, was that Teresa's voice? She's whispering to someone, not to other me. She sounded like she was underwater. Maybe a few tough security guards would mount a better fight, but I thought she'd already been with us. Not that many colonists went through the brain scanner at checkpoints, Zephyrus. I bet any robo-humans are mostly just me's and Taylor's. A goggled voice responded. That is unusual to think about. I will help you take them all offline. Robo-humans? Talking about me, saying there's lots of me's, but I'm not a robot. No, that must be the other Taylor. What the? With hate in his eyes that I recognized all too well, the other Taylor angled his gun at me. I tried to speak, yet I couldn't say a word. I was already starting to forget what thoughts had crossed my head and what happened to me in the first place. Guns, invasion, hurt, wish I was never born. There was a trace of something like pity in the doppelganger trench's face, which gave me a glimmer of hope. That was erased in an instant as several cracking sounds permeated the fog, and the world switched off before I could blink. Memory transcription subject Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date standardized human time, March 18th, 2161. Biting through waves of robots was made manageable by high-powered explosives. The problem was when they all started retreating towards the bunker, hoping to reach it before us. The Legion was programmed under some delusion to hide amongst or execute the civilians. We started flying through encounters, needing to catch up to the bots. I couldn't imagine what was going on in their heads, assuming there was anything at all. I still thought about the first robot that I'd executed point blank and twitched, and how I'd felt stepping over its body. All the Krev Metal Soldier's data was likely being streamed back to the Consortium's central headquarters down here, wherever that may be. Perhaps humanity could access the logs and learn more about how their control had worked, to ensure there was no chance of breaking it for any future encounters. Right now, there was no other option but to destroy them and not get tangled up in sympathies. General Rodai was right. Many of the rescued soldiers were likely built after him. It weirded me out. The more I thought about these things that I was shooting might be me. The Earth humans didn't need to worry about the evil empire using their brains for the machinations. I tried to focus on the details and distract myself. There is a distinct lack of Smigglies and Ulchers in the fighting army, since they're not very solid combatants. Krev, Jaslips, humans, and Reskits are the ones who they think could hold up their own in a fight. Some soldiers had rode off on motorcycles to catch up with the hostiles, though I wouldn't have a clue on how to handle such a vehicle. It looked cool, though, to try if I ever got back to Earth. Now that I had met my biological father as an adult, even to know both his face and his mannerisms, I could picture him teaching me how to ride a bike. I could imagine little Taylor taking a tumble in the street and him stonewalling me and insisting to get back up. Maybe that was his parental voice that I was missing to harden me up a bit. It was what I needed to hear now, when I couldn't afford to stumble. I refused to duck for cover as we reached the bunker, firing at the metal bodies who were seconds from cutting a large enough opening in the compartment. I could hear screaming civilians trapped inside, as UN soldiers shouted at them to stay away from the automaton guns poking through the gap and spraying anything nearby. I chucked every last grenade I had clipped to my belt, then kept spewing bullets at anything silver for good measure. Gress nearly ran out in front of me, charging for the entrance mere seconds after the automaton group were downed. "Lecker!" Gress screamed, loud and shrill enough that it sounded like he was tearing his vocal cords. I sprinted after him without thinking of my safety, glad to have longer legs.
"Wait for us, please. You're not helping anyone if you charge off without thinking."
Sharice shot a sideways look at Quana. "You could say that again." Carla took flight as she matched my steps, soaring to a higher vantage point to scan for Lecker. As tough as it was to believe, I was glad to have Crocodile's aerial aid. The Kreb citizens were elated to hear the United Nations announce themselves and promise a rescue as we hurried them back towards the escape shaft. I ran up to every child passing by to be sure, but none of them were the one we were looking for. There was no response to Gressa screaming her name. General Rudai wasn't far behind us, forming a protective shield with his own body between himself and the escaping civilians. If advancing robots shot them to spite us, the Rescue was ensuring that he'd take the bullet. "You!" a civilian screamed in an agitated voice, shoving the pink alien. "You're one of them! You're the consortium's military leader, a fecking delegate!" Rudai didn't fight back, simply gesturing the way out.
"Once I was. I was a puppet as much as any other robots. I would never have gone along with this. But they took any control I had away. All I ever wanted to protect the people. So please, let me protect the few that we have left."
"It wasn't Rudai's fault," Quana barked, to my surprise. "I don't trust Reskits not to fuck us over, but he isn't capable of this. Just go. This is your only chance to get off-world. There's little time. Follow the humans to the shuttles." The Jaslips and Arxor Alliance hadn't been intending to hurry Kriv civilians to safety in their march on Abor, but I could see the Zephyrus allowing Kriv children to ride on his tail as he made a detour back towards the ship. Sharice had it right. He was secretly a softy, not wanting any younglings to get left behind. None of the kids the Grey was toting were Lecker, however, squashing my last hope. I turned my head towards the landing Carla, who shook her head in the negative. I bit my lip, walking up to a hysterical Grass. "She's not here, Taylor," the Kreb screamed, after wandering through the empty bunker listlessly. "Humans rescued everyone here." I wrapped her arm around him. "There are other bunkers. A few shuttles even got off to the orbital ring before they exploded. This was the largest and closest safe spot to where she might have been, but it isn't the only one. No stone left unturned, right? We're not giving up." "They took everything from me."
"Russ, they didn't take me. We have each other. We have a chance to make them pay, right? Don't you feel it so damn angry, even if it's far beneath that grief? You want to be sure they're fucking wiped out for what they did to you. I know it."
"I'm with you, Taylor, for what they did to the Jaslips and, I suppose, also to the others. They must die," Quana growled. "Our suffering does matter." "They use all of us. They think that they own us, down to our very minds." Gress blinked away tears. His eyes hardened as he raised his gun. "Not today. They'll save whatever hostages I can, and I'll take them down with me. I'll run my claws through them for what they did, just like Mafani." The Kreb stomped off without leaving any room for argument, following the path that led deeper down to the sealed-off complex the UN drones had found. I could piggyback off his outrage, heaping more onto my own. We had to lower ourselves from the catwalk at one point, similar to rappelling down towards the Sivkit bunkers. This time, the hidden secrets underground had been unearthed before our boots touched cement. All that we were untangling now was where the tunnel's network led, connecting their legion to any points of interest.
The underscale central hub didn't impress as we battered through the walls and found our point of entry to be eerily vacant. Sapien Coalition forces stood shoulder to shoulder, sweeping through the dingy corridors for any signs of consortium activity. Inside each room where we poked our heads, we saw walls of screens depicting various feeds from across the globe, though most were dead. This must have been where the surveillance operatives watched their citizenry. The robotic clones, likely, were all that made it possible to monitor all of this, even with AI flagging things. Their defenses sprung to life as we opened the door to the server room, where we sought the opportunity to hijack the consortium's remote control of their automated assets near and afar. Before we buried the Cursed Legion, it would help us bring their entire scheme to a close if the United Nations could assume control of their drones. Well, it was most likely that the other planets had already been bombed to a crisp. This would stop the KC from continuing their glassing against their own people. It might save a few lives that would have otherwise been lost. Our foes, of course, didn't want us to snatch that small victory away from them. Automated turrets blast a flurry of bullets at us, tearing through walls and flesh alike. It caught my eye how Quana and Gress didn't shy back even in the hurricane of incoming munitions. Neither of them feared death, though they expressed that in unique ways. If Radai hadn't stayed back to shield the civilians en route to evac, I imagine he'd been in the same boat. It felt like I was in the minority, wanting to survive this bout, though I understood what it was like to feel that it wasn't worth it, that the world was better off without me. "Why did the wall guns curse randomly?" Icerin shouted, not fitting the mood as she crouched at the back of Charisse. Charisse grunted, tucking her body off to a side room. "I don't know why. Because they have turrets." "Okay, where the fuck did you even learn that?" "I have my ways." I crawled forwards, finding that the quip did help me take the turrets less seriously. The armor-piercing rounds for the Legion ripped a mechanical gun off its hinges just fine, as I picked it off as it swiveled towards Grass. My boots scrabbled on the slick floor while I darted to catch up. The robot sent a fuck-ton of bullets sizzling by, with a few replicant humans in their midst to throw grenades. UN forces led at the front lines, using shields to deflect grenades, shrapnel, and bullets alike. "Every second that we let the Krev Consortium remain at the helm of these automatons, we're stuck in this fight, and more people will die in turn." I glanced at the far side of the room, following Griss's eyes. I could hazard a guess at his thoughts, after what he'd said aloud about sticking his claws through the Legion's heart. This was their heart, in all of the glory of rows of stacked towers. Someone needed to get to their servers and plant the bug, before they could sabotage it. I didn't want to watch Gress sacrifice himself in a final cry of defiance for Lekka, to take them down with him. I all but tackled him, preventing him from running off with Quana. "No, I won't let you," I hissed. Gress writhed in my grip. "Let me do this one fucking thing." "I will, and I'll do it alongside you, but I'm not letting you throw your life away. You wouldn't give up on me, even when I deserved it." "Damn it, she doesn't deserve it, but," Charisse sighed before cupping her hands to her face. "Quana, come back." The Jaslip charged ahead as we all watched with horror. Explosives were clamped in her jaw. She looked like she could have been the one to bomb the delegate's tower. Almost. And that made me wonder about several things. After seeing how possessed she was with anger, much like spiraling Taylor, she'd been willing to direct it at anyone. Quana ignored Charissa's shout and continued on despite the violet blood erupting across her stark white fur. This was a suicide mission if I'd ever seen one, the same as when I charged Carla because my face had been revealed. With a last glimmer of light in her eyes, Quana leapt into the robot's midst and let go of an impressive mouthful of explosives. Charisse and I both gasped in horror, witnessing the friend we'd endured boot camp with choose a suicide bombing as her ultimate end. Even after not seeing the Jaslip for a long time, it was shocking. It stabbed at my heart. Was this how Gress felt, watching me charge the UN, defiant to the end? The grisly plan worked to blast dozens of metal soldiers to bits, after the payloads rolled and clattered throughout the room. The robots weren't expecting that play, so they didn't have time to bring the roof down before our sabotage. I can't deny that it worked, but just why? Was she that lost that she no longer wanted to live, only to take them out en masse for what they did? Charisse choked back sobs. "I can't have hurt her so much. I would have followed her to the fucking Federation's hut, but why did she have to blame everyone and
everything to value revenge above her friends and her life.
I wish I could say I didn't understand, but I was there once. You're not to blame, Charisse, for her demons, I responded, hearing my own voice crack. That wasn't going to happen to Gress, though. I'll cling to every second I have in this universe with him, whether he likes it or not. If we're chasing revenge here, it'll be more methodical than that.
Hycerin seemed a bit taken aback, but tried to keep Charisse in a cautious position. I agree. Charisse didn't have to be dragged down with her on a jealousy-fueled descent. You don't have to let things you've done and seen take your soul.
I second that, Clara chirped. Quana made her choice. Let's not speak ill of her any further. We make it count and ensure that we're never so fanatical about anything, because that's the real danger.
General Adai had arrived to support our group, having sprinted at rescue speed to rejoin us after escorting the Krebs civilians to safety. I took it that was a piece of good news to soothe us, since that must have meant their departure had gone well. Zephyrus had not yet reappeared, since Arxels was several paces slower. For Greg's sake, I had no intention of waiting for anyone else to join. I crept ahead towards the door to a small control room, where we'd insert the code and get the fuck out of here. Maybe once we tap into the Krebs systems, we can use their surveillance to look for Lekka. The UN was supposed to get her out before they learned the truth. They could have gotten a message to your ex and perhaps succeeded in that somewhat. I tried to press the horrifying image of chunks of Quana's torso arcing out into the wall from my mind, and steadied my voice. I pressed a hand to the door handle, tensing my legs. Our answers are here. We'll find her. You already have, a mechanical voice spoke the second I pushed it open. Even in robotic form, it was obvious which sadistic monster I was speaking to. He painted his skeleton in the hopes of looking like his prior form. Mufani was holding Lekka up in front of him with a gun to her skull, which caused my breath to hitch my throat. The irony was that the prospects of Gress's daughter getting out from Avor had been slim. It was the Underscale's personalized torment that had kept her alive to this point.
Daddy! Over, Daddy!
Lekka screamed, knifing my heart. Gress fell to his knees.
Please let it go. I'll give you whatever you want to do with your service. Why are you doing this?
I expected you, Mufani chuckled. I knew I'd get my victory in the end. I would be brought back, and I could ruin your life from the shadows, when you least expected it. Perhaps at a wedding, or... No need for her to make it that long now. To be free to do it in your face is a joy. Radai recoiled with disgust. You're truly free, aren't you? The Underscales are brought back as themselves. Obviously. We're the rulers, and the rest of the people in the consortium. Just games of our amusement. Or mine, anyway. We wanted you to know about the Sivkit bunker, since it makes the Federation look scarier. I chose to do it in my own way. Telling you about the Jastips was just so that you'd know what a joke you are. That there's nothing you can do to stop us if we kill a few people here and there. How can you call yourself a rescue? Quite easily. I don't grovel for the approval like you did, a sad old man who does what he's told and thinks himself a pinnacle of moral supremacy. And no, I won't duel you this time. How will your honor handle that? My honor means nothing to me. I wouldn't be working with the stealthy Arxel operatives if I had any left, would I? No, he wouldn't, Zephyrus chuckled. The Arxel shadow had blended in perfectly with the darkness as Radai seemed to have forwarded our location to him. He crawled through the ceiling and popped out behind Mufani in silence, slipping the bug into the control panel undetected. The Underscale had been so distracted watching us that he'd taken his eyes off the prize. With the off button for the entirety of the Robot Legion and the drone fleet now in human hands, we could take the consortium forces down. Metal Mufani shot off in an instant, falling lifeless to the ground and releasing Lekka, his gun also clattering away. We did it, all of us as a team. Humanity got the bastards, swiped the rug out from under them. The outpost they used to control everything left them vulnerable to having it all taken away. Lekka ran towards Gress, bawling her little eyes out.
Daddy, you came.
Of course I did, my little precious darling. I didn't leave you. I hope you know that. Gress embraced her, shooting a grateful glance at Zephyrus and Radai. I couldn't come home, but I've missed you so much, and you will fill me with more love and joy than I could have imagined. You make me the proudest father in the galaxy.
I understand. You were taken away by the big overs, just like Mufani took me away. I wish I was taken by Taylor too. Did you find Mom? The metal bird grabbed me at school and I don't know where she is.
I cleared my throat as Grez looked at me for help. I think she might have been taken away too. If the United Nations didn't rescue her, we might not be able to get her back for a long time because she's too far away for the big obas to reach.
Is Jura gone too?
Probably. I'm sorry. We're very happy that we could rescue you though, and I'm going to try to help you feel better. We can have a wonderful life as a family back on the big oba planet. Does that sound good to you?
Yes.
Then it's settled. What do you say that we get the hell out of here, Gress?
Please.
Krev snuffled. Redeye stomped her foot emphatically. We have what we need. Blow this place up and don't leave a thing standing. Relieved to have gotten Gress's daughter out of this nightmarish place, and to have kept him going long enough to find her, I hurried back towards the shuttles that would take us home, to Earth. I hoped that with the Consortium gone, we'd be able to put the Federation's legacy behind us, once and for all, and live the peaceful life I dreamed about. End of chapter 95. Memory transcription subject, Adam Meyer, advisor to the Secretary General. Date Standardized Human Time, April 29th, 2161. Without the backing and raw manufacturing power of the listeners, and with the KC drone reinforcements taken off the grid with the UN assuming remote control, the Fed remnants didn't have the capacity to withstand the Sapien Coalition and the Shield's full might. Many had already offered their unconditional surrender, especially with the Ghost Fossil headquarters and its personnel being unearthed by humanity. The Consortium had gone down with more spiteful whimper, though the easy victory felt rather pyrrhic, with their lives lost in their self-destruction. One of the most horrifying things for me was reading the transcripts we'd pulled from their database, affirming that they had full consciousness but no autonomy. I had a deep-rooted concern that Terra technologies could alter my mind in a way that where I could trust neither my senses nor my judgment. I might not even have control over my own actions. No sapient being should ever live with that fear. If we were going to tamper with these technologies long-term, an idea which I'd become more partial to over the past year, digital people needed the same right as flesh and blood. It's not just the biologics that have to be protected from us. The inverse needs to be true. The Consortium showed us the dangers, the vulnerability of the silicon mine, as well as the possibility for synthetics to supplant the organics. The speech, my final one, is important. General Redeye, I greeted the Rescat as he arrived to finally meet in person following the war. I hadn't thought that he responded me in our earliest conversation, though I had new insight as to why that was now. He'd arrived and turned himself into us for his role in the war. I know, after all that has happened, you feel that you failed in your duty as a protector. For what it's worth, we think you're vital now to put the pieces back together. Redeye bowed his head in shame. My will to live, or to even care for the concepts of duty and honor, have been sapped. I did what I had to do on Avor without a care for any of that. I'm the biggest fool in a land of fools, Adam. Listen to me. You stood up for the Jaslip rebels when it counted. You didn't blindly follow orders to the end. It's never too late to stand up for what is right. You don't have to accept some finality that your honor is tarnished, and that your story is over. Take back control of your life, General. You're a strong-willed soldier who can get things done. Is this an order? If that's what it takes to relight your fire, perhaps. An inside track suggests that the SC will pass a motion to spare you from the gross negligence charges in the interest of galactic security, and allow you to resume leadership of the Rescats and any Consortium refugees who might follow you. I am grateful that you persuaded the Poltons to take our civilians in. I only saw Avor with my own eyes, but the Underscales turned every will to ashes. I can't fathom how to rebuild. We'll help you. Efforts already began to restore Esquo. It seems we're popular in the Jaslip's books, after the OSO project and our takedown of the Consortium. I have ideas in my mind for similar restorations for other KC species, which I'm about to mention in my farewell address. Suffice to say, I believe that we can undo some of the damage, if you won't give up, just as the situation has a chance to get better. I want my people to survive. That was all I ever wanted. Security, peace. The Jaslip leader, Olan, rode back with the Oxal fleet to pay a diplomatic visit to Riss. But I came to you to embrace the consequences of my actions. If I am punished to live with the weight of my own shame, so be it.
I tilted my head, interest piqued by the mention of the Carnivore Alliance. I suppose it was the Oxor who bailed the Jaslips out first, but that nearly derailed the Bison's membership. I can't fault Alorn's gratitude for the collective's unconditional backing, of course. I just wonder why they didn't send a diplomat to us. As I understand it, Delegate Frenelda has to be taken out of hiding, and is a few days behind me. Her complicity in the bombing of Delegate's Tower forced her off-grid. They're sending you a proper diplomat, not a revolutionary, one of the few they have left living. We'd be honored to receive Frenelda, so long as she checks any explosive packages at the door. That explains why the Jaslips weren't with you. Where is Taylor Trench? He had a prior diplomatic obligation with the Sifkits on Tellus, which the UN agreed he should uphold. The Grand Herd was due to move in within a few weeks. Trench also says that he had spent enough time cooped up in a spaceship for 1 year. It's a month-long journey between Earth and the Consortium's space. It's even further between the Consortium and Ruris. A grey reptilian cautiously crept out behind General Radai, which surprised me. There hadn't been an Oxor visitor to these premises since ISIF crashed the SC's initial founding. I recognized their ambassador to humanity, Raza, who was also second in command to Kaisel. With the humblest respect, Sir Mayor, we would like to sit at the table this time. As the devastating war closes, it was our desire to end our isolation and rejoin the galaxy as people rather than monsters. If I may, the Oxor Collective saved many lives and stood up for the oppressed far better and far sooner than I could, Radai remarked. The drone attacks that I sent on my fool's errand would have claimed more lives than Tusk, were it not for their interference. They've stood with our side with honor and civility, enough that I, if there's any meaning that my word carries, would vouch for their reformation. I nodded, recalling Elias's long-ago wish for a better future with the Oxor. His promise to help Isif. I don't agree with the jailing of the entire species, and I hope not to see that mistake repeated. However, I'm not Secretary General, so I can only implore others to strive for a more hopeful future and to make the right choices. We have a voice to implore others to show that we've changed, and you believe we have, enough to be worthy of participating. Please, at least allow us a word in our defense if you wish to put us back, Raza said. I'm not preventing you from entering, am I, Ambassador Raza? No, I suppose you're not. Thank you. You're welcome. Don't worry, I plan to do one better, something a few people might call radical. I hope that we can show that we truly learn from our past mistakes. I give forceful pushes in the right direction. It's kind of my thing. Let's see how my political swan song goes, shall we? I ushered Ambassador Raza and General Radai towards the auditorium, though I took care not to look much like I was welcoming representatives of two prideful species that many SE members thought of as enemies. It felt strange to realize that this would be my final, intentional public appearance. After how much of my remembered life had been spent on articulation and diplomacy, I had to have a little faith in the next generation to course correct, to give them the chance to make their own successes and failures. A few parting words of wisdom and challenges should be enough. Secretary General Asmani has shown himself to be ready to lead, cool, calm, and collected throughout this entire fiasco of a war. The embodiment of speaking softly and carrying a big stick. This will be the final advice from me in my role as advisor. We must remain diligent to never be like the Consortium or the Federation. Staring at the packed auditorium of humanity's friends, as the first synthetic being, or on our side of Orion, I was deemed an expert on the pressing technological issues of our time. There were many questions that faced us far beyond just the invasive nature of the very lifeblood of modern society, and the rapid advancement we craved at our cause. I didn't believe that an invention was evil of itself, but rather how it was used to define the outcome. We had to take responsibility for our handling of such hardware, and recognize our power in such areas as well. Good day, everyone. Let us start off with the elephant in the room, as I've come to speak to you about the quintessentialism of cybernetic rights. I am a software built into a robotic form that mimics the human body, just like the Legion. Terra Technologies built me from Elias Mayer's transcript in the hopes of cheating death. To my knowledge, I am my own person, but the fact that I cannot truly know disturbs me, and should disturb all of you, I began. We must forbid mind and personality alterations in any shape they take. Crocodile Ambassador Council raised his tentative wing.
Forgive me, But would it be so bad to leave out our worst emotions, the capacity for hatred, sadism, and jealousy? As someone who lived sedated by predator disease drugs, unable to feel anger for 20 years, yes, it is that bad, Hansa commented with a sly ear flick. I pursed my lips, searching for an off-the-cuff response. It is our free will that gives us the capacity for evil, but also the capacity for good. The full range of human emotions are messy, but they give us our most beautiful forms of expression. The highs and lows shape our worldview, our connections to others, and who we are. I think I'm qualified to speak on how much missing a little thing affects your experience of the world. We take it all for granted until it is taken away. Adam is right. Beyond the fact, tampering with a thinking person's identity is a slippery slope. In the case of the consortium, it involved removing the core memories and placing them in a false reality, all against their will, as Marnie added. Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Well, I've come around to Terra Technology's mission and found a desire to persevere. It must be acknowledged that some elements of their operation are a slippery slope as well. My proposal is simple, that the privileges, expectations, and standards that would be applied to a biological being should be applied to a digital one, and vice versa. How could you be less specific? Hansa quipped. I'm saying that we have been in peril of violations of privacy, being able to peek into someone's thoughts. Brain scans of our synthetic lives' thoughts should not be accessible without consent. I, for instance, never agreed to technicians knowing my every whim at every second of the day. That kind of overreach must be eliminated. Your mind is your temple and should be treated with that reverence. Governor Lacey flicked an ear with approval, reminding me how much I adored the Vendel for their support throughout the years. I think we can all agree that we need to pass privacy laws and limitations on the usage of this technology. We have to protect ourselves. Our entire society hinges on these decisions, so we must take care. Yes, the Sapien Coalition has to seek more than just peace. We must be responsible stewards of the galaxy. As humans say, with great power comes great responsibility. I hope we will rise to the challenge rather than shy away. To be clear, I'm not saying to lower our ambitions or to forbid this research because of the potential misuse. In fact, I have an immediate project in mind. Fear and reservation flashed in Radai's eyes. What is it? We can take the word Pyric out of victory against the consortium. We now possess the fruits of their overreach. We can take back the lives they stole and put the brain scan data to better use than their legion. Long term, my idea is for us to bring back anyone who didn't make it off consortium worlds, the right way. Their personalities deserve the chance to be part of the new life. I gave a look of defiance to all gathered diplomats, unsurprised as an uproar spread across the auditorium. I had no idea if the Sapien Coalition would back my idea, but such an outrageous proposition was certainly going to spark debate. I, for one, saw no reason why the innocent consortium civilians deserved a second chance at life any less than I did. End of chapter. Chapter 96. Memory transcription subject Adam Meyer, advisor to Secretary General. Date standardized human time, April 29th, 2161. To say there was a great deal of opposition to the idea of reviving billions of citizens from 5 dead species was to state the obvious. Perhaps it was surprising that I would voice such an opinion, since I neither believed myself to be a liar, nor thought it wise to revive people without their consent. However, it was when I came to realize I was my own person, someone that could carry on his legacy and his memories in a palpable way, that I saw the beauty in it. It was for each individual to decide whether they believed themselves to be the original, and to have an opportunity to contribute to a new life. No organic chooses to be born either, when you think about it. I think I've found meaning in this life, that I've been able to accomplish more than I would have if Elias's ideations were never passed on. Hanzo scoffed. How can you, of all people, suggest this? You thought it was wrong to bring you back, which meant against your namesake's fundamental wishes. You had no choice or say in the matter. Very much the same issue with uplifts, which by their nature alter and rip away their very identity, their right to self-determination.
Those civilians do not choose to be murdered either. Would you look grieving loved ones in the eyes and tell them that they should not be able to reinstate the people that meant so much to them? But of the ones who think such technology to be abomination after the trauma of seeing the Legion,
What of the children who you'd have to alter to give them any semblance of a true life? There are exceptions to any rule, coming from a species whose products within the loopholes. I would know. We need to investigate and litigate it all with immense caution. But I think it's worthwhile to find an honorable path. I glanced at Radai during those words. Surely we must try in some way to breathe new life into ashes, wherever we can. I understand your bias, but that life should be biological, Radai spoke up, owning stares and ear flicks of agreement from the Sapien Coalition representatives. The honorable way is to take the long, difficult path, much like the Ark-humans. We can regrow and rebuild without transforming the nature of our civilization. My proposed mission does not need to be done in a hurry either. It can be planned for as long as it is necessary to get it right. Didn't we, not too long ago, find it to be our mandate to return the Osas to the galaxy? That was a cause we all could get behind. And it's the biological life you mentioned, Radai. How are the fallen souls whom we have direct opportunity to bring back any less innocent and deserve of aid? Of a true attempt at aid, not resignation to a gloomy future. You are a fool if you think this is true aid. This would not return things to how they were. It would not be the society I wish to protect. Hear me, Adam. It would be radically different to walk in the footsteps of the underscales. Society is constantly changing and evolving. Would your ancestors recognize risk at technology in society today? Stagnation is as much of a danger as unfettered progress, General Radai. The former was the downfall of the Federation and the Oxor alike, while the latter transgression led to the carnage brought by the Consortium. We can circumvent this technology without remaining stagnant. I do not want to see my true people outshone by outlived by robots. Only the Trumbull would entertain such ludicrous notions. You do not speak for everyone, just as I do not. My reaction to revival was entirely different to Kirsten Hagstad, the young woman who was the second. I asked for this discussion to be undertaken, one which would source the opinions of the surviving Consortium refugees also. Let them have the option to determine the fate of their species, as a true leader should. Secretary General Asmani spoke up. I think the assessing of how the Consortium survivors would feel is essential. Before we follow any mistakes, the Federation of old uplift philosophy. As Onza mentioned, we should consider how the technology can be used to help. I can add this to the future SE meeting's agenda. The process can be case-by-case basis even, hinging on whether loved ones who know them best would opt in. Satisfied with getting the ball rolling on these discussions, and including the people involved in them, I turned my attention to that which would be a non-negotiable if I was still the Secretary General's chair, the welfare of the vassal species at our disposal, with the hopes of de-radicalizing the worst offenders, was my top concern. All sapiens had to be permitted into the galaxy to have a better future, dreamed by Elias Mayer and Chief Hunter Isif not that long ago. I stared at Ambassador Raza standing in the crowd, encouraging that she hadn't been driven out. The Oxor Collective's aid against the Consortium was to all of the Sapien Coalition species, which must have won some brownie points despite Kaisel's rash tactics. If the day comes where the Oxor and the Vendel child can share a classroom, then we'll have succeeded in fixing the atrocious mess we walked into. The words I impart to you now will be the last you'll hear from me, so I hope you'll pay full heed to my farewell address. I have spoken in this very assemblage about the judgment and aspirations that we have cast, as well as the punitive, exclusionary actions taken against past enemies. We must allow all species to rejoin us as equals. Is that not what the Universal Declaration of Sapiens' Rights mean? What are you saying? We let the bison's carnivores join at your behest. And that wasn't enough, Magic President Kuiper trumpeted. Equality applies to all. Humanity forgave our past enemies and gave you the chance to atone. Write a new chapter. Harkin, Tillfish, and Crocottle work alongside us in spite of attacking Earth. Meting out forgiveness is not easy, but it's the only way past demons will not haunt us until the end of time. It's the only way that we can heal. It's time to allow the Oxor, Colchians, and Fossil to participate in the galaxy. Secretary General Asmani looked surprised that I was going there, but quickly leapt up in my defense.
The Kolshians and the fossil civilians have been imprisoned by a species they were born as. They cannot change it, just as we cannot remove our binocular eyes. I want us to be better than the Federation. I want us not to use their actions to justify our own.
The Arxor played a major role in liberating the galaxy in both wars, and have arguably changed more than the Federation, Governor Lysa remarked. The Vendel believe that it is time to, see them as people. As ghastly as their crimes were, as many lives as they ruined, they fought back against their ideology. Without mass starvation, they have a solution other than chowing down on Vendel. Ambassador Raza spoke up, her forward-facing eyes shining. I assure you that I am horrified by even imagining what we have done, and could never bring myself to consider the Vendel in that way. The new generation of Arxor are different, and played no part in the reprehensible policies of betterment. I despise all they stood for. I only want to work alongside you as friends. The Dirtian have never forgotten how you saved Kalqua. The Shield have not. Corajan piped up. I hope the Sapien Coalition will consider the lives of the new Arxor faction, who replace those monsters, have saved. They align with your cause more often than not.
That's an excellent recollection, my Dirtian friend.
I smiled towards the grey avian, and mused to myself how that simple expression would have had representatives running for the hills in the old days. Now, no one even cared.
I implore the Sapien Coalition to permit the entry of all who wish to join us on our mission to foster peace and cooperation. The Shield shares that mission wholeheartedly, though they wish to remain a separate entity, a fact humanity respects, since we are neither the conquerors nor the domineers that the Federation declared us to be. I hope that we can forge a tight alliance outside war.
The Shea Ambassador Yanni spoke up. You have our support, though we are proud members of both polities. Perhaps others in the Shield will follow suit, after seeing who was controlling the ghost fossil and remembering what they did to us all. We could drift closer to your side.
Humans put them down with an unparalleled ferociousness. You are terrifying when your entire species focuses on a single goal, Harkin Representative Naley said. It wasn't just us, as Marnie countered. We are a terrifying force when we're true to our mission, and the entire galaxy bands together. We must not forget where our strength lies. We lost it somewhere along the way before, but I aim to stoke that fire and keep it alight. Our true golden era of prosperity is yet to come.
I nodded. Prosperity for all. I am adamant on that regard. The Kolshians and the fossil must not languish in obscurity for past sins. And the Federation, we must rehabilitate them. We must correct and reteach them the truth about us, just like we did for many of you. Cerulean Ambassador Kchausen perked his ears up. The exchange programs taught us who humanity really were, and stripped away the terrifying fright they once projected. I think the only way to change the remnants is through patience and exposure. It's not the hopeless cause. Today we've seen bisons, fossil and sifkits living on the same world. It's all sight that fills my old bones with joy.
Mine as well. We are so close to moving on, and what a powerful statement that would be to those who wish to divide and drag us back. I hope that we can avoid the pitfall we made in the last war, which has caused pain and suffering for innocent people. I beg all of you to show mercy and compassion for the consortium civilians, rather than condemning them for the government that would have killed them, all to prove a point. They never had a chance, Radai commented bleakly. In the end, we were all expendable. Please do not treat us as such. I believe I speak for the KC that we need your help to start over, regardless of if we allow Adam's plan. I can only fall on my shredded reputation and beg you let us join the Sapien Coalition. The people admired you so much, whatever their governments did.
Lacey gave a playful tail swish. Admired is certainly a word for the interest spike. The tourism profits alone should encourage Earth to make the crev right in.
Forgive me if I'm not in a joking mood. I've seen the loss of everything I've ever cared about or believed in. All I have left is the hope that you'll be better, somewhere through my shattered faith and despair. The Jaslips have already expressed their wish to join you. They were mistreated for far too long. Bring them in and give them the equality they deserve. If you look kindly on no one else. The Sapien Coalition was and is already helping the Jasnips. I see no reason we'd stop now. I can promise you that I intend to help all the species the Consortium's final spite left behind." Secretary General Osmani cleared his throat, with an expectant arch of his eyebrows. "Adam has raised some excellent points which could set the tone for where our priorities lie. I'd like to thank him for all he's done on behalf of humanity, and for his unrelenting fighting spirit on the issues of our time." "Ah, that's my cue, isn't it? I'm only a man for following his convictions, I who asks others to do the same. My hopes with this organization remain high. We can achieve much more than we imagine we can. We just have to not get in our own way, and to choose our better instincts." Emotions threatened to choke me up, even without the ability to cry or to have a constricted throat. I said almost all that I wished to declare to the watching eyes. It felt strange to be saying goodbye to this life and this career, as if I was laying Elias to rest all the way. "Goodbye, my dear friends. Serving you has been an honor of 2 lifetimes." The distinctly Terran standing ovation was led by the United Nations diplomats, which the other Sapien Coalition representatives followed suit to the best of their biological ability. I wasn't sure if they were clapping for Elias Mayer, if the storied icon of peace that had become a martyr through death, or Adam Mayer, the first of his kind synthetic human who reminded his species who they were supposed to be. In my heart, it didn't matter. I waved goodbye to the gathered assembly with fondness, hoping that I was walking away during the prelude to human history's soon-to-come greatest chapter. End of chapter. Chapter 97. Memory transcription subject Taylor Trench, human colonist. Date standardized human time, May 30th, 2161. I didn't know what place I considered home anymore, but I wasn't sure that such a title even belonged to a physical planet or a building where I rested my head at night. Instead, what felt most like home to me was being with the people who believed I could be something more than I was, even when I didn't believe it myself. I peeked out from behind the curtain, waggling a few fingers at Lekka in the audience. She'd been elated to see the changes around Tellus, with our settlement now an official UN protectorate, adorned with official baby blues. The colonists were busy overhauling any aspect of Krev culture that had been built into our city, such as the Trumbull Bridges. Sivkit architects, who were surprisingly savvy, were helping out. It felt like a world was healing by the time the Sivkit Grand Herd arrived to reclaim their home planet. The United Nations was reaching over the fence to provide terraforming technology that could breathe new life into this desert, just like they were trying to salvage the ruins of Esqua. We'd gotten along well in early interactions, which might blossom into something neighborly spirit. Mayor Hathaway had been arrested on conspiracy charges and human rights violations, following a review of his conduct both after his induction as a KC delegate and during the years living in the caverns. He'd been willing to obfuscate many details to keep the colonists in line, setting a lie and a promise. Tellus will be safer under the United Nations guardianship, and the Sivkits and the Tellish both have shared suffering at the hands of the ghost fossil. It's 2 species home now, 2 species who want to make it a better place and restore it to its former glory. "I guess it's a good thing the Consortium built up a theater after all," I told Charisse, puffing out my archaic sleeves. "How do I look?" Gress interjected, grabbing my hand and pressing his nose against it. "Enchanting, dashing. Half of the seats out there are filled with Sivkits. Loxwell will be delighted." "Daxrin dares to speak for me." Loxwell crawled across the ground, inspecting us up close and personal. "Ha! You seem prepared. I have dreamed about this day coming for a long time. Shouting wild words at people is only the way I ever feel heard. I'm capable of such immaculate drama." Charisse placed her hands on her lips, scoffing. "Who are you, and what did you do with the crazy rabbit spewing unintelligible words?" "An actor must play their roles at all times. Am I a little unhinged, perchance? But I know exactly what I've been doing. The herd fucked me over with the predator disease diagnosis, so gave them what they wanted. If they thought crazy, they could have just asked." "Did you have the fucking act like the humans were savage predators?" Carla choked. "Yes, the hilarity is not lost on me. I only began to feel bad for Dr. Tassie, who tried to connect with me. So I ensured that I stopped bringing her into it. With the SC, though, I expressed the views of my people. You, Taylor, and Gress, you played along. You are my people. Now, so I'll pay the courtesy of speaking to you as civilized beings. No. Tell me my performance is not convincing. Something I see in the both of you young steeds. I wagged a finger. Okay, steed is not a Sivkid word, Loxel, but you didn't say that in English either. Did you add the shit to the translators? Ha! Trench, I know much more about ancient Sivkid history than anyone. Nary a soul has tasted the past troubles like I have. Humans are the only beings to have beast a burden. Is that so? You've unlocked a mere fraction of what the Farmdon once knew and comprised. Read my plays. Truly, read them. Gress fiddled with his claws, running through his lines mentally. Daxfrin's uncle promises to kickstart his career, and promises to give him grandiose life, but works him to the point of physical and mental exhaustion, to the point that he feels like a mere cattle. It's about the Federation, I ventured. They promised you glory in the stars, brought you into their family, but they broke you and cared for you not at all. You are Daxfrin. You hated them so, didn't you, Loxwell? Perhaps, the Sivkid waggled his ears noncommittally. Plausible deniability. The story of what happened in the Farmdon, it was always there, in that silly story I wanted to hold in the Polton space. Someone must read between the lines, and that I have the idea of cattle being able to have purpose and to toil. Yes, it's all there. Such ideas are not so foreign. I see, that's fucking brilliant, Loxwell. Your little commentary is going to be a smash hit, especially once people realize the depth. It is the first entertainment that my people will see in our homeworld. Returned at last. I cannot wait. Please remember what this means. It was a gesture that was genuinely worth sharing the soil in my mind, to regain our spirit that always is. I arched my eyebrows in surprise as Loxel departed from the backstage area to check on the lighting crew. Peeking back out at the crowd one more time, Heiserin, who was living at our new Oxford embassy in Tennis, had an entire fistful of hot dogs. I thought Charisse had finally found a stable friend that she deserved, someone who could look out for her. Knowing we didn't have much longer before we were supposed to go out there, I gestured for my old security guard friend to go back to her seat. I was safe here, not in need of any muscle. She smiled at me, but hesitated. There is one person missing out in the crowd, one person who should be there in spite of everything that she'd done. And then that sudden and abrupt was shocking to Charisse, but the world just moved right on. Quanah had no one in her last moments, and that is sad. She'd lost to her hatred, a fate Grass and I both came dangerously close to. I patted Charissa's shoulder. I know you miss her. I do too. If I might be so forward, go on, Trench. I'll give you props for even trying to filter yourself, Charisse sighed. Don't remember Quanah the way she was in those last moments. She wouldn't want that. Sometimes you have toxic feelings that twist you into someone you don't recognize. Someone who isn't the person you wanted to be for the people you loved. On behalf of all the broken people, please forgive her failure. Let me say the words I know she couldn't. Tears welled up in my friend's eyes, and she offered a shaky nod. I wish I could have helped her, but she was so vicious. Her dying has a way of making none of it matter. We were best friends once, and I knew she wanted to find herself. Taylor, do you know what she left me? A suicide note, I guessed. It was obvious she wasn't planning on coming back from the moment we landed. She left a note, and she scanned herself, leaving that transcript behind for me to find. Quanah said to only bring her back if we could remove her anger. That just sticks with me, Taylor. She wanted to be free of that nasty side so much that she'd asked something like that. That reeks of desperation, and I wish that I could have endured the blows. She was sick. That does not mean that you had to let Quanah hurt you, Gress embraced Charisse, holding her for several seconds to comfort her. You were struggling too, and there is nothing wrong with not bringing yourself down if she was a source of pain. It's a tragedy it had to end this way, with her lashing out instead of reaching out at every turn. We did terrible things, Gress, the kind where you see it every time you sleep at night. The Grave offered a bitter chuckle. I know what that's like. We can't take back our regrets. We can only live our lives so that we don't have more of them.
for the people that are here now. You deserve to find someone, whether a friend or something more, who will cherish you at your highs and your lows. You are worth it.
We all are. If I can't call myself good for nothing, neither can any of you. We can't spend our lives blaming ourselves for what others have done, or even what we've done. They wouldn't want us, and I don't want us to. It's time we lived life at 100%. Chin up, a little confidence. We're going to go out there and have a wonderful experience, and I expect a standing ovation.
Cherise smiled, wiping her eyes. You got it. I'll ask Kaiser not to chew too loudly, so that I can actually hear the flowery Shakespeare nonsense you're saying. Good luck, boys. The lights dimmed. At the moment, my friend scurried back to the audience, and I drew a sharp breath of anticipation. Everyone that I had known for the vast majority of my life was out there tonight, here to see me finally able to express myself without any shame or suppression. The rest of my life was staring back at me from those theater seats. There was a peaceful future out there where we could have so many restorative pursuits as we desired. Enough people were present in this building who loved me just as I treasured them with all of my being. Tonight, I wasn't the binocular-eyed monster incapable of feeling, the miner hiding away who had no hopes at better life, or the prisoner of war who had a litany of grave mistakes in his past. I was Taylor Trench, son, soulmate, and father. I was confident that I was on the right track every bit as much as Tellus and the wider galaxy. End of chapter. Chapter 98. Memory transcription subject Tassie, Bison, alien liaison. Date standardized human time, September 14th, 2161. There was no magical solution to the lingering hostility between the three bison subspecies, due to the war that engulfed our planet. But I felt that we were all moving towards cooperation for the first time. Enjoined Flippers was a supranational organization formed to set out a single agenda for saving coalition matters, which was modeled after the Humans United Nations. We followed up the treaty to end the war with an agreement to work together in alien affairs, and to maintain peace within Avrana's circumference. We could have lost our planet in multiple ways during this debacle, between the ghost fossil, the environmental crisis, and ourselves. Lastman, my country, had emerged as the leader and a prime example of sapient coalition ideals. We took in a multitude of fossil and Krev consortium refugees to vacant Nelman, and raised Enjoined Flipper's first initiative at its first meeting, using the same methodology that the Terrans had used to revive the Osas. We'd start a genetic restoration effort to bring back the extinct fourth bison subspecies, natives killed in a violent conflict between colonial powers long ago. It passed the assembly by unanimous vote, and from there, the humans were more than willing to help when we approached them. The humans had become enlightened helpers I looked for when we first came to the stars, daring to fix the galaxy's problems, no matter how bleak they are. Adam was right not to give up hope. I believe that we can follow in their footsteps. Neltor, I ventured, leaning out over the balcony of the hall where we'd hosted the disastrous feast. Do you remember the first day? Where you came and adopted me from the FIA? The Selma offered a gruff chuckle.
How the fuck could I ever forget it, Tassie? I was a grounded man who liked simple solutions before all of this. I needed a herd-stamped dreamer. I was in way over my head, dealing with people from space. Who the fuck would have thought I could ever get used to that?
That we got used to it, and this is just a normal part of our lives now. It's amazing. It makes me reflect on all that happened since then and now. We've learned that there were people-eaters, and here we are now, dining with them and their insurgent Canid friends.
I think Zelk as a Wonderbird comrades took a shine to Ulan. The Tassir have the biggest victim complex in Orion, so it's no wonder.
Whatever the reasons, I'm glad the Jasnips are a part of the Carnivore Alliance. We've got ourselves a nice little trading block and a few niches to cover. I'm much happier to be running point on diplomacy of that sort, without species genocides at stake.
Without our own genocide at stake. It's nice to have the ghosts taken off the table, since they painted a fucking bullseye on us. It makes my skin crawl to think about Avrana getting attacked on my watch. That's what ate me up at first contact.
There's nothing to be worried about. The humans handled them with little struggle, and they're protecting us now.
I'd like to be self-reliant. You can say that it was never a real fight, But I think that's spitting as fuck. There was no glamour in their underhanded playbook. The fossil were always working quietly in the background, and that's how their radical psychos went out. Like a fizzle of smoke. Not even a main event. That was the consortium. I studied the grizzled veteran closer, noticing the creases on his beak. You're still angry at them? Of course I am. I understand a species killing us for a cause. But the one whose cause is themselves, and nothing grander, those are the people who deserve no mercy. They deserve what sick shit Zoc would have dreamed up for Dustin. Do you ever think about that nerd?
He was a kindred spirit, of course I do. Dustin would have risked his life for us, and those spooks twisted his desire to help. He still knew I needed him and left. We talk from time to time via text, but I don't see our friendship coming back.
What about Iliska and Nulia?
The entire mission was a political stunt. They were blackmailed, but then passed that blackmail on to me. They hurt me to serve their own needs. Our friendship is over. Adam and even Moxel are better friends.
I'm not a better friend.
I shoved the Selma, chuckling. You're not an alien.
Maybe I am. Maybe the Krev replaced me, and I am a robo-nulter, the big and round.
I can't deal with you today. Let's get back to the feast, shall we? The two of us retreated back to the hall, enjoying the ambience as we waited for the main dishes to be served. The Jaslips, hailing from a frozen biome, would be trying fish for the first time. Some high-ranking Arxel had sampled oceanic cuisine at human meals, with many remarking with flared nostrils that it had a tangy aftertaste. The unsaid part in that was, like yodel, according to Onsa, when the middle-aged Rinzian remarked that I'd almost spit up my drink. That was not something I could unhear or kick from the back of my mind every time I savored the flavor. Clearly, not all carnivores are built the same, because I could never look at a sun-bleached, clearly sapient duotal and chow into him, no matter how desperate I was. It makes my skin crawl.
Thank you all for the invitation, Alun, the leader of the Jaslip Brigade, said as we re-entered. Jaslip kind remembers those who help us. I am glad that we were the second carnivores to join the Sapient Coalition, not the first. You trailblazed the past for us to be equals amongst the Union aliens. I hope that we can help the Arxels bid in return, with it looking promising.
Kaiser's eyes gleamed. The humans have finally backed us, and recognized how we stepped up when they and others like them were threatened. The Arxel will be free, just like the Jaslips. You could have carved out a new legacy, a meek fossil representative Kreki said. I hope that we'll have the chance to do the same. I thought we might never be part of anything again, and I thank you for your kindness.
Onzo pinned his ears back.
The Bisons, I don't know what kind of uplift you would have done on them. You have so very much to make up for.
As do we, Charleston said, a kind twinkle in the Zeridian's eyes. It's not our place to judge others, only to do better than they have done. It costs us nothing to offer mercy and compassion. Let us grow as healers. We could all uplift each other. I could feel all of the same awe and wonder I'd experienced in first contact today, coursing through my blood. With thousands of fantastical possibilities on my flippers, Bisons had the chance to make the dreamed future a reality, as active participants in the process. Everything that we've all been through, we'll make sure the next species we find doesn't have to. We'll be the interstellar visitors that they've always hoped for.
Do you really want to go bumbling into another species civilization after everything that's been done to yours?
You looked up to aliens once, and though there were so many wonderful things to learn, I want to look them in the eyes and tell them that whoever they are, whatever they've done, we're no better than them. We've just had a bit more time to learn from our mistakes. Isn't that a message of acceptance that you would have loved to hear?
Yes, Dr. Tassi, it most certainly is.
Sitting amongst the founding members of the Carnivore Alliance, with all of us having gained a slow acceptance into the galaxy's predominant forum, I could feel a peace settling into my spirit. Bisons had the opportunity to enjoy the galaxy to the fullest during a time of tranquility. We'd settled our own affairs, elevating our focus to what really mattered when we looked beyond the petty squabbles. We had a host of unconventional friends in the outcasts and freethinkers seated here who were emboldened together and were ready to decide what we'd stand for. There was a familiarity with the aliens that I couldn't have imagined. A galaxy that could have belonged only to the humans belonged in equal parts to all of us, and I wanted nothing more than to work with every alien species I could in the spirit of unity.
End of chapter. Chapter 99. Memory transcription subject, Adam Meyer, Terran citizen. Date standardized human time, September 3rd, 2165. Running was a tireless process to me, though I kept my body keeled towards the ground and clapped my hands together. This was what a predator species with a fully honed chase instinct looked like. Little claws tore through the grassy yard, leaping on to sink tiny teeth into my hand. That might trigger pain for most humans, but the mental skeleton could take it. I laughed as Launa held on tightly to my knuckles. What an adorable, precious angel she was. I hoisted my hand slightly, lifting her off the ground and spinning her around. Launa flailed her head about emphatically in an attempt to pull me back to the ground. I allowed myself to be felled, careful to roll onto my back. The Jaslip, with brown eyes the size of moons, walked across my chest, licking my cheek with affection. Life was good. I smiled and tickled her ears, enjoying the sight of the little boots I had gotten her to wear. She had grown up so quickly that I stabbed at my heart to be sending her away. Was this the hardest part of any parent's existence?
I love it when you play, Daddy. Even though your metal skeleton hurts my teeth sometimes,
She yipped, wagged her tail.
the dentist complains. I don't like the dentist. Why don't you ever have to go to him?
I knitted my brows together. I've explained that I was someone else's memories put into a computer body. I required different kinds of maintenance. You don't need teeth if you don't need to eat, Laura. You don't want to not have food, do you? How would you bite me if your teeth fall out? The dentist is better than that. The Jester pouted, ears sinking down and tail drooping between her legs.
Okay, I guess you're right.
Sorry, darling. Sometimes we have to do things we don't like, so we can enjoy the things we do. You might not have fun with every subject in school, but they're all going to pack your brain full of knowledge, so that you can be smart and do anything when you grow up. Do you remember what I taught you?
Don't bite any people at school. It hurts humans without metal skeletons.
Good girl. Here, take your lunch. I placed the lunchbox into her tail wagon, which included 2 cans of tuna and a few hard-boiled eggs. I checked one more time that all her books were there, as the school bus pulled up my driveway. All right, run along to catch the bus. You're going to do great, and I'm a phone call away if you need anything.
I'm excited. Bye, Daddy. I love you.
Love you too, Launa. I pulled out my holopad to record her going onto the school bus for the first time, skipping with excitement to join the other kids. The Jaslip child glanced back over her shoulder at me, and I waved at her for encouragement. I paused the video once she disappeared into the vehicle and watched in a bit of a sad silence as my daughter was driven away from our home. My hands found their way into my pockets, leaving me to stare at the horizon. I missed her already. What would I do to busy myself when she was gone?
Mind if I join you, old friend?
A voice asked from behind me. Huh! I swiveled around, finding myself looking at a hobbled-over, aged errant camper, clutching onto a cane. I'm sorry, I don't go by Elias anymore.
I know. You're him to me, and always will be. But I respect that you don't believe you're him, Adam.
Thank you. I'd love to catch up. What's got you in Austria? Not counting cacti in Arizona.
I wanted to check in on a friend who I've missed dearly, and admired so much. I wanted to see how the years are treating you, being Secretary General. It aged me far faster than I'd liked. You still look the way you did 3 decades ago. You don't know how funny that feels to an old woman.
I led Kainfa back to my porch slowly, helping her with the stairs. I look different on the inside. To some people, they would say that's what matters.
That's where you're wrong. What's on the inside is a lot more important than how it looks. And speaking of wrong, do you know where you showed me I was wrong?
I arched an eyebrow. The ship of Theseus, I hope.
No, she chuckled. I said that there was never an option to be moral and just in the Sapien Coalition, but that wasn't true. The option was you, Elias, or at least his soul, was the only one who could be true to his beliefs no matter what.
No, I don't agree that I was the only one capable of that. Secretary General Osmani has done an excellent job avoiding the pitfalls his predecessors ran into after the Federation's collapse. His reserve dignity has shown that he's perfect for the job. I don't miss that life one bit.
You truly don't want to go back, do you?
Even you tire of the burden. It wasn't that. I loved helping humanity, but I wanted to see what it was like to take care of just one person, to have that be the entire world that I looked out for.
Erin Keifer rocked back into the chair, binocular eyes growing misty as she stared at the horizon. I still remembered the young, snappy scientist who was trying to spoon-feed Elias information, and thought that he was just an old politician that could bungle up first contact. She'd been there throughout the most stressful months of his life, on the front lines of first contact. It was difficult to see her growing old, though I figured that I would have to get used to outliving people I cared about. I had no context of what it felt like to have your body begin to break down. That's the worst part of loving anything, if you choose to believe that a digital reincarnation doesn't bring them back. What if I just blink and Launa's life is gone? How will I know when I've existed too long? When I know even now that there is pain in my future?
Erin, I croaked, I'm afraid.
My old friend continued staring at the horizon with clouded, weary eyes. Of?
Losing everything I love. Forgetting them. What happens when you're gone?
Oh goodness, this is only the beginning. I intend to join you in immortality. I signed a consent slip to be digitally resurrected, and I believe it's me. Is that enough for you? Can you respect that, just as I respect that you see yourself as Adam?
I will accept that it's part of you. I hope you'll come find me. We can tell Launa and her human friends, who can't imagine what it's like, how the world was when we didn't know about aliens. Earth before we met the Vendel. Earth before it was a predator world.
Earth was always a predator world, Maya. It'll eat you out and spit you out if you're not strong enough.
That's living. That's every world under every sun. It was never about predators or their nature. It was about the beliefs people have, and use as a pretext to insist that others carry on their hatred. That's what I pushed the SC to finally see.
Erin swallowed, choking up with emotion. I know. Your speech opened their eyes, and you dared to call them out when no one else would. For all the works they put on your statue, that's the best thing that you've ever done.
No. The best thing I ever did was adopt an Osa.
A lengthy future was stretched out before me, but in this moment there was peace in the love of a father. I would sit here and reminisce about a life that was not my own, and what the future might hold in store for the Sapient Coalition. Overall, I saw a multitude of reasons to be optimistic. Esqua had several regions restored for Jaslips to live on, and they even welcomed in consortium refugees to reside on orbital rings. Lana would have a home world to visit, and I hoped to take her when she got old. We'd enhanced our own capabilities after studying the Krev architecture, with orbital rings now encircling many SC worlds, including Earth, Skalka, and Lian. We needed somewhere to house revived synthetic beings, given the swelling populations. In the Vendels' case, they could use a little extra space to expand, given they only had a small strip of habitable land on their tidally locked world of death. Alpha was in a rebuilding process too, with Kolshian refugees flocking to human colonies as full SC citizens. Many SHIELD members had assimilated into the Sapient Coalition, cutting ties with the remnant states that were under a rehabilitation program. The treachery of intending to wipe out any species that ever ate meat and concealing their true backers all the way was a bridge too far. Despite the neutrality, they split from the Federation in the first place because they abhorred the conspiracy. Dual membership made it easier to join us, though about a third, including the Ulven and the Rakads, still valued total independence from predators. The Oxal had opened exchange programs with every member species, including humanity. There were Vendel, Dirtian, and even Thafki citizens bonding with the Reptilians. Positive recognition in the Sapient Coalition media became commonplace, turning public opinion to at least acknowledge all that they did to defeat the Consortium and their ghost fossil puppets. In a vote that was expected to be contentious, 2/3 of the assemblage had passed the Oxal Collector's official membership bid in 2164. Elias never would have imagined when he first sat in that briefing. He would never have imagined he'd even want it, despite the fact that it wound up being his last wish. Tava did it in the long run, memory man. She did enough to make it possible to have peace with the Oxal, and reached out when it wasn't easy, not to mention sparing us. This all goes back to her. The world had changed a lot since the good old days of 2136, as evidenced by the fact that I was sitting here carrying the memories of a dead Secretary General. I was far from alone in my situation, with the mind-uploading technology being rolled out to include more and more species by the month.
progress was making society unrecognizable in many ways. But we used our forward-thinking ideas to help improve the lives of sapiens across the galaxy. The predatory viciousness observers saw an Earth which used to protect the ones we cared about, with ferocity, and to take on nature itself if need be. We'd tussle with death itself. I'm going to wait for my daughter to come home. She's the reason I want to be around to see the future, because it's hers, I whispered. Erin patted my leg. I think I'll stick around to meet her. I knew you'd be a great father. I'm just glad that I had a chance to prove it. The two of us, shadows of the old UN officials who took our first steps into the galaxy, sat in comfortable silence on a cozy porch. After all the years that had gone by, it was a wonderful treat to enjoy the peace that we'd fought so hard and long to attain. End of chapter. End of book. I'd greatly like to thank our Tier 5 channel members, Caspar Arnholtz, John Creighton, Manatharia, 050, Dragzoon WRE, and Elijah Silvercross. Thank you very much.